my stuff. I feel like it's been a week since I played. I don't remember where we're at. It's our first time here? No.
Please don't fondle and trust me.
Did I not grab all this stuff?
Do not stare too intently like that.
Nothing like that. That's not those either.
Second thought.
Why do we come here?
Please do.
Please do. Alright. Why did I come here? Okay, let me see. So did I buy these?
No.
I'm not sure where we're at. Buy any of those. I got money to, though. What the hell was I looking for? I could actually buy 2 of these right now if I wanted to, but... Huh. Huh. Need like 65, I think, or something. Hey, what's up, Noah? Black.
Price is negotiable.
Emporium. He sounded cool here. He sounded like creepy, stalky as shit, though, in Inquisition. They said it was the same dude that did it, too, and I'm like... He made a joke of it then, because it wasn't right at all. It was like a wannabe somebody trying to copy it or something. I don't know if you went to the Black Emporium in Inquisition. It was like a free downloader. It came with one of the DLCs or some shit like that. I don't remember. I think it was free on this. I think it came with one of the DLCs on that. Maybe Trespasser or something. Let me go see if I bought... Turn this in real quick. The black. Exactly. Oh, does it come with it?
The Viscount.
Oh, okay. Maybe came in. Well, you know, it was an update on Dragon Age 2. It came in as an update. They were updating the game, and they just kind of like threw a shop in there too to make the update cool. Like instead of sprinkling some items in some random areas around the game, like the main reason.
This will not stand.
Besides creating a new DLC shop, I guess you could call it,
found a number of
was that one little free box. Because it gave each class an item that was missing that had a rune slot in it. Believe it or not. That was the main reason for that. And then they updated the game in some ways, along with the DLC.
Better
But
than him,
yeah,
Messire.
Indeed. The Viscount would have you
Ah.
put your care for the men into direct practice. You will assume the captain's job.
they really did a lot of free shit for Inquisition.
due
Like I think
time, of
all the multiplayer
There
maps,
will be training,
those were all free.
approvals.
I don't know if they were always free, but like they're free
But who
now.
better to rebuild
Assuming
respect
the servers
than
are
the
even
woman
still up.
who exposed
I don't
this
know. I guess if the servers aren't up, you just have to go
embarrassment.
play it by yourself without any
Resolve any
matchmaking.
outstanding business,
Which
guardswoman.
probably
You
worth
will be
doing
very
if you're
busy.
just bored for a day and you don't know what to play and you just want to just go mess around. A lot of cool classes to play with, but they really work a lot better when you have a party because, you know, each class has something that another class doesn't. Like there's really like a sub strat, I guess you could say, on certain classes doing certain things. Like, you know, it doesn't have to be like mage warrior type thing or mage warrior rogue type thing necessarily. You have some classes that like cross over a little bit. Like there's like an Isabella class that's like half-ass tanky, sorta, in a way. So if you had another off tank like a two-hander, you know, a reaver, then you could totally get away with, and it doesn't have to be like a healer type. You know, you could just go pretty much straight DPS with a little bit of survivability and get a mage that can do a bit of that for themselves too. You know, it's a really, really cool combos. If they had all the classes from multiplayer and Inquisition, like from my like 3 out of 10, the 2 to 3 out of 2.5 that I give it, it would go straight to like an 8. I'm not kidding. It would go to an 8. Like there's actually haste built into some, I mean real haste built into some classes in the multiplayer. Like you just build speed with like each kill or each crit, or it's just all this really cool shit. It's really cool shit. And it was the multiplayer guys that really came up with it, pretty much sending a message to the people that did the main game that y'all really just shit the bed, man. Really, I mean seriously.
Not much room in the barracks, but there's nowhere I'd rather be.
I can talk to Harold.
Point the way, Hawk.
Hey, what's up, T?
Varric, no.
Well, you're the captain. Or you will be.
Did it?
It'll be easy.
I'm not petitioning the Viscount to help you steal ownership of the Hanged Man.
Steal? Madam, you wound me.
I'm
I'm about to.
Oh wait, didn't the Descent raise the level cap? The Descent was the one DLC that raised the level cap,
changes are
and it
coming,
also
huh?
created the DLC where, like,
Captain
once
of
you
the
went there, you
Guard.
couldn't come back. Just like they did
you,
it in
Wesley.
Origins with Awakening. Awakening raised the level cap for the whole game, but once you went to Awakening, like that was it. You couldn't bring stuff from Awakening back into the main game. Although you could go to Awakening at any time and even start Awakening with like a leveled character and then just go respec it. You could actually do that. You can start with a preset character and just get to the point where you can respec, you know, just kind of grind along and make do. Then once you got to respec, you could make that character whatever you want. But it would only have like a limited number of talents. But by that point, it didn't really matter. You know, I can't think of a class where once you hit level 20, you need a single talent point in anything. If your build's not done by then, well, you really just don't have a build. You just want all the point thingies and the point thingies for no reason. You know, shit you can't even use, right?
Not sure I like being behind the dead in order of
I believe Trespasser raised it
Of
by
course
some. Or
I
maybe
have
all
you
the
to thank.
DLCs
It's
raised it a
just-
little bit.
I've made a mess of things, time to time. But that failure... He's not
I'm
with
pretty sure it
me.
was just the
I
Descent.
know
It also
that.
brought in
Wesley's at the Maker's side,
it also
or
brought
he's
in
not.
a new rank
Either
of
way, he knows
of
no
gear.
pain. What I keep is that moment.
Like
I won't let anyone down
amulets
like
and
that
belts and shit like that. It either brought in a whole new rank of amulets and belts, or it gave you superb amulets and belts that you couldn't get anywhere else. Like things that there were only like enhanced versions of or whatever. I don't remember all the names for them, but I know like in Trespasser itself, there was a shop that sold like, you know, superb certain stuff. And you had tier 4 like dragon scales and I think like 1 or 2 kinds of cloth and maybe 1 or 2 kinds of metal that were considered tier 4 or tier 5 or whatever. A tier that wasn't in the vanilla game. It was like, yeah, next level shit. Stuff you could only get off like the dragons and the Jaws of Hakon. It may have been Jaws of Hakon that it came with, because that's what introduced the new tiers of at least dragon scales, dragon webbing, whatever, dragon hide, whatever it was. Yeah, dragon scales, dragon webbing, and dragon hide, right? Leather, metal. Dragon scales were considered metal, and then the webbing was considered cloth. And I know what you got off like the dragons in the Jaws of Hakon, those dropped a next tier. They just gave you better stats on your gear when you made it. So it might have come with that. It might have come with Jaws of Hakon. Or else maybe it came with any DLC, if you bought any of them. Maybe. I don't remember anything new being introduced in the Descent except some new preset weapons, meaning you could craft them with materials, but you couldn't add anything to them. Like, you couldn't put runes in them. You couldn't put, like, a handle and a pommel and, you know, and a guard and all that type of stuff on them. They were just what they were, and there was, like, you know, a staff and, you know, an axe and a sword and a shield or some shit. And then Hakon had that, too. They had a bow. They had a bow, like, what you get shot with. It shot, like, the spirit arrows that, like, bypass armor or some shit. Something like that. Didn't have the greatest stats, but it could do some work. Anyway.
I can't imagine the
Whatever it
captain
was.
of the
I don't know.
guard
Shit's
would
been a
like
long time.
wandering in my shadow.
Been a long time. I just know it
It's
popped
not
up from
like this
something.
job means we're on opposite sides. The good you do, it seems rather appropriate. Besides, I'll
See,
be
it was
making
the
patrol
ultimate
schedule,
in cheap.
and I don't intend to lead from a desk.
It was the ultimate in cheap. The only purpose for going to the Black Emporium is if you were too lazy to go kill some dragons yourself. Right? If you were too lazy to kill dragons for yourself. Just go, once you know, I think they appeared at a certain level. You had to be, like, leveled to be able to even, but I mean, if you use items that were way over leveled, it would like destroy your stamina and you get a penalty on damage or something and attack and, you know, all this type of stuff too. Anyway, Origins has something like that in place, I believe, that if you somehow manage at a lower level to use a much higher level item, that it takes a penalty for a while or something. Yeah, like if you, so like, let's say you artificially with a bunch of items buff your strength to be able to, like, swing, like, say an axe of Veshial, but you use it at a really, really low level. Seems like there was a penalty for that. Anyway, I believe that's in place for Inquisition. Like, if you went to try to farm tier 3 materials and you were only, like, level 9 or whatever, any node that you hit, you would only get 1 back. And then if you actually crafted something from that, it's like the bonus wouldn't even exist until you hit level 12 or 13 or whatever the cutoff point was, you know? That's a good thing to have in place. So, you know, if you want to go grind a bunch of OP extra level shit, you know, and put it all the way down on very easy, well, it's just, you're not going to get any returns. You're going to have to spend all day doing it, and it's not going to do you any good anyway. I did like that part of it.
It's good that you can stay with me. I need you, Aveline.
You've been grand through all of this.
Yeah, definitely brought in new
Captain of the Guard. Thank you for
armor.
helping me get
It
to
brought
your
in
work.
armor
It's where I
slots
should
with
be.
things that had traits, and it would always be like, it would be a pro and then a negative. You would get some kind of benefit and some kind of negative, like you know, like the cut your health like in half, but give you bonus damage to a certain thing. Maybe an element type for a mage, or, you know, some shit like that, right? None of those were really bad ideas, but to have a game with options to turn off all the difficulties that matter, and then when you did turn them on, then to kind of make up for everything that they left out in Nightmare and call them trials, and then when you actually use them, certain ones, though they would create a challenge a percentage of the time. It was really, really hard to, like, say, make a playthrough with all the trials and not just run into these game-breaking glitches. Boss-breaking glitches. I ran into a boss-breaking glitch once, and what didn't make the boss harder, it was these mages that were running around doing map AoE Mind Blast. And I'm talking Cassandra could tank 2 fucking ogres in the Descent by herself for 30 minutes. And, like, literally not lose any health. Like, just her guard would just keep her alive, and it might take her 3.5 hours to friggin' kill the ogres, maybe longer. But goddammit, you weren't gonna hurt her. You know, she was gangster as shit. These mages were 1- and 2-shotting her, and there was like 3 or 4 of them. It was like right before like a big Revenant boss fight. The main fight in Jaws of Hakon. It was Jaws of Hakon. The main fight there. And it was these mages that you have to get past to get there. And yeah, they were walking around and just going Mind Blast, and your entire party just wiped instantly. And they had a barrier on top of a barrier on top of a barrier on top of a barrier. So by the time you got halfway through one barrier, it would just regen. And if you did get through the first one, by the time you started working on the second one, the first one would regen. And so you couldn't ever touch them. Nothing you could hurt them with. At least nothing I had. Yeah, and I experimented with a few different things. Finally, that's the only time ever, because I really didn't feel like going back, because I was really playing through the DLC. Do you remember that? Were you on that stream? Okay, so it was literally, I mean, we spent 2 hours trying to even take down one of these guys. And it was just constant instant party wipe. It didn't matter where you were or what you did. They would just come anywhere near you, and that's it. You were dead. And if it wasn't on the first shot, then the second mage would get you. And there was 4 of them. So you couldn't just make them all go stand in a corner by themselves and stand out of range and, you know, just use Varric to kill them type thing. You know, that wasn't an option. I mean, you just have to cheese the shit out of it. We tried everything. Grenades and bomb, you know, everything. So yeah, it would just create game-breaking stuff. And that is legitimately game-breaking. They won't leave the store because they think the store is closed, believe it or not.
Hope the day is treating you well.
I don't know if that causes problems for the game later. That's always been a thing in this game. It even does it on the backwards compatible. They'll just stand there in the room stuck. I don't know if that matters, but... Okay, let's... I have no idea where we're at. I don't know what we've done, haven't done. As far as money is concerned, what we do, one easy way to clear up a lot of this, quest markers will show you stuff, and they'll even, the only time they don't show you when there's an item to turn in is if it's in like the Hangman. And I think there's one on Sundermount that doesn't show up on the main map. Like it should say an arrow and it'll tell you like the remains of such and such, or the bones of such and such, or somebody's hat, or somebody's knife, or some bullshit like that, right? I think there's one in Sundermount and there's one, but you go back to Sundermount a few times, and you go back to the Hangman like 50 times during each act, so you shouldn't miss those. Waxler's hat is in Act 2 anyway. But the one thing you don't want to miss is turning in your stuff.
What? No. I need to know some things about Mage. Another time, friend.
Okay.
Why?
I'm a guard.
So now, here, figure out what we've done, right? It's down to side quests. So we got, okay, so we got the archer assholes, and that's it.
I'm the first person who has to deal with trouble.
Trouble.
You want help killing people like me?
Yes, yes. I don't need help killing people like you, Anders. I'll just kill you. So Tivers, I need you to tell me something. I'm not singling you out though. I guess in kind of a way, I sort of am, because you're a friend of mine, and I would really respect your viewpoint on this. Is you being an American gentleman who works hard for what you got. Even if you just making ends meet. Hell, sometimes maybe not even making ends meet. But you work for what you got, and what little you got, you get by with it, and no complaints, just put your head down and just go with it, right? How about this outcry? I think this is I think it gets blown up by social media, but it's definitely a thing, and people want to throw gasoline on the fire every chance they get, right? And I agree with that, but I've also run into some hints of this. They're not as what would you call violent or flagrant in person as they are when they make like a TikTok or a fucking tweet or some shit like that. But these people that are saying, well, on a certain day of a certain month, and as soon as they cut off my EBT or government assistance or my food stamps or this or that or blah blah blah, man, we're just going to start stealing from hardworking people, and we're just going to come take your shit because it's your job to take care of me and my, you know, one lady, it was her and her 7 kids from whatever, and some of that stuff is probably AI generated. But if that sentiment is out there, how does that make you feel? Like me, for example, I'll just open it up with this. if I saw a bunch of fucking obvious, like trying very hard to be redneck trash coming out and saying, as soon as you stop taking care of me, I'm gonna start going off and getting violent and doing bad things to innocent, hardworking people. You know, if I saw that, I would be embarrassed, and I would say, well, there's a reason for people to hate that. I mean, you can't condone that, right? So, and I'm sure it's targeted. It's very much targeted. Everything they do is designed to create division and hate, right? I mean, fuck. I mean, you hear the rhetoric going on for years and years now, and it just gets worse. It just snowballs. It doesn't go up by ones and twos. It goes up by twos and fours and eights, and and all that stuff. And it's in the mind of I think of the minority, not the majority. I think that's the minority doing that. People in power that are living in such a bubble that they don't realize that their own fucking rhetoric just kind of really doesn't work to the average person anymore. It's just a select few that they can, I guess, brainwash that shit and whatever. But if I was associated with that or rounded up into that pack, I'd be offended that I was even being associated with that. But on the same token, it would be embarrassing to me. It'd be embarrassing. So if you hadn't seen any of that stuff, then you probably have no idea what I'm talking about. But it seems to be like the latest thing to start a fire, and then a bunch of people come and throw gasoline on it, literally, and it's this, if you cut off our welfare, if you cut off our this or that, our free ride, and I mean, there is something to be said about getting your fucking $100 nails did and your $50 lashes did and having the brand new iPhone. Motherfucker, I got an Android. I bought it at Walmart 2 years ago, and I still can't afford to replace it. So, and I work for mine, right? And that's the sentiment of a lot of people. But I don't even think this represents even a minority of a certain culture of people. I think this represents a very, very small sub-minority that just makes everybody look bad. Like, if there wasn't enough hate out there to foster, you're just going to throw fuel on it by acting like that and flagrantly getting on Front Street and saying, this is what we are. Which is, I mean, really what they're doing. Now, the other side could be playing on that and making that shit up to make it look even worse. And I totally get that. Like, I'm not referring to Trump on this, but I'm saying the fake news is real. The fake news isn't just MSNBC and all that shit. It's Twitter, and I haven't been on Facebook in years, but probably there too. And probably even worse, because old Zuckerberg, he's down with all that shit. So there's that. Yeah, it goes right along with that, and yeah, both those complaints are being bundled together, actually. So good point. Yeah, that wasn't the exact point I was making, but it's right there with it. That's the other half of the pie, or that's the crust, and the rest is the filling, or whatever analogy you want to go with. Yeah. Anyway, that's offensive to me, because the people I know, like you, the people I work with, people I've been, well, one of them passed away. He's a wheelchair-bound guy from the Army. He had a fucking half-track land on his legs. I mean, like, literally. Even hurt his spine and stuff, but he suffered through it. But, like, he would get out there and do shit. Dude, he would put his truck up on a lift and work on his fucking truck himself in a goddamn wheelchair. Like, this is a gangster dude. He finally, the internal stuff, he passed away. He passed away because the things that it kept to keep him going are probably what eventually killed him. But he got some years, and for all intents and purposes, was one of the cooler people you'd ever meet. So, of all of his struggles and this and that and blah, 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 talk about making the best of it. Yeah. Man, I wish I had it right here. I'd show you a picture of a truck. That's how I got to know him. I was doing airbrushing, and he wanted something, and he was like a couple garages down from somebody who was a really good friend of my dad. And actually, they now have a house not too far from me. When I do go visit my parents, I go visit them there when they're down here. And their friend's house is like just like a mile down the road. Just small world, right? But anyway, yeah, the garage was there, and my dad, while visiting him one day for something, because he also did like air conditioning work for him and stuff like that, because just what he does. But that's probably how they met in the first place, one way or another. But this guy had his garage. I think he also did electric as well. So they're anyway, whatever. They were friends. They've been friends for fucking decades, right? Well, Derek, this buddy I'm talking about, and his I think brother-in-law and a couple of his kids, they ran a auto body shop, and they did body cheap paint jobs is basically what they did, like really cheap paint jobs. But Derek had his little garage right next to him. Them being brothers-in-law, they just kind of, shared the rent and just, did their shit and sent each other business and do whatever. And Derek wanted like the truck painted, then he wanted a friggin' one of those little tricycle motorcycle, with the two wheels on the back. It was pretty cool. He wanted that painted with some stuff on it, and so I knew him, and he was a couple houses down in our neighborhood, so you see him every so often and stuff like that. Became friends. He was just cool as shit. And fucking every excuse to not work and just live off of hey, if you get your shit fucked up like that in the military, you're at least set for life. I mean, you might not live rich, but I mean, that's it. They're going to take care of you. So he didn't squander that to cry in his beer. He went and found shit to do. Anyway, it's the people I've known, and never never an issue. It was never, a black guy in a wheelchair. No, it was my buddy Derek in a wheelchair. And you know what? You don't really even notice the wheelchair because this dude has more fucking fight left in him than most people standing up on two legs. So that's it. Just a dude. Not blowing him up because of one thing or another. It's just who he was. If he'd have been Asian, if he'd been Mexican, what if he'd been white? Still been Derek in a wheelchair. It's no difference whatsoever. But someone like that would be really, really offended by some shit like this. Like, man, fuck these people. Making me look bad. When it's already an issue that's fostered by these exact same people doing this shit. Guess so they have an excuse? A fucking free ticket? A blank check? A meal ticket? I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, it's not like it's really anything new, but them coming out of the woodwork and using something they should be ashamed of as some, like, pride issue. But just like the people flying these rainbow flags, what they should be ashamed of, they're proud of. The Bible actually has I could go find, anybody could go find it, just Google it, is a pride comes before the fall. What a weird, ironic saying that now, like, their entire movement is based on pride. Pride over anything that you should be just mortified of. I can't believe I'm like this. I can't believe I'm this fucked up. Now I'm proud of this. I guess you gotta claim to be proud of something that you know is just a fucking disease. Spiritually and otherwise. AIDS isn't around for nothing. Not just a coincidence. Just saying. I'm not comparing that to this necessarily, but it's all the same. It's all the same thing. Just evil. Evil stuff. So if you hadn't heard about it, then you would. I'm not going to tell you to go get on Twitter and look for it, because you'll find it. And if you do, it'd probably just piss you off. So if you hadn't really seen it, okay. I think it was kind of a rhetorical question anyway. Is how does this affect you? Being a hardworking people that would be classed or cultured with these idiots doing this bullshit, and that's definitely the way that they're dressing it up too. So you would be targeted as well, and hopefully, I guess they think, publicly treated as if you were one of these pieces of shit. And I mean, who's that good for? And how are they doing anything but creating division, violence, hate? They blame us for the hate when they manufacture 100% of it. I'm talking about the liberals in general. I'm not talking about any particular race or any culture or whatever. I'm just talking about that whole movement. Like, it's not even political anymore. Well, I mean, it hasn't been for a while here, but I'll double and even triple down on it's a religion. This is a very evil spirituality with these people. They act possessed when you simply just disagree with them. When they say that something that's completely not true is true, and they base their entire life and even their livelihood on it at your expense, right? That's some dangerous shit, man. I mean, we're living in that time. I don't think the world's seen no shit like this before. And even if it's been around in little small cells, it can't spread like wildfire because they didn't have the internet back then. So if any crazy cult type shit like this has ever tried to run countries, like the Dems, the Libs, the woke, the freaks, whatever you want to call them, then you really just didn't hear about it. And since they're the ones that write history, they wrote that shit out of the books because everything they say and do would have to be embarrassing in hindsight because it's always wrong and it's always evil. They hate God. God is the truth, so they hate anything true. True story, right? Jesus said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. They hate that. So therefore, they hate anything that's true. Anything that has discipline, substance, meaning, morality, you know, any good thing. They want to destroy it. Their actions are literally proving everything I'm saying. They could not fight me on this. They would just start screaming like banshees with their purple hair and they wouldn't know what to do because their entire existence is based on a pile of Satan's diarrhea that they slurp up and they shit back out and then they eat it again. And they keep just regurgitating the same shit at you until the whole world is destroyed. What the fuck is the point of that? Anyway, just thought I'd share that. It's that way. Still true. I mean, I don't know. Little, I guess it sounds extreme these days. It's still true. Anyway, sorry, not sorry. You know, I mean, like, for real, right? Like, damn. That's so far out there that it's actually 100% correct. I didn't even realize it until just then exactly how bad it was, I guess. Well, it's my Saturday, so I'm gonna go refill. How about you? So we haven't done duty. I don't even think we've gone to Sundermount, so I'm not really sure why I went to the Black Emporium. Like, why was I even there? Was it to pick up anything? Maybe I was thinking about buying... Oh, that's what I meant to do. To go see if we even... Okay. I'll do that after this. I was going to go see if we had bought the one skill tome from Hubert. We had a lot of money, so we've done some stuff. I mean, but don't have a lot of money, but I mean, we got money. I got 43. That one that Hubert's got us about 27. I'm not going to try to go back and count talent points right now to see if I've already got it or not. We'll figure that out. But, got some damn staffs, too, don't they? Gangster fire staff. Fire staff that's almost a little bit better than... We could go do Night Lies, too. So I don't know if we've gone and gotten Fenris. I don't know if we've gone and gotten Meryl. Oh, I can figure that out. No, hold on, I can figure that out. Let's go to the map. Let's see if Meryl's house is, Can I do world map? Why does it say up? World map. Is that from the PC? Is that from... You see at the bottom on the left, it says world map with an up arrow. I'm thinking directional, D-pad, or something. Oh no, okay, no. Oh, the legend, the arrow that's behind me is the only way I can get. Oh, okay, never mind. I see it. All right. Is Meryl? Yeah. Okay, so we've gone and gotten Meryl. My guess is we got Meryl, but we haven't bought Hubert's talent thing yet. All right, we can do that. Oh, get wrecked, bitch. Dude, get wrecked. I don't know, it's a tiny bit choppier than the backwards compatible, because it's, I mean, regardless, it's running at least 50% to not 100% better frame rate, I guess. That doesn't bother me. But I'll admit it's a little catchy at times. A little more closer to the original PC version when it was done, you know? Pretty much north, south, east, or west, anything between there, might, you know, the game would kind of, you know, catch a little bit sometimes. Okay, that's fine. As long as it works. But it plays solid. Like, everything's where it's supposed to be. If you're not ready for it, that's on you, but it's where it's supposed to be. Like, going in there, the Ancient Rock Wraith, no. I can't one series the Rock Wraith. And dude, we tried with all three classes. It was one big reason I bought the 360 is I wanted to do what nobody else had done. Well, there's a reason they haven't done it. Because it's essentially undoable. Now, I haven't tried with, like, grenades and shit, but I didn't have to on the backwards compatible. So, does it feel better? No, it's about the same. Like I say, it's a little choppy sometimes, a tiny bit. You know, you can tell when it bogs down, especially a bunch of enemies hit the screen and you're doing a bunch of shit. It probably drops into the, like, between 20 and 30 frame rate, which is fine. I mean, you can tell what's going on. You know, the Series X can handle the entire game just on RAM. Like, the Series X can probably, like, run Dragon Age twice just off of RAM, basically. You know, as far as, like, you know, just space is concerned. So, like, that's a no-brainer. You can't overwhelm the backwards compatible. Like, you could throw every enemy that the entire game has all at once, plus 100,000 sweet rolls like on Skyrim all at the same time, and it really wouldn't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know, that's how far computers have come. So, okay, that's fine. You can tell it bogs down a tiny bit. Dragon Age kind of, like, pushed the 360 and the PS3. PS3 is a tiny bit smoother. The PS3 is a stronger system in some ways. It's not as fast in some ways, but it's twice as strong and it's able to process more at the same speed rather than process less a little bit faster. Does that make sense? So that when you give it a little bit more, it bogs down anyway. And the original Xbox One was the same way. You know, they had a friggin' which Black Ops came out when the Xbox One came out? Was it Ghosts? I think it was Ghosts. Black Ops Ghosts? I think that's what it was called. Anyway, whatever Black Ops came out, for example, is one of the, I mean, on release, Xbox One only had like 3 or 4 games. Well, I mean, they may have had more games, you know, including like children's games and, you know, other shit that I would never even look at or even hear about. But like games that I might even consider even looking at, like that was like the only one. And I figured my friends were getting it, so okay, cool, you know, whatever. And it was a was it a 1080 game? I think it was a basic 1080 game, and the Xbox One could only run it at 45 frames a second, and it still had issues. It would glitch, bog down, kick you, and not just because of the game crashing, but I mean actually just kick you. Like the game couldn't handle shit. You get into an area and it'd turn into like 3 frame rate per second type thing. By then you'd be dead, and then you'd come out of the frame rate bog, and you'd already be dead and shit like that. It couldn't even run. I don't even think it was 1080 though. Maybe it was 1080. Still, I could only run that shit like realistically at 30. It was basically an Xbox 361. But the PS4 on release was as strong as the PS4 Pro when it came out later. The PS4 Pro just played better DVDs and Blu-rays and shit at a higher, you know, at a higher, what do you call it? It was like 4K instead of 2K. Resolution, yeah, higher resolution. That was basically the only difference. Other than that, PS4 was the PS4 when it came out. The Xbox One was Xbox One half. And they did that shit on purpose, because then they sold you another Xbox One, calling it the S or whatever. Then they sold you another one, so it was the iPhone scam. Let's just put out an update that makes your shit obsolete, so you have to go buy another one for a couple grand next year or the year after. That's literally what it was. Well, Xbox got some people in charge, right, in that period of time. Dude, when Xbox One revealed what they were going to do you know I went and sold my 360 and everything related to it, got an old PS3, paid for my PS4, and got some games for my PS3 and some PlayStation Plus points, and still had money left over. That's how much 360 shit I had. But I was selling it at Prime, because the Xbox One wasn't even out yet. It was coming out, and the PS4 was coming out, right? So I said, okay, if Xbox is going to do this shit, I'll never play Xbox again. They can go fuck themselves. So I literally, like, boycotted Xbox for a while. And I just had my PS4 and my PS3 for a while. Got to go catch up on some achievements, you know, Platinum Dark Souls, cool. Tried to Platinum Demon Souls, that didn't end so well. Not for lack of trying, but there's just certain things that you had a loot drop chance, and if you didn't get it, you didn't get it. Bitch. Yeah, bad stuff. But anyway, I spent a week trying to get one thing from Demon Souls. One thing. So I could make a particular weapon for an achievement. And if I got that weapon, then I would get the achievement for making all the weapons. So that's at least two or three achievements I'm missing on that one. Yeah. Sorry, it's a sore subject, man. But, yeah, anyway, so it feels like the same as far as that goes, I would say.
Now you fall.
I did that too early. I love those kung fu ass spins you do with your staff. like you're a you know, a monk, you know, one of the Shaolin monk with your bow staff. To me, honestly, the smoothest, most legit, solid, steady experience that you'll get. And remember, the PS3 had more shaders too. So the darks were richer and the lights were lighter, and there was you know, more color variance in between. They had more shaders. The game looked on 720. It almost looked 1080. In fact, I'm trying to think if I know it'd play on the 1080s. I wonder if Dragon Age 2 was 1080 on the PS3, running at the same frame rate. And you know, every once in a while the game would, you know, slow down for a second. It would happen on old consoles. It happened with every game, no matter what. But the game looked more. I mean, you could compare this same view, because I did my YouTube videos on the PS3. And you could compare like this right here. These shadows would be quite a bit darker. The moon would be a little brighter. The clouds would have more definition. It was I mean, definitely noticeably better. More vivid, you know. It worked. So I think the best Dragon Age 2 experience probably literally is on the PS3. I would say that. The best experience. The way the game's supposed to be, including all the DLC and everything else, and everything running and looking the way it's supposed to. That's, I mean, it's good on the 360, but I think PS3 knocked that shit out of the park. Now the loading screens were longer though on the PS3. I guess because they're loading more data, but they would run it as good, if not better, and also make it look better as well. So that was your trade-off. Right. Well, they didn't have it in Origins either. Just Dragon Age 2 just has that extra cool factor. But just to be fair, I mean, Origins didn't have it either. People who cry Origins this and Origins that, I'm like, well, they didn't have this. I want you to notice something else too, which happens in the backwards compatible all the time, is I'm using, I believe, an electric staff, right? Before I say anything else, let me double check. Yeah, and it's a 2-star. That means it's normal, it's average. And those raiders were getting fucking 2- and 3-shotted by this shit, right? Which they're supposed to, because they're supposed to be weak to electricity. A lot of the weaknesses, all of the immunities exist on the backwards compatible, but some of the weaknesses don't work. And I don't know if it's a frame rate issue. It's got some other things that have to be frame rate related, because outside of that, there's nothing different. Because I mean, man, that'll play that shit all the way up to like what, 120 frames a second. You take off the boost and it reduces some of the glitches, which tells me that it's definitely frame rate related. But a lot of the weaknesses that they're supposed to have, they don't. They don't. Like, I come in through here with a 2-star electric staff on the backwards compatible. It would act like it was say a fire staff, which would do normal damage per se, but nothing special. Yeah, so like all the stats and all the buffs and all the effects and all the whatever are legit on the original. big reason I got this. I really kind of wanted to see the comparison going back, having played on the backwards compatible for years, and seeing the problems that I'd never run into before, and then coming back here and realizing those really are problems that aren't part of the game. It's definitely a backwards compatible issue. So, I mean, even at 60 frames per second, without the frame rate boost, is still too fast for the game. You turn that off, and you can't one cycle the Rock Wraith anymore, Ancient Rock Wraith anymore, but it still has the other issues. Like the immunity, well, not the immunity issue, because like I said, it'll still have all of its immunities, but like the weaknesses, which is a point of having the different element types and knowing the game. Is when you're on Nightmare, it's a DPS race. So if you can kill them faster, then you can win. If they're supposed to be killed faster and you've got the right shit, but they're not being killed faster, in fact, sometimes they seem to be like resistant to it. Like all demons are weak to electricity. Not in backwards compatibility, it's about half of them. The rest of them treat your shit like you're hitting them with anything else. Like, seriously, that's actually a thing. Well, no, not all demons. Abominations aren't weak to anything. They're not immune to anything, but they're not weak to anything. So you got anything that does like extra damage to demons, you probably just want something like that. Doesn't really matter what element it is. But they're not usually by themselves, so you got to make sure that the element you're using against them that may have a bonus towards demons, somebody else isn't immune to it. Like I don't know, revenants that are immune to like nature and cold, and then desire demons that are immune to spirit. It might just be spirit. Either like immune to spirit, weak to electric, and then everything else is just normal. I think it's something, I don't know, I'd have to look at it again. But anyway, just for example, backwards compatibility has issues with all that. All right, we got all of our, well, not all of our stuff. No, actually, we don't have all of our stuff. Wait, 9 and 11, so we're just 8. Yeah, we're not, okay, we haven't, I'll bet you we have not bought that that thing from Hubert. Not gotten that yet. Oh, we did go get Fenris. That's where you get the string of pearls. So we already did that. I don't remember having a hard time with it, so we must have wrecked that shit. So the build's going all right. The best thing about this, without the blood magic thing, is that you don't have to hear, I need mana. I'm tired. I don't think I can go on. I need mana. The entire time you're fighting. Like that. Dude, I stopped using, what was it? I stopped using, stone armor. Yeah, rock armor. I stopped using rock armor just to get it above that threshold so Hawk would shut the fuck up. Seriously. It's either that or elemental weapons, and I'm never turning that off, so, yeah. It's that bad. Electricity's working, but these assholes here are really weak to spirit, I think. No, actually, some mercenaries aren't weak to anything. They're kind of like abominations, which is weird. Maybe there's like a hidden meaning in there or something. Sensei's, Nice. All right, well, thanks, man. Thanks for that, and that's friggin' awesome. Then, yeah, Arlex, gangster. Yep. You know, Arlex dropped in the stream one day. I'm trying to remember when this was. It's been a couple years, but Arlex dropped in the stream one day and was like, "Hey, man, yeah, you know," and I was like, "Is this the Arlex that did like such and such?" And yeah, anyway, just I don't know, just randomly popped up one day and just bullshitting about stuff and talking about, you know, build things and pretty much like, okay, where are you at? What are you doing? This and that, blah blah blah. He was really really big into Dragon Age 2, kind of the same way I was for the same reasons. Like just all not only the build possibilities, but just like the absolute just carnage, you know, like the shit you could just do was just amazing. You don't find it in other games the way they put it together here. Except maybe like some MMOs or something. Maybe. But even then, you know, you're probably not going to have the real speed and the action of it. You know, so that was pretty cool.
One of Joanna's loves. You're gonna regret it! Oh, you're pathetic! I'm your worst nightmare! Order will rule! I'm coming! You are not enough! Please, Bianca can handle this herself.
And I think that actually might be all of them. So we can go get paid for that. Probably a smart thing to do. Just to get everything we can while we're down here. I think this is the best end to start from here, but not sure about that. I hate it when my ranged companions run up the stairs to go do melee and get themselves immediately destroyed by fucking whatchamacallit, assassin up here.
Now you fall!
We might be fun.
That's enough!
Nope, we're fucked. I'm not going to wait to see if I can pull this off, because I'm not going to burn up every single resource I have to try to do it. That I'm not going to do. Oh, wait. I wonder if some of these assholes are immune to spirit. I switched to spirit, didn't I? I think I did. So, did I? No, I didn't. But I don't think any of them are immune to cold. Either those that asshole blood mage. I don't. Oh, so he's using garbage. It is using garbage. That's right, because we went up there to get Meryl and just happened to have some electric staffs. I don't think I bought any of them this time. Nobody should be immune to this shit. Yeah, we can get rid of that. Once it's 1 star, it's completely useless. Sorry about that. It's kind of my fault not checking my equipment when I walked into. Now, if it happens again, then, well, can't do much about that.
Better luck in the next one.
Messing with us is suicidal.
Changing gear makes a little bit of a difference, man. Just saying. Just saying. And use your nukes when you got them. Use your big bullets on the big fights. Yeah, my bad. That first little, I don't even know what that was completely unnecessary. I was going to use like every injury kit that I have to fix that, assuming I could get rid of that assassin myself anyway. So that was not going to happen. When I've got a fight where 3 are down, even if it's just me and one other enemy that I can finish off, I'll probably reload anyway, just because why burn up all your shit on a fight? You'll sell that to a merchant for 10, 15 silver. What's 10, 15 silver? 10 or 15 silver that you didn't have? It just depends. Depends on where the reload is. That money we're getting, though. We're only level 8, and we're almost pulling like 8 silver out of random loot drops. That's a lot, by the way. That would normally be like 4.5 to 5. It's not double, but I think it's a good almost 50% more. That's probably not a good idea.
Everyone stay still and try not to make any loud noises.
Piece of cake.
I'll deal with it. It's me. I stand for all of us.
Fuck, that was bad. Get wrecked, bitch! Get wrecked, bitch! I knew it was coming. I'm like, oh, let this thing drop a shield for 1 second. Get wrecked, oh! Yeah, sometimes. On old games, anyway. Origins plays pretty good on backwards compatibility, at least as far as I can tell. The loading screens are a lot shorter, and outside of that, there's some AI burps, but I think on the original there was AI burps too. You know, where your party members would just randomly just run around the corner for no fucking reason while you're in a fight here, you know, or something. Just little stupid stuff. It seems like that was a thing. You know, so you know, it's Origins seemed to be alright. I don't think there was a frame rate boost for Origins, though. So that seriously, I believe, is like the sole factor in Dragon Age 2 is that they put the frame rate boost in there because it was a Series X. Honestly, if I played it... No, when I played it on the Xbox One, the original Xbox One S, because the X came out right at the end, I had an S, and... it was horrible. It was the money thing, and then it was the boss thing was, yeah. So no, it's definitely a backwards compatibility thing. It's just the uptick in frames, period. Just seemed to do horrible things to the gameplay. Horrible. Like stuff that made no sense. It's kind of nice. Not gonna lie. Still, I mean, that's going to catch up in another level or two, anyways. Keep one of those. Nobody's going to use that. Doesn't look like anybody's using that. It's Maryland. I mean, to give Maryland stuff. Mainly just to get it out of our inventory. Okay, so here's the thing. Yeah, that's a pretty gangster-ass cold staff, man. Like for the Rock Wraith? It's a guy down? Oh, that sounds fun. Alright, so this. Just wondering who's going to wear this. Barrett doesn't need it. I mean, it's really hard to pass this up. If I wear it, then we lose the string of pearls. Everybody else has a belt. You can put the string of pearls on Fenris. That's plus 6 health. If I get plus 1 to all attributes, I get plus 5 health and all that extra shit too. Honestly, the extra 3 point dex and cunning is just an extra point of critical chance. And then magic is magic. It is what it is. I know I decided on going 4 to 1 or maybe 7 to 2. I think 7 to 2 is what I landed on. Right? Because I thought 3 to 1 was a little light. I wanted to go a little more glass cannony than that. 4 to 1 seemed extreme. That's 80-20, 80 magic, 20 health. Then I'm like, I mean, I took the blood magic tree, so there is extra health there. Probably just take the extra willpower from whatever. Might take force too. Might just skip the willpower altogether because you're going to get a bunch of willpower in your gear, right? So I don't know that 25 more mana is going to make a huge difference. I mean, that's a decent amount, but you can get plus 5 or plus 30 to mana, stamina, plus 5 to willpower. You can find that shit on items. You just need to be wearing that gear. And if I'm not going for the blood magic-y type stuff, then there's probably going to be mana, stamina. I mean, even some of the champion's gear has, I think the champion's armor has like plus 100 mana, stamina. I think the warrior armor has something like that. So the mage armor is probably something similar. I don't know. I haven't gone and looked at the stats, but it's going to be something stupid. And then, you know, there's other robes and other stuff too. And honestly, drinking a lyrium potion every blue moon, what's that going to hurt? I haven't used one yet this playthrough. I probably wouldn't use 5 through the whole game, even without putting a single point into willpower, except when I need to equip gear and shit. Right? So there is that too. I mean, I can't see not buying this. I mean, this wouldn't be bad just for Meryl. If I decided to run with Meryl at the end of the day after we do what needs to be done to Anders. Although, did we discover we were going to do something different on this? Something that, hold on a second. I didn't go to respec, did I? I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Fuck it. I'm just going to buy it. We'll just figure out who we're going to put it on later. You can't pass up an item like that, especially for little or nothing. All right, so I think I was going to... Yeah. We discovered something last time. Okay, so we put no points there. I haven't invested in anything else, right? All right, so we got this. I'll fill this tree. That's 8 points. That's 11. That's 19. That's 20. (21, 22, 23, 24, 25). You think, well, you can only get to about level 25. Actually, you can get to about level 28. All right, but we do this like at the very end of the day. Those would be the last ones. So we wouldn't even worry about that. At least you get to keep the pedo filth all the way up until the end of the game, to where you level up one last time or two. Just hope to be able to probably get haste right there at the end. At least basic haste, just for your trip to the gallows, so you can do to Anders what needs to be done. But it was, what was it? It was this. Look at this. I just compare something real quick. I can do this every 15 seconds. Sorry, I can do this every 10 seconds. Costs 40 mana. That's not huge. It's not like 60. Sorry, can't really do much in terms of reducing that. Now, if you did Blood Mage, you could incorporate this as well. And you could stack that on top of Blood Wound. But you'd be killing yourself. You'd just be pulling off big spell after big spell. And I don't know that you got the health for it. Except very late game. Physical damage is 600% versus staggered targets. And it's got an AoE on it. Right? And the enemy armor momentarily 0%. Exact same thing that Hemorrhage does. But it's only 92 damage. But you can use it every 10 seconds. Now compare Blood Magic. This is 153 damage. You can only use it every 30 seconds. 153, let's go ahead and upgrade it though. Where it also does 500, not 600%, 500%. 5 times the physical damage, which is 153 plus 76 is 229. Let's just say 230. 5 times that against staggered targets is 1,000. 1150. That's 1150. Right now, that's in 30 seconds. But now remember, Aveline and Fenris can fucking stagger at will. Aveline can stagger about every 10 seconds. You waste a lot of those when you have to wait and wait and wait. Now this is 92. Okay, just stays at 92. 92 times 6. 552? 92 times 6 is 552. But you can do it 3 times in 30 seconds. Theoretically. That's over 1,500. That's over 1,500. 552, it's actually 1666. I believe. No, 1656. Sorry. It's actually 5. So let's say if you could only do it twice in that 30-second period, you know, in gameplay, you're not hitting it as soon as it's triggered, you're waiting for something. Let's just say twice. Twice, that's 552, that's 1,100 something. It's not 1150 or whatever, but that wasn't actually 1150. It was actually 1145, technically. So it's not. The difference is irrelevant, especially if you hit a crit. You're not caring about, you know, a few extra points or whatever. So if you think about it, this is actually better. Now, in order to get this, though, you have to have 3 points to get this. So you have to have 1, 2. I take this, the Fortitude, 3, 4. You need 4 points, 5, right? That's 5 points you have to have here. So let's see how many points we could realistically get in the game. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 19, 22, 30. You can hit about level 27. You've got 2 tomes here. You got 2 free points. So you only have to hit level 26 to actually fill this out and just make it complete. So you would have all of your stuff there, and then be working on being able to replace Anders right there at the end. And you get that free level up with that potion that you can craft in Act 3 after you get the the High Dragon and all that type of stuff. But yeah, think about it. It's actually a good anywhere from 30 to 50% stronger overall. Like if you just min max, it's easily equal, but it's technically stronger than the whole blood magic shit without any of the penalties of the blood magic shit, right? And the 600% physical damage if you do hit a crit is actually going to turn that shit into being as strong as hemorrhage, if not actually even a little stronger. Because that's a much bigger multiplier on a base value, to where you could cast one that's essentially easily stronger than like Blood Wound by itself, and then 10 seconds later just cast it again. So I mean, there's really some. I mean, it seems kind of squishy, but if Aveline is like your Uber tank at that point, which she should be, you could take Fenris along with you. I mean, Meryl's cool because she's like a spell battery. But you could take Fenris along and just spam staggers on everything. I mean, you have to spend a portion at the end of Act 3 without any healer, unless you're the healer yourself. And at that point, you might have the basic heal, but you really don't care. So you can heal somebody once every 60 seconds. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? If you're getting destroyed, that's not gonna help. You know, that, and everybody slug down their health potion, and then you're almost dead anyway. I mean, you're getting your ass kicked at that point. If you could heal every 5 seconds, honestly, all you would do is just run out of mana and you would die anyway. If something's killing you that badly, you're dead regardless. Like, heals are almost irrelevant from your support. Haste is what matters, because it says it's a 50% attack speed. You know what that does? It damn near triples your damage. 50% isn't 3 times. I don't care what it says. That's what it does. You go from kicking ass to kicking all of the asses all at the same time so fast that your shoe falls off. Your shoe actually melts on your foot because you're kicking their ass that fast. That's what haste does for you. So if you don't have that, you really, really struggle. That's what makes Act 3 the hardest thing in the world. At the very end, is you lose haste, unless you have it yourself. So maybe by that point we will. I mean, even if it means going and like doing a DLC and just getting a, you know, like a quick level there type of thing, just to get to the point where I get that extra talent point type thing, might be worth doing. The DLCs are cool. It's cool checking them out on I've never done them as a mage ever. Not once. Be interesting to see. Something to think about. By that point, I'll have like all the spirit stuff. So like Dispel is a huge thing, especially in that what's that one, Mark of the Assassin, which is the one I hate the most. It's almost like Mothership Zeta in Fallout 3. It's like doesn't even belong in the game. It's fucking stupid, my opinion. And if you're like, I love that, okay, well, I love you and you can still love me, but I can hate that and you can love it. So let's just agree to seriously disagree on that one. Can't stand that damn thing. Anyway. Yeah, that's what I was going to do on this. I mean, we're going to try it. I mean, if I was going to do any upgrade thing, and then if you really want to push it, you just go all out and you do take the blood magic stuff and I guess sacrifice the whole haste thing and put your 5 points in here, and then you sacrifice a tree, one of the trees, probably the spirit tree. I just don't like sacrificing that 10% crit chance that's in the spirit tree. Once you fill it out, I hate sacrificing that. Spirit bolt is cheap and it's strong. It's really strong. Not if they're immune to spirit, obviously, but it is like really strong. But you know what? I mean, if either you sacrifice the spirit tree, which is what RLX would do, speaking of RLX, but he mentioned before, or you sacrifice the lightning tree, because the elemental tree, that's your shit. That's like your big guns. And you just hope to get your criticals up and stuff like that. Once again, like that 10% crit chance plus, especially if you can produce this for yourself and your party. If Anders is in your party, cool. If Anders is now out of your party, you're thinking end game, which is when your build comes together completely anyway, right? You want it to be playable up to that point and just keep getting stronger. If it's not, then the game passes you up and you're just building on some what now becomes weak shit and it doesn't work for anybody. And then you just start struggling at everything. With that 10% crit chance for all party members, and that really works with Varric. Dude, Varric just becomes a machine. Anyway, damage 10% for everybody, including you. And all that. Like that, this is the most OP friggin' sustained buff that exists anywhere ever, basically, right? And then the haste on top of that, man, you got this going with this and that. Oh, it's just stupid. And you want the upgrade. So if you get this later for yourself, you don't have to upgrade heal. That's way overrated. That's a waste of a point, in my opinion. I mean, if you got the point to spend, cool. But if not, don't worry about it. If you do this early, you have to take these and this, because this requires 3 points. If you want to take this at level 7 when it's first available, much later in the game, it doesn't matter. You just need 3 points to get to it. So you go 1, 2, 3. Give your companions all this shit. Now, if you're playing a blood mage, that sustained ability there is essentially free. But then you get to hear your hawk complain all day long about how fucking tired she is. Every time you hit the attack button. Literally every time. Literally every time she just attacks. Once an animation is complete and she's done talking, she starts saying it again. I'm tired. I need mana. I can't go on. Just kill me now. It's really annoying. I wish you could turn that off. I wish there was an option for it. Like, hawk speaking, shut the fuck up. That'd be a great option, but it's not there. But as it is now, okay, so we don't get the big, amazing, multi-staggered friggin' nuke here, but you can still have it, like, I mean, 10 seconds is really fast in combat. Like, I think Aveline's shield bash is like 10 seconds. And it seems like she does it every 3 seconds. Right? That's what it feels like. Yeah, 10 seconds. So, like, if you got a 10-second rhythm with your tank, and then if she just doesn't happen to shield bash anybody, if you got Fenris in there basically staggering everybody he hits all the time, guess what? Like, every time that thing's on cooldown, you're nuking shit. And when I say nuking stuff, at that point, 600 times, whatever, like, that's literally... How much stronger is that than... I mean, you see what Chain Lightning is doing now. How much stronger is that than Chain Lightning? Okay, 300% versus... Forget the Elemental Force, that's just knockback. But 300%, it's literally twice as strong as that. And you use this every 20 seconds. So you've got something that's twice as strong as this that you can use twice as often. Now, maybe the force isn't there and this and that. I don't really give a shit. Oh, and by the way, it still hurts people even if they're not staggered. And it is an AoE ability. Just not sure if it's friendly fire. I'm guessing it probably is. One of y'all can go look that up if you want to. That's the downside. If this is friendly fire, which it is in Inquisition, I don't think they have this in Origins. They got it in Inquisition, and it is friendly fire. So it makes it very ill-advised to use. Although Force Mage is still good in Inquisition, just not for that. Just to the maker. Well, unless you turn friendly fire off, then you're not playing Nightmare. Might as well put that shit on easy and just casual mode. Just do that. Don't put it on Nightmare and turn friendly fire off. You're not playing Nightmare. In any aspect of the game. You just want to be able to put points into whatever and just use it however, which is the opposite of the point of Nightmare. The point of Nightmare is to make the game 18 times harder and only allow you to use a third of your shit safely, and then figure it out from there. Yeah, kind of put some handcuffs on the game, and now you go figure it out, which is the entire point. That's what an RPG is supposed to do. Well, I shouldn't have to think. I've been playing Skyrim my entire life. Exactly. Exactly my point. Exactly. And that's what Inquisition is made for. People who've never played anything but Skyrim, but they want to draw them over to Dragon Age because everybody's so fucking doped up with Dorito dust stuck to every square inch of their face, and they just, you know, if you ask them what's 2 + 2, they'd be like, say, man, space is amazing. Okay, bro. Obviously, you've been gaming your ass off. Yeah, man, I've been scrimming. What the fuck? Man, that game ruined RPGs. Ruined. Destroyed the entire genre for over a decade. Tell you what, the Harry Potter game is amazing, though. That's the closest thing to an RPG I played that's come out in the last 15 years. 14, 13, whatever. It's about 2012. Yeah. No, 2011. 14 years. Yeah. Anything after that? Action adventure. Wannabe shit. Dumbing people down on purpose. Funny, the politics have been doing the same thing. Funny, your schools have been doing the same shit. You know, come to think of it, your banks, your fucking churches, your social media, everything's been doing that to you. Including your video games. Even your movies. Disney wasn't fucking Satan's asshole. Even 15 years ago, I don't think. Were they? Scrimming, it's just playing Skyrim and think you're doing something. I'm not saying enjoying Skyrim, there's anything wrong with that. If you got a game, I enjoy it. But, man, yeah, I've been playing RPGs for a long time, man. Skyrim is my favorite game. See, that's like saying, I've been building rockets for a long time. Elementary math is my favorite thing. That's the exact same fucking thing. Those literally are equals, okay? Do you see anything wrong with that picture? Enjoying a game, there's nothing wrong with that. Thinking you're doing something that you're absolutely not, because the game's fucking tricked you. You're now a tool. Something wrong with that, in my book. So, yeah, New Order shit. I mean, yeah, call it what you want. But it's all doing the same thing to people on every level of society. Spiritually, morally, ethically, racially. It's all doing it. The more inclusive they get, the more divisive we are. See, everything Satan does accomplishes the opposite. It appears to look good, and it blows a big hell fart in your face, and your family, and your society, and your culture, and your bank account, and your church, and your belief, and your faith, and your knowledge, and whatever. It's the biggest setup in the history of the universe. This is the second time it's happened. You just won't remember the first time because you were born. You don't remember what it's like before that. That's a little much. Just put it on the shelf. Might come back to you later. Anyway, all right. So let's get back to this. So I'm leaving this alone. I'll take the force. So I'm just going to sacrifice it. This is 5 points of willpower. Like, well, it's the equivalent. 5 points. It doesn't count towards your gear, but who cares? But that's about the same as 5 points of willpower. But this does give all of your spells extra force. 125% doesn't make, like, okay, so like let's say you have a spell that does 10, let's just put a figure on it, 10 physical force, all right? So now it's not going to do 12.5. No, it's going to do 12.5 physical force. It's not going to do 22.5 physical. It doesn't add 125% force. It just adds about 25% more force to attacks and spells. But a lot of your spells have force included. Let's see. Does this one? Yeah, this one doesn't. But we can go over here, though. Oh, that's paralyzed chance. All right, hold on a second. Let's see. What has physical force? Let's see. Oh, chain lightning does. Elemental, physical force, whatever. Same thing. A physical force, I think, comes with Stone Fist. Yeah, physical force is 200%. So what's 25% of that? What's 25% of 200? It's 50. So it'd do 250% more physical force. So If they're disoriented, 2.5 times 2 becomes 5. 2 times 2 is 4. 2.5 times 2, right? A half of 2 is 1. So double that. 2.5 times 2 is 5. So it's literally like, yeah, 5 times if they're disoriented. As far as the damage goes, yeah, I think that only comes from this. So yeah, if I were to max out this tree, then yeah, I could turn that into shit 300. 3 times physical force instead of just 2. It's a small thing, but it's something, I guess. Anyway, but it's the ability to knock an enemy back. I think actually, if you take like really about the only thing you're gonna knock back is those little small health bar enemies. I call them ankle biters. Your what do they call them here? Oh, there's a word for them. Anyway, they're like less than normal. They're just little petty enemies. You'll knock them back every time you hit them. So if you got one shooting arrows at you, you can just pelt them with basic attacks from your staff, and they're just going to constantly flinch. But they'll do that anyway. What that allows you to do is to take normal enemies, the ones that have the reasonable health bars. Elites are the ones with health bars like this. So the normal enemies have health bars like this. They'll get stunned about every 3rd or 4th attack. Now you can stun them like every other attack, and you can interrupt them, right? And if you hit them with a strong enough spell, it might be enough to at least knock them back, which means you interrupt them and they kind of take a step back, and then they go back to doing what they're doing. You might knock them on their ass. I mean, it might get to the point where any spell you hit somebody with literally throws them across the room. You'll see Varric do that. Varric gains force with Bianca, where he takes even normal enemies, and you'll see him fly up against the wall 30 feet away, just from a basic attack. Usually criticals. Criticals like magnify the force as well. So like you can multiply the force the same way you multiply the damage. That seems to be how it works. You hit a good crit on even a boss, that boss will like flinch, be like, damn, that hit hard, you know, that type of thing, right? The more of that you have, the less damage the enemies are doing as a whole. So if you got an entire squad of archers and maybe a mage over here and a couple dudes with sword and boards, and you can get them to like flinch, like Mind Blast, which doesn't really do any damage, but it's got like huge force. It'll at least get people to, you know, even the sword and board dudes, at least, you know, step back for a second. That type of thing, right? That's what you're looking for. And if all of your spells have a little bit more of that, that's cool. I don't know if that makes a huge difference, but this actual ability up here, I can choose to do this. And the only reason I'm doing this is because this has a combo. I said, is there any other combos? And that's what I was asking when we went and looked the other night. And I'm like, oh my God, there's another stagger combo here that has a higher modifier than even Blood Wound has. Now, it's only got about half the damage, not even half. It's about 2/3 the damage with an extra 100% modifier on it, and you can use it 3 times as often. Okay, yeah, it's not going to stop anybody in their tracks, but it's going to kick their ass. I mean, I'm like, and if you hit a crit on this, that's fantastic. That's why I really, really do not want to sacrifice the spirit tree. Even though about the only thing I use is I'll use this occasionally, dispel. If I see a boss just buffing everybody and saying, "Hey, everybody, heal faster than they can hurt you. Yay, rah-rah," and throwing up his fucking pom-poms and shit. Yeah, it's nice to stop them from doing that every once in a while, just because it's annoying. The demons do that shit too, and pretty much any elite or higher will do that. It's nice to just knock them out of that to where they got to start their little wind up all over again. Hopefully by then you can kill them and just make them stop, you know, retire them permanently. Haven't figured out a way to make Walking Bomb work. This would be friggin' amazing against disoriented enemies. It only works if you're not playing Nightmare. Sorry, man. You can make a Shadow Rogue that disorients everybody that you hit while you're obscured. And if you got another rogue keeping you obscured, you can obscure half the fucking field all the time. And if you're not playing friendly fire, well, the game, you know, the game's the difference between normal and hard is like 2 to 1. The difference between nightmare and hard is like 4 to 1. So if you compare it to normal, it's literally 8 to 1. Literally. You know, that type of thing. Shit like this, you just can't get away with it. You nuke one of these fucking zombies. As soon as you nuke one of these zombies, you know what they do? They run at you. And as soon as they blow up, guess what happens to you? You kill yourself with your own shit. Literally almost every time. Or you kill one of your companions. Like if Aveline's just holding that threat and you walking bomb somebody that she's holding because they got 8 enemies around them, everybody dies, including Aveline. Even if she is tanky as fuck. It's just... The only way to work it, maybe, is to, like, isometrically, turn by turn, go to the combat wheel and just move everybody turn by turn. But, you know, still, even then, it's probably going to end badly a lot. There's no use for it, which sucks because I kind of dig that. Oh, and Death Siphon, they never fixed this either. Exactly. Yeah, Death Siphon doesn't work either. I mean, it works. It works actually really, really well until you have a quest item because it sucks up loot. It literally sucks up money pretty often, but it sucks up like quest items. Now, all that really means is you just have to reload an area, or every time you're in an area where you know there's a quest item, meaning like a particular set of armor, which gives like under padding or extra steel plates or some shit to one of your allies, it'll just suck that shit up and it just disappears. And it'll take money from corpses. It'll do that all the time. And yeah, quest items that you need to like get out of an area, like the key to the door that you just got locked in, it'll just eat it. And you're just fucked. So you'll find yourself resetting boss fights and stuff. Unless you remember to turn it off every single time you kill something. Nobody wants to do that. So we're just not going to use that. But there is health and mana regen in this thing. And if it worked, it would be fucking amazing. If they ever remastered this, which I wouldn't trust BioWare. I wouldn't trust BioWare within 100 miles of my children. And I don't even have kids. Yeah. So yeah, you don't get to fuck with these video games. Because BioWare is not BioWare. It's not BioWare at all. I don't care what they call themselves. That's like me calling myself the president of the United States. I can call myself anything I want, I guess. But that doesn't make me the Secret Service is not showing up to protect me right now just because I say, hey, I'm the president. Doesn't work like that. BioWare calling itself BioWare does not make it BioWare. If you bought that last Dragon Age game, unless you're literally a woke zombie that loves Satan's asshole, then you know what I mean. Sorry, just, it is what it is. Right. You know what? YouTube left a note that they're gonna crack down even harder on video game content in gaming videos. Do you know what percentage of YouTube has brought them their revenue from gamers? Making it all woke friendly, family friendly, because they want all families to be woke. Well, families came about because you aren't woke. Because if you are woke, you do things that don't result in children. Am I wrong? If you are woke, you don't agree with what makes children, which is just normal people doing normal things. You go against nature in every sense of the word. Philosophically, spiritually, physically, biologically, you go against all of that on purpose. And you're proud of it. Fine, be proud, march, raise your flags, do all you want. But the bottom line is you can't make something family friendly and satisfy woke people who do everything they can to destroy the family. They want to murder unborn babies, and they want to make sure that nobody else has babies because you only engage in the same kind of fucking bacchanalia that doesn't make babies. In other words, if you're with somebody that biologically can result in the making of a baby, somehow you're to be blamed and you must be white and you're a racist. Like, that shit is still carrying over from back in the 2010 Starbucks fucking politically correct days. They just built on it. They planted their seed and built on it. Actually, they planted a shoot. That's how fig trees grow. A shoot is planted. It's not a seed from a fig. Figs reproduce. They're pollinated by wasps. Fig wasps. But fig trees don't grow from like a fig seed. They grow from a shoot. From a tree that's been, from a tree that's been, from a tree that's been. And you can trace that shit all the way back to the Garden of Eden. And what Adam and Eve did with Satan in the Garden of Eden looks a whole lot like fringe porn and rainbow shit that you see today. And they were doing that in Sodom and Gomorrah, and look what happened there. History repeats itself. Here we are. Now you just got the internet, so you have to deal with that shit every day. That puts something in perspective, doesn't it? Anyway, yeah, so YouTube gives you these notes, and so whatever. I don't know if they pass that along to everybody or just me because, well, what you say makes families biologically is incorrect. What actually makes families is everything you stand against. God and reasonable relations which biologically produce children so that the human race can survive. These people are fighting against every single bit of it. Can't believe a few of them aren't in charge of YouTube too. This is probably the first time you ever have heard me bitch about YouTube. And I'm not really bitching because this is not a surprise. And if they ban me, well, they ban me. If I say something true and somebody doesn't like it and they can ban me for it, fine. I'll fight it. If I'm still banned, okay, whatever. That's fine. Got me banned from Twitch, don't really care. I was thinking, I think the last time we streamed, we'll be streaming on Twitch here again in a couple months, and they accomplished absolutely nothing. But they got me reunited with some of the YouTube fam, and this has been awesome. In fact, this is the most laid-back, pleasurable streaming that I personally had in I can't remember when. You guys come in, about twice as many of you. Anybody checking back on the channel, maybe wants to watch a vid on how not to fall through the roof in the fucking pit in Fallout 3 or some shit like that. And it's like, oh, this person's live. Let's go in. Maybe I'll say hi. You say hi, cool. I'm gonna be like, okay, just passing through, see ya. And I'll be like, all right, cool. I'm not gonna beg you to stay. I'm not gonna tell you to leave a like and subscribe on your way out. I'm not gonna do any of that bullshit. I'll just be like, okay, well, good to hear from you. And thanks for stopping by. Fantastic. It's the way it's always been, and that's the way it is. If somebody has something wrong with that, I fucking pinched their little man nipples a little too hard. And they don't even think you're allowed to say man anymore. So you're so fucking far gone, I really don't give a fuck whether you're here or not. If you're thinking like that, you're so confused that I can't help you. Am I wrong? Seems pretty simple to me. Anyway. Yeah, they gave me that notice. Well, we're going to be cracking down a little bit harder on video game content. So you're targeting games again. Why? They brought YouTube at least 25% of the pie. At least 25%. I mean, I'd say gaming is just as popular as anything else on YouTube. You got educational, you got just passive entertainment, which probably is about half of it. Educational is, I mean, it might be a little less than 25%, but I still don't think you just intentionally ground that shit. I think you're just hurting yourself doing that. And catering to somebody who's just way too fucking sensitive about whatever. You know, I mean, who knows what these guidelines will actually include. I guess I'll find out the hard way. They'll be like, okay, you're shut down for 3 months. Whatever. Then I just guess we go to Kick. Fuck it. I guarantee you their guidelines aren't as strict. Okay, we should only have two ambushes. I guess we'll take care of this. It seems like we've been on the docks for over an hour. Hey, we've been on the docks for over an hour. Imagine that. What a coincidence. Let's go. Puppy bro.
One more for me. We're keeping score, right? There! How about you? That's enough. I love it when a plan works out.
That could be one of those things where I'd be like, well, I spent my chain lightning too early, but guess what? I got this backup. It's called getting fisted by the maker. Yeah, I'm gonna fist you with the maker. I mean, that's what the ability's called. It's called fist with the maker. Y'all get your minds out of the gutter. Y'all are probably, yeah, right? Yeah, y'all stop it. Totally on you, not on me. I wasn't thinking that at all. I got mine. That was actually kind of funny. just saying. I nuked the shit out of Varric, didn't I? Yeah, I nuked Varric. Sorry, Varric. That wasn't funny at all.
Now you fall. There, I'll deal with it.
Oh, fuck. We let it. Oh, I thought that dude was dead a long time ago. Yeah, that was a Reaver. That was a Reaver. Yeah, they hit like crits and shit like that. Yeah. That was a decent amount of money. Beautiful. Glorious. Sorry, Varric. It wasn't funny at all. That moment when everybody in the party is off here on the side going, you see the way you see the way he got ragdolled? Oh, that was sorry, Varric. It's terrible what happened to you. I totally didn't catch that on my YouTube video. I'm totally not uploading that to get 1 million views. Look, I'll give you half the proceeds, because like I totally did that. That's what I'd tell him if he was my friend. Be like, no, I 100% did that. Yeah, but I'll share half of it with you. You're still alive. Don't cry about it. Varric could be like, all right, I got you. Let me turn this shit off real quick. Oh wait, I got this, don't I? I don't trust the game to rebuff anybody that's been knocked out. I've switched to them before and seen like nothing. You'll see the buffs on the right. It's behind chat, but you can still see it. Those little symbols are what everybody's buffed with, right? He's got his own, plus he's got elemental weapons, plus he's got heroic aura. All right, cool. Sometimes you'll go into a fight and you'll switch to a party member and you realize, oh man, they got knocked out the last time we fought. And so you got all these buffs going on. Might have 3, 4, 5 of them. And they don't have any of them. At least it doesn't show it. And they're acting like they don't have them because they're probably fucking about to get knocked out again. So, yeah. All right. We just got to kill this blood mage first and then see what happens. That's the only way we can do this. Literally, the only way. Might as well do it now. Go get paid. Even if this takes us a few tries. As a this is hardest as a mage. Second hardest as a rogue and easiest as a two-hander. Wagging his butt because he has no tail whatsoever. I don't have a tail, but still getting down. All right. Legit. That was legit. That was a legit kill. Had to work for it, but that worked.
Gotcha.
That's enough out of you.
Orbit will rule.
Destructive force coming up.
Get back. Go down. Deny you. I can't keep this up. Back.
One for me. You got caught.
I can't keep this up. Need mana. I can't keep this up.
Did you hear that? Every time you, this is what happens all the time when you're playing a blood mage. I'm not gonna waste a Illyrian potion on this shit.
Can't keep this up. Need mana. I can't keep this up.
I thought they'd be up here. Got it. I thought there was two more coming down. My bad. Thought there would be. That wasn't easy, but that was clean for a mage. Like I said, this is hardest as a mage. Because you're dealing with the blood mage, and that blood mage has so many dirty tricks. It's ridiculous. Like, it's literally ridiculous. He can heal while using a grave robber and still do blood wound, and then heal again. And he can spam health potions, which you can't use when you're a blood mage. You have to deactivate your shit and reactivate your shit, and it's on a cooldown, so you can't just deactivate it, drink a health potion, and reactivate it. You can't just do that. You gotta wait like 30 fucking seconds. This motherfucker can drink a health potion while using Grave Robber when he's almost dead, and stealing your health while his blood magic is active. They can all do that. It's so broken how buffed they are and how nerfed you are. Blood magic is the one thing that they did very, very badly in Dragon Age 2. It's horrible. It's actually horrible. I mean, there's ways to make it work, but it's like you have to work really, really hard to get something useful. when you just don't use that shit and you're better. Seriously, just don't use it and you're better. And that's a shame, because you wanna be like the anti-hero, the other hero, the one who, you know, uses all the same dirty tricks the bad guys get away with because the law protects them. You use all their dirty tricks to just get rid of them and make the world a better place. Every single city on the face of the planet needs a Dexter. Every single city needs a Dexter. Every single one. Think about that. It's a true story. They would be really, really, really busy, especially with the influx of immigrants coming into Christian countries. Dexter would be really, really busy getting rid of 101% pharmaceutical grade evil people who exploit your laws to come in and rape your children and your wives and use their law, which has nothing to do with any decency or common sense. And then if you don't like it, they just threaten to kill you and get paid by your government to do so. That's where we're at. Sorry, man. You didn't even see no shit like this. Well, whatever. It's pretty bad. Let's go turn this in so I don't forget. You want to turn these in one at a time so you get all your money and all your XP. I'm trying to remember, what do you get for each group? We got to go do Night Lies, probably next. We'll go do Night Lies right now. Just go be done with it, and so won't have to think about it anymore. All right, you get 500. All right, so you get 2 and 500. If you turn two in at the same time, you get 3 and 750. If you turn all 3 in, you get 5 and 1250. So you lose 250 XP and you lose a gold piece, guaranteed. So obviously you don't want to do that, right? Just turn them in one at a time and you get paid more. So what the game is rewarding you for putting in the work. That was a principle that all RPGs were based on. I mean, look at Oblivion compared to Skyrim. Oblivion required a lot of work. Okay. So if I wear this belt, I lose some money gain. Joe, Barge, hey man, what's going on, man? Good evening to you too, man. Thanks. Thanks for that. It is a good evening. It actually is. Man, today I stepped outside and I was on my way to go grab some lunch. Because I'm like, man, I really wanted a quarter pounder from McDonald's. Sorry, man. I know it's garbage, but I just really, really wanted one. So anyway, so I step out and it's like literally like 68 degrees with not just a breeze, but it was like a wind coming through. And it had that October fresh, like I live in Texas, so it's like no humidity, no nothing. It was just fresh, clean. The sky was cloudless. It had that like northern Alaska sky look to it, like it's a really pale blue, and it's friggin' beautiful. So I'm like, oh, thank you, Lord, man, this is awesome. So roll down the window, go get my friggin' burger, come back, and man, sat outside to eat it. I've got a like a little picnic table type thing set up on my porch, patio, whatever you want to call it, and yeah, patio. And anyway, man, friggin' fantastic. And I'm like, oh, this is what you wait for. We normally get a couple weeks of this, but October really is pretty much past, right? So I'm like, man, we're not even gonna get 1 week of our fall weather before it just starts getting slushy, cold and gray and rainy, every other day. That's what happens in November, December, going all the way through January. We get about 3 months of just gray, cold slush. Hopefully you don't have like too many freezes. You just, stays in about the 40s usually. Too cold to really go out and enjoy anything. Fucking just enough with the wind to get some ice on the road. It's just, yeah, you know, it just happens. But, you know, the couple weeks or, man, if you're really lucky, we've had like a month of that before, where it's just like anywhere between 65 and 70 every day without a cloud in the sky. And there's like either a breeze or a wind coming through, and it's fresh, and it gives you goosebumps. When you breathe, it gives you goosebumps. You know what I'm talking about? Like that type of thing. And so we got that. It's still going on right now. I might find an excuse to go to the store. I might go get some sippies or something, just to get out there and just roll the windows down and crank the radio up as high as it can till the speakers doesn't even sound like music anymore, you know? And just cruise. Wow, man, that's beautiful stuff, man. Georgia, you guys have humidity in Georgia, right? You guys have humidity. So like, does it just take like all the humidity out of the air and you get crisp, clean, refreshing air, right? And everything changes a little color. The sky changes color. The sky just, I'm colorblind, but it's just a different blue. It's a completely different blue. Winter has its blue, summer has its blue, but fall just has like, even spring has this basically the same blue as summer, but fall has like its own special, it's like an Arctic blue. That's the best way I can describe it. Arctic blue. It's very similar from what I see to like pictures when I see skies in like Alaska, or maybe Montana or Wyoming, where it gets like really, really cold. You know, something like that. It's just something happens to the air and it just becomes, oh, it's wonderful. You know what's really awesome to go do in this type of shit? Just anything outside, really, right? But go-kart. If you've got a place where they got go-kart racing, go grab a friend or significant other or just anybody and just let's go ride go-karts. Got to go ride some go-karts. Dude, it's fantastic. So I mean, it's like perfect for that, especially if you have to like just wear a windbreaker, just enough to keep the bite off of it, right? And just, oh man, it's awesome times, man. Gotcha. So like here it'll start getting humid again in wintertime. Like literally it starts getting humid and cold and wet. Cold, wet, and humid. And then in the spring, it kind of chills out for a little bit. It's not horrible. Like spring is nice, but the humidity stays. So it's like nice but humid. And then in the summer, it's fucking 105 and humid, and you're boiling in your own skin for about 4 months. 5 months. Yeah, May through September. You boil for about 5 months. Sometime in May, it starts getting really hot, and then it doesn't stop until about the end of September. And then you hope that October gives you some whatever. Well, here, all the way up until yesterday, it was 80 to 85 plus and humid. Which doesn't sound like summer, but when you've got 90 to 100% humidity and it's even 80 degrees outside, it's not pleasant. It's just bad, right? So yeah, you really want the October weather to kick in because you get that little bit of, just a little bit of, it just lets up for a second, and you get to take a breath of fresh air and understand what it means to actually be alive in the world. And then it kicks in again in wintertime, and now it's cold and humid, and everybody's getting pneumonia, and it's ridiculous. Just don't live in a swamp. Apparently Georgia's not as much of a swamp as Texas is, or Louisiana. Yeah, see, oh, yeah. Red, oh, the gold part just, like, sets it off, right? It's like yellow and red are, like, almost, like, they're not exactly contrasting colors, but you put them together, and it's just this beautiful orange and gold just with everything. And then the sun, and, like, it's almost like even the clouds are golden, right? Silver and gold at the same time. Yeah. No, I got you. Yeah, that's fantastic. One should definitely stop and smell that stuff every once in a while, right? Yeah, no doubt. That sounds amazing. But like anywhere else, year round, we can still get beautiful vistas. We can get amazing horizons, right? We can get fantastic sunsets and sunrises, even at the worst time of year. Like when it gets winter, it gets almost a little brutal, right? But like it has its own beauty in and of itself, especially at night in wintertime in Texas. It's interesting. Like, I don't know, like the cold humidity, it may feel miserable, and it gets down to the bone. Like, no, it's not Alaska or you know, other places where it gets, you know, sub-zero and all that type of stuff. No, it's not. But it's that wet cold that gets down to the bone and doesn't leave. Like, even if you get in front of a fire, it's still kind of there. You know, it's that type of stuff. But then when you look up and the sky is like, it's almost stark. It's almost like it's so cold that some of the stars even hide. But it's got this like harsh. It's almost like looking at a 480 picture in 4K. Does that make sense? It's almost like that. So it's like really kind of cool in a way. You know, I'm assuming the skies aren't all just cloudy and just shitting like sleet and friggin' rain on you. But if you get those few moments of clarity, it's like really, really, really crisp, really harsh, really clear, if you will. So I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. I guess everywhere has their own thing if you look for it, right? Everywhere. I would love to see a sunset in Africa. Oh my God. Or the Caribbean. Or the Caribbean. Or, I mean, fuck. Caribbean. Like, I mean, the eastern coast of Florida. Not too much different, I guess. Love to see that. I grew up with sunsets and I guess you just get the sunrise there, right? I mean, I guess technically if you're on the western coast of Florida, you would get the sunsets, sorta. California sunsets were, I mean, they've airbrushed t-shirts over that shit. I actually grew up with that, so a little spoiled maybe. But yeah, still. Every place has its own thing. Yeah. No doubt. Anywhere near the water seems to do really cool shit with the sun and clouds and stuff, because just the reflections and the reflections and all that stuff. I guess that's what it is. Because I mean, shit. I mean, I lived in Galveston for a number of years, and I could go out and I mean, you're essentially looking towards the east, and when the sun would rise, sometimes, man, I remember one time. I saw every single kind of cloud there was in the sky at the same time, and they were all a different color. I'd never seen no shit like that in my entire life. Not even in California. Like, dude, it was fantastic. I mean, like I said, I'm colorblind, and I still saw every color that exists. And like, it was like wispy clouds and big stacked up towering clouds, I guess cumulus clouds, and all the clouds in between, and then like the fish scale looking clouds, and it was all in the sky at the same time, literally in like the same spot, and the sun came up on that shit and turned everything a different color. And then the water was weird, and it was the most magnificent shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, if I tried to paint that 100 times over, I would never even get close. Not even close. It was amazing. Amazing. And I'm like, thanks for that. Never see that again. Never see that again. Not like that. But I got to see it. You just got to stop and look at it, I guess. So that's, yeah. Life lesson in there somewhere. Right? Oh, the Aurora Borealis? Yeah, I would love to see that too. I would love to see it. You just really have to go a certain distance north pretty much to get it, right? Like, I mean, Alaska, Canada, they all get a little bit of that, right? I mean, I don't know, if I had the right stuff, I wouldn't mind seeing that from Alaska. Because, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Alaska, actually, because it's like only like, as far as landmass goes, it's like what? Less than 1% inhabited, and the rest of it's just nature. Nature at its harshest. I don't know if I want some 30 days of night type bullshit, though. I might pick a slightly different time of year to go. Sorry. You know the movie, right? Anyway, yeah. But, I mean, that still might be worth it. I mean, if I gotta go and then become the undead for the rest of eternity or whatever, at least I get to see that shit and appreciate it as a human once. That'd be cool. All right. Let's do this. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to wear this stupid belt that I've got or if I'm going to give it to somebody else. Yeah, I think we're just gonna keep dumping into Mage. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Oh, yeah. If you got it all. When I was a kid in California, we lived in Santa Barbara, and where we lived, you could it was a bit of a walk, but it was like a 5-minute drive to get up to campgrounds and hiking trails. And there was even like an old mission up there and a natural history museum where you could go in as a little kid and you could walk through the mission. You know, they had the nuns and the monks and priests and all that shit there, right? So I shouldn't call it shit. Sorry about that. But anyway, they had all that stuff there. It was an old mission, like from, I don't know, 100, 200 years ago type thing, right? And they had their rose gardens, which they tended every day, and you could walk through the rose gardens. It was super peaceful. And then they had like a natural history museum that was, you could walk to it. Like, I don't know if you call it the same property or whatever. You go in there and you could push little buttons and little rattlesnakes would move their tails and shit like that. And you could just, you know, look at displays, and it was a natural history museum. And then you had hiking trails all around it. It was the mountains right there. My school was on the side of the fucking mountain. It was literally built on a plateau, and then there was a cliff. So they had a huge fence around the playground, and you could sit at the fence and look out over Santa Barbara down into the oceans, and you could see, if you looked hard enough, you could even see whales come up every once in a while and do their little thing out in the water if you caught them, you know, during the day. That's how I'd spend my recesses, because I just thought that shit was fantastic. But and then so that was like not even like a 5-minute drive this way, east, and then west it was like a 10-minute walk, 5 or 10-minute walk down what you would call, in Texas you would call it a gully, but it was really just a rain, you know, runoff, a ditch, whatever. You could walk down that and be at the beach. You were literally on the beach. And there was right there when you came out, there was a snow cone hot dog hamburger stand, right? Which was only open sometimes. But you just walk your dog down there and just be on the beach and just be on the beach. And then take you 5 or 10 minutes to walk home. Fantastic. Not the best of every world, but the best of those worlds. It was beautiful. No complaints. No complaints. Sorry about that. Bathroom break. Tennessee? Oh, no shit. I've heard it all turns, like Tennessee, the volunteers, their color is orange, right? I've heard like the whole, like, everything tends to turn that color at some point of year, like literally orange. Like everything's like golden orange. You know, like an orange peel, like that. I've obviously never seen it, but I'd imagine Arkansas shares some of that too. I've heard their mountains in Arkansas are just ridiculous. So I guess Tennessee shares a bit of that, right? I think. At least that range or whatever. I may not know what I'm talking about, but I've heard those are amazing too. I had a chance to go to Tennessee, and then some shit came up last minute, and I wasn't able to go. Did I buy a ticket and wasn't able to? I don't remember if I paid for a reservation for it or not at the time. But it was a gaming convention. It was a relatively small one of those little like local ones type of thing they put together, and you know, you got tabletop games and you know, but Jennifer Hale was there. Oh, Desert Blade? Oh, really? So that's like like the Tennessee orange, like that's like a state, a national color. I got you. That's cool. Like that's super cool. Yeah, I had a chance. It was being held in Tennessee somewhere, not one of the major cities, but close to one of the major cities. I looked it up on the map to see how to get there, and I was going to actually leave early, and I was going to because I was coming from Southeast Texas technically, and I was going to go up through Louisiana, and I was going to just go through New Orleans just because I wanted to see it. Maybe hit a site or two, maybe even stay overnight, you know, just to look around, maybe eat some local food, you know, just be there for a second, and then go through Tennessee. And there was another place I wanted to stop in Tennessee. Fuck, I don't even remember what it was, but I had like an itinerary set out. And so, you know, like the event was held for this day, so I gave myself traveling time and then an extra day or two to just stop over if I had to. If I got to where I was going early, hang out for a day and just check out the local stuff. Of course, when you're Googling this shit, they also give you images of cool stuff, like cool bridges and cool sights to see, and, you know, maybe like a park or a museum or something like that, you know, this type of thing, right? So I was like, okay. And I wasn't able, something came up last minute. I was not able to go. I was able to go, but I wasn't able to go. And a friend of mine was there, and she had come from all the way, right next to DC, Virginia, basically where the CIA is at. She was coming from there, and she came all the way down. And we had met up at a previous convention in PAX South in San Antonio, Texas, which was only about, I don't know, 4 hours from where I'm at, ish, something like that. If even that, 2 hours, 4 hours. I remember, it's more than 100 miles. I think it's about a 4 hour drive altogether. Maybe if you went just a little bit faster than they suggested that you go. You know, it's not speed limits, it's speed suggestions. This is a safe speed, but, you know, do your thing. Anyway, I met her there, and we're good buddies. She had her own streaming channel, so I guess that was as close as you could get to collaboration ever that I've ever personally done. She's a fantastic human being. Anyway, I was going to meet her there, and then I was like, I can't make it. So, like, I let her know I can't make it. And she's like, okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get this poster autographed by Jennifer Hale and send it to you. I'm like, seriously? Yeah, what's your address? Okay, well, here's my address. Okay, well, sorry you couldn't make it. Wanted to see you, whatever, right? So, I don't know, a few days, a week later or whatever, I get this poster, and it's, this is post Mass Effect 3, but if you remember when the Mass Effect 3 trailers and promotionals were coming out, it was the female Shepard who was actually a sniper, right? And it's, you know, it's the Reapers and all this shit. It's Mass Effect 3, right? So I get this poster with Jennifer Hale, a signed thing. It's like, well, just keep kicking ass and do your thing. You know, love Jennifer Hale, like type of thing. And she actually sent that to me. Crazy thing. I would have got to meet her personally and just fanboy the shit out of her, which is exactly what I would have done. It would just been completely disgusting. Just like completely, like, dude, you're being pathetic. And it's like, I know. But I only have one chance to be this pathetic with this person. You should have seen me when I met Mike Laidlaw. 3 different times. Once because of the same friend that I'm talking about at PAX South. Another time at PAX South when I'd gone like the year before that. And then another time at E3 out in California the last year that they held it in 2019. I don't think they've had E3 since. COVID killed it, I guess. Whatever. Anyway, but I went to, I guess, the last E3. I guess that was. And Mike Laidlaw was there. I can tell you a whole story about that. It's really actually a cool story, in my opinion, but whatever. So I fanboyed the shit out of him each time I talked to him. I'm pretty sure it was annoying, but I'm like, I'm only going to have like this opportunity to annoy you in this lifetime, so I'm just going to do my best to annoy you. Okay, let's talk about video games. Let's talk about development. Let's talk about a bunch of shit that I don't even understand, but goddammit, I'm going to ask you about it, and I need an answer. You know, that type of stuff. So shameless, man. Shameless fanboying. The dog wears its own jersey. See, that's cool. Anytime you got a dog for your mascot. Let's see. It's a bulldog, right? It's a bulldog. Like a big sloppy drop jowls bulldog, right? Or no? No, is that the Volunteers? Is that the bulldog? I mean, the bulldog with the one tooth sticking out. I mean, like a legit bulldog. Or am I thinking of a different team? I've seen this dog. In fact, I remember one year the dog had passed away, but they found a dog that looked like literally just like him, and then he kind of like, you know, picked up the torch and carried it going forward. I guess they've been doing that for years and years and years. That's not Tennessee though, is it? Is it? I don't know. You guys know. I don't know. I do remember a bulldog as a mascot for a team, though. And I remember being really sad because the original mascot had passed away, or it was going to. It was, you know, really, really old, right? But I mean, like, you had a whole, like, category of students that, like, looked after this dog 24/7. Like, year-round, you know, that type of stuff, right? It's like that was definitely a thing. Anyway. All right, so I got that. I would like to start working towards that. See, we're level 9. All right, let's see what are we working towards? Let's see, we're level 9, so we can put 1 point. Let's just say theoretically 9. That helps us one time in Act 1. 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. It's 12. Plus we get 2 free points. $12. 13. That'll put us. That increases our cold damage for the Rock Wraith and gives us everything else and pretty much gets us set. 13, then what? We'll get 2 more free points. 14, 15, 16, 17. It doesn't matter where you put it. 18, 19. That'll get us through Act 2. When we get into Act 3, we can start working on... Yeah, we get into Act 3. We'll already have this. At level 14. That's after the Deep Roads. Hey, oh wait. Hey, Barge, I'm gonna ask you on a less serious note, but it's like really, really serious for my fantasy. Is what's his name? Receiver for the Atlanta Falcons. What's actually wrong with that dude? Literally his name is, it's like literally slipped my mind. Hold on a second. I don't know if you keep up with football, but God damn it. Drake London. What's wrong with Drake London? Is this like a nagging thing that's going to affect him forever? Or is this like a passing thing that he'll be all right? Anybody have any info on that? I'm just sorry. This is for fantasy reasons. I'm being transparent here. It's for fantasy reasons. I need to know. I mean, he wasn't even hurt, and then 5 minutes before game time, all of a sudden, well, he's out. Oh, thanks for the bagel. Thanks for the goose egg. Thanks for the big fat zero. I could have totally replaced him with pretty much anybody that would at least put up 1 point. I like the Falcons, by the way. I have 3 of their players. I have Kyle Pitts, and I have Bijan twice, and I have Drake London twice, I believe. No, I might have only gotten London once. That's the one I wanted more than anything. But anyway, if anybody could clarify that and tell me what the fuck is going on with Drake London, that'd be awesome. I'd love you long time. So we're just going to go ahead and take that. I think we're good enough to go into the deep roads with this. I guess Isabella's waiting in Hightown, right? We've already cleared out Hightown at least once. We had to have, because we got Anders and we got Fenris. Already got Fenris. All right. All right, so let's and get paid for this real quick. We've been doing work. Really? The same thing? Well, I mean, it's a major concern because that dude's just gangster. He's one of those under the radar bad mofos. I mean, if you like football, Drake London's gangster. Like, I guess Atlanta has a certain reputation. That dude and that running back and even that friggin' tight end, they live up to that shit. It's gangster. It's some thug shit. He catches everything.
Will anyone smite me if I tell you I killed the man
And when
who
he gets
wronged your
back up
family?
after you tackle him, he might punch you in the face. Just for tackling him.
Board?
Just because he could have got another yard.
Stay.
I'll take the penalty,
Sure
bitch.
No one even read. You say you
okay, he's probably not all that.
You
but
have my eternal gratitude,
yeah,
Sarah.
he's.
It is comforting to think
Yeah,
my
that dude goes
parents might
hard,
now
man.
Rest easily
That dude
in
goes
their
hard for
graves.
real.
Your parents probably don't care much at this point. But I hope you sleep a bit easier.
Yes, I hope I will. Thank you. Consider this in advance. When I have secured my lands again, you will be paid royally. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must meet with the Viscount and petition him for aid to a fellow city.
It's there. All right, so her attack is at 100%, right? So I don't need to dump into strength right now. I mean, We want her to have enough strength to do enough damage to maybe not draw threat, but maintain threat. And her taunt should do the rest. That's the idea. But she has to have enough willpower, enough stamina to use all the abilities you're giving her, because you're probably going to take a bunch of that stamina pool and reserve it for sustainables. Like elemental ages, you know, anything that protects her. Or shield defense, you know, shit like that. So I don't mind getting that to 15. By the time we get this to Constitution to like, let's see, what, like the 24 range, probably want to get this to like 18. You know, I mean, it doesn't have to be like 2-1-1. But I mean, if you could get away with that, that's probably not the worst thing. You know, go like 32 strength, 16 constitution, 34 strength, 16 willpower, 36 strength, 17 constitution. I mean, you could definitely get away with something like that. Or just once you get to 36 and 18, then just make willpower 18 on that next level. Then go 39 or let's see. Yeah, 36, 18. And then you go like 42, 21, and then get willpower to 21. You could do it like that too. I mean, you want your receiver to do that. Every single football is mine. Every single one. If it's in the air, I'm going to get it. If I have to out jump you, if I have to throw you into the stands to get you off of me to get that football, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, those are the kind of receivers you want. Those are the ones that go to the Hall of Fame. True story. Okay, so yeah, that works. Yeah, go for about 3 levels and get your constitution up, and that means your strength is staying ahead of the game. And then bump your willpower up every 4th level. That's totally a way to go. Okay, so we don't want any of that shit. This is going to count, once we get Aveline's friendship, this is going to actually count as a point towards this tree. These don't require any, and literally this is all I do. I do this, this, and this. I don't even use this. I just have to have this to get this and this. All the rest of this shit is garbage. It just makes her useless. It literally, oh, man, dude, that's so much defense. It's not any defense if nobody's attacking her. Everybody's chasing after you because she's drawing no threat, and she's no threat to anybody. So, yeah, that's all the rest of this shit is absolute garbage. It sounds good, but it's not. You do have 2 sustained abilities that take even more of her stamina and pretty much just kill her faster. Because any damage you take, half of it goes to her. Honestly, if she's doing her job, you shouldn't have to be taking that much damage because she's drawing the threat, not you. So yeah, this is a bait. This is a trap, if you will. And this is friggin' even worse. That costs 30 stamina, and it just makes enemies rebound off of her. You can actually get that for free if you give her this. You can get that shit for free. And she gets immunities. But the thing is, she already has all of these immunities. Knockback, knockdown. She already has all that shit. Here's knockback. Here's knockdown and even stun. She can't be stunned, she can't be knocked down, and she can't be knocked back. Yeah. And just give her those. And you can save all the rest of that point on all that bullshit that just makes her less useful. With a bunch of expenditure of resources that you don't need to spend. Just let her do her fucking job. And she's good. She's got the passives to make her not invincible, but yeah, she's pretty gangster. All right, let's see. All right, so I got these. Immune to flanking. I don't get this immune to crits. The only thing that really affects her like that is a Reaver. When you face a Reaver, you only face like a dozen of them in the game, the entire game. If even that, it might not even be a dozen. It might only be like half dozen, right? Outside of that, it doesn't matter. Immune to flanking, though, nobody gets a bonus from behind. So it makes it very hard even for an assassin, which you're going to automatically hit a crit. And if you have that, immune to critical hits, assassins hit you for crits anyway because they're 100% guaranteed. So this is useless. It's not completely useless, but it's 95% useless, which is useless to me. I'm not spending a point on that at all, period, ever. We'll fill this tree out later. This is her offense tree, but it has to do with a lot of stamina usage, which you don't have right now. Don't even invest in it. Don't get her to do 8 things when she doesn't have enough stamina to do 2 things. That doesn't make any sense. Don't do that. Get yourself set up for some passives that don't cost anything. Like that knockback resistance sounds amazing, so take that. Right? Set it up for the next level. Nice.
Of course. It was home. I would never have left willingly. But I'm not going to be my father and spend my life trying to live a memory.
I didn't think I'd give it a second thought once I was gone. I mean...
Anders only thinks about it if it can do something for Anders. And Anders is evil, so anytime you do something for Anders, it's not only not appreciated, but it's abused and exploited.
You found this?
That's what woke is. I'm sorry, that's what Anders is. Well, no, I'm not sorry. It's the exact same thing. Yeah, they don't. They don't. The rest of Aveline is tactics. 100% the abilities you use and don't use, and the other 100% out of the 200% is her tactics. There's certain settings which sound good but make no sense. Then there's other settings which actually allow her to do her job. So fantastic. That's fantastic. Man, I need to figure out who's going to use that. Let's leave that. Yeah, I was about to say, please tell me he still has it. If he doesn't, we got way too much money. Good staffs. Super expensive, though. I'd rather find one for free. That would be amazing. So... There we go. This is where Varric really starts to get down. When I say get down, I mean get down. And that's why I left that slot open, because he was going to need it later. Right? If you know you're going to grab something later, just set that aside. Just all you have to do is just do this. Just turn that shit off. And then when it's ready... And it just doesn't even count. in their processing during a fight. Like they just skip it entirely. So Aveline, if her shit isn't doing what it's supposed to, the most important thing she's supposed to do is draw threat and then be able to handle it. So she needs to be supported. But I mean, there's really not a whole lot more you can do than other than like a heal. She's probably the only one that should really need it most of the time. If everybody needs it all the time, well, there's only one heal to go around. Everybody else is just going to die, I guess. If you're already on cooldown and you're almost dead again, that means you're losing the DPS race so badly that nothing is going to save you, right? So let's just understand that just right out the chute. But with her tactics, this is the most important thing. If you want taunt to work, set it enemy target at short range. And I will explain the logic behind this. The reason you target at short range is if they are outside of short range, meaning they are at medium to long range, taunt doesn't work anyway. If enemy is doing some shit, and they might be right here, they might be way over there, they might be using some ability that's killing you right now, and so you go to reset it, enemy doing that, target Aveline, stop trying to kill me. Sorry man, taunt is short range. It's not a targeted ability that goes across the battlefield. It's about as big as a fireball. Now you can upgrade taunt, eventually, if you sink the points into it, and make it about as big as a firestorm instead of a fireball. But if Aveline's right here, this is where it goes. As she moves around, this is as far as taunt goes. So if nobody's within taunt range, nobody's getting taunted. Get it? Set it like that. It works in Dragon Age Origins too, with Alistair. It works the exact same way. And they will draw threat. Now, if they're drawing threat and you can't heal them and keep them on their feet, meaning that the healer needs to be doing their job, then that's a problem. In Origins, it's a little bit easier because between heal being on like a 3-second cooldown for win and Alistair being able to spam health potions. He can't attack while he's drinking a health potion, but he can drink health poultices. He can slug that shit like shots are lined up from one end of the bar to the other. He can just do this. And you set him to do that. And give him enough potions to actually use to keep himself alive. And set Wind to heal that motherfucker and hit him with regeneration every single time it's on cooldown. There you go. Here, not so much. But Aveline is much more tanky. Especially considering the damage numbers going around. Aveline is much more tanky than Alistair. Meaning, Aveline can only be healed twice a minute. At most. At most. But she's able to take it if you build her right. So give her shield defense and give her enough strength to do enough damage per hit. Because her hits are slowed down. Whereas if Aveline gets hit with haste, when shield defense is upgraded, she's actually swinging at normal speed. She does not have haste. She's swinging at normal speed. The motherfucker that has haste is Fenris. But Fenris isn't immune to goddamn near pretty much everything. So you better be able to kill everything like right now if you're going to use Fenris as an off tank. Having Aveline and Fenris, maybe isn't the worst idea. You start staggering everything. Just leave Aveline to the taunting. And Fenris to, clean up the rest. Let me go check something. I'll be back. Let me go look at something real quick. Anyway, so outside of that, she's like really super simple. And while we're at it, I'll just give you Varric. Varric's really super simple. Target rank elite or higher, pinning shot. What is pinning shot? Well, it's the only way you can get assassins to stop for a second so you can kill them before they kill you. So yeah, you just upgrade the shit out of that. Alright? Disorient chance, 100%. Even against the High Dragon, Orsino, Meredith, any enemy in the game. 100% guaranteed. Even the Ancient Rock Wraith. Although, the game's kind of set to where Varric doesn't really do that. And if you switch to him to force him to do that, by the time you get back to your other party members, things kind of go awry. So like that game is kind of scripted in a way. Not it's yeah, it is. It's kind of unscripted, if you will. Anyway, whatever, doesn't really matter. I'm not saying I'm completely obsessed with just one fight in the game. I'm just saying that's a really, really good test of where your build is at. I mean, we'll kick its ass in probably a minute, but I feel like I should be able to kill it in like 40 seconds, which you can do on backwards compatibility, but backwards compatibility breaks so much other shit that it's 100% not worth it. But anyway, we've tried. But yeah, this is Varric's one job. If he does this right, everything else goes a lot smoother. He shouldn't be required to do anything else but that. As long as he does that when he's supposed to, everything is golden. Matthew Golden from the Green Bay Packers. Golden. Anyway, so yeah. So just a little bit of heads up. That's Tactics 101 for really actually 102. No, 10 probably like 112 for me. It took me a while to figure this out. You just want Anders to honestly, Anders' main job is haste, right? That's your prime. I mean, the sustains are obvious, right? Sustains are obvious, but that one thing. I've got Anders with Spirit Bolt here. Actually, looking forward to the Deep Roads. Don't even have Anders with Rock Armor, which it is about to get here as soon as it levels. You don't really worry too much about this either. This is cool if you want to play into a pedophile, serial killer, jihadist, child molester, which all that shit pretty much goes together under the title jihadist immigrant. It's all the same thing. But whatever. That's what this thing is. The extra damage is cool, but you have to cater to this piece of shit. Honestly, it doesn't make a difference either way. So, as far as the story goes, this thing is going to be what it's going to be, no matter how much truth you give it, no matter what. It's evil. It's 100% evil. Nothing's going to make it 99% evil. It's 100% evil. This is woke 15 years before woke was woke. Like, that's exactly what this thing is. And everything that woke invites in to make sure that, well, nobody can have nice things. Have you been able to fill your car with gas unless you're well off? And if you're well off, how long is that going to last? I'll just ask you that question. That's what Anders is. Anders raises that question. Anyway, so what you can do is you can avoid Fenris and you can just take the middle ground or whatever, or just be reasonable with this thing. I mean, you've got it in your party anyway, so it doesn't have to destroy your playthrough. It doesn't have to destroy your, I don't know, your role playing, whatever. Doesn't have to. I mean, just, you can agree with this thing, but just understand that everything this thing says and does is disingenuous. It's evil. 100% pharmaceutical grade satanic. This is Satan's asshole in human form. This thing intentionally seduced a demon and willingly not only got possessed, but invited the demon in to possess it on purpose and then corrupted the demon. Made the demon more evil than the demon already was. That's this thing. put that in your pipe and smoke it for a second, and then you realize what you're dealing with. And it wasn't any different in Dragon Age Origins. In Awakening, this thing was just, this thing pre-possession, I can't say it was worse, because you can't get any worse than this. This is 101% pharmaceutical grade evil. Before it was ever possessed, before it ever seduced a demon and showed him what evil actually was. That's what this thing is. That's how it was written. That's how it is. Period. So yeah, that's some serious shit. Anyway, that extra damage thing, it seems preferable. Although I don't know, perhaps on the OG, on the backwards compatible, this doesn't do anything. Health regen plus 50? Oh, that's sick. That's sick. That's assuming you're using the health sacrifice because this thing is a blood mage. Which means it can't tell the truth, which means it's 100% fucking corrupt, which means it's evil. 100% pharmaceutical grade evil. It's a blood mage. You have more spells and you have more power because you sacrifice your health. That's a blood mage. Period. End of conversation. It's written in stone in its special. I wish I had this right here. If I could control this, oh my God, I would take this bottom half right here. I'd be gangster as shit as a blood mage. This is so much better than the blood mage tree that you get. Anyway, doesn't really matter. So if you want this, I mean, the extra damage is always good because it's always a DPS race. Doing extra damage, cool. It's going to draw more threat, but honestly, Anders draws as much threat as anybody. If you got a fucking assassin in your party, Anders draws as much threat as an assassin. It doesn't really matter. So, like, that's probably advisable. But it's possible that health regen actually is legit. Although, once it's under threat in nightmare difficulty, it's probably not going to be able to survive, even if it could heal twice as fast. 5 times as fast. When you're getting hit for, 1,000 at a time, it doesn't really matter. So, this is probably... They can't hurt you if they're dead. So, giving this thing 10% extra across the board on every type of damage is probably the way to go. But you have to... Well, unless you like woke and you like evil... you have to kind of bite the bullet and suck it up and say, okay, I'm going to say it's okay for Satan to stick his cactus penis in my asshole. You have to do that with Anders. Sorry if that sounds harsh, but that's what you actually have to do in the game to get Anders' friendship. If you're gonna get in bed with the devil, expect to get Satan AIDS. Expect that, because that's what you're going to get. So sleeping with Anders is definitely sleeping with the enemy. 100%. There you go. But that is probably the better outcome, so you can just play along and in your own head, right? In your own head say, okay, well, I'm going to kill you later, so I'll just tell you what you want to hear now as long as you're useful to me. And just go ahead and fight fire with fire. Use Anders to kill all of Anders' friends, and then you get to stab Anders where it likes it in its backside, its lower backside, and get rid of it and do the world a favor and keep those pig fuckers from throwing their fucking rugs down on the middle of your streets, even though they're only 100 feet from their mosque. Then you get to just do that. At least it's in a video game. So it's not for real, right? Sorry. Not sorry. Anyway, so yeah, that's literally, I think, the best way to go. I don't know that this makes enough of a difference. Probably on lower difficulties, this is huge. It makes Anders invincible. Probably. But this is, as far as party is concerned, this is probably the way to go. I've already pretty much kicked Anders in the face 8 times. But we can turn that around at the end of the day. You can't help but get favor from Anders. You just don't take Fenris with you with Anders in your party anywhere. Because Fenris is right and Anders is wrong all the time. Every single time in the game. Anders sympathizes with Satanism, and Fenris acknowledges that Satanism is what it is and says, hey man, we should probably not do that. because that's going to end badly every single time. Fenris is 100% right, and Anders is 100% wrong. Always. Always. That's how thoroughly this was written, which I respect that. But this thing right here is the most hated thing in any video game ever. Since the history of video games, from fucking Asteroids and Pong all the way up until now, this is the most antagonistic antagonist in the history of video games ever, by 1,000 miles. Meaning if you made every single bad guy in every game 100,000 times worse, this motherfucker would look at them like they're God's angels sent from heaven. That's how bad this thing is. So, just to be clear, and I'm not even judging, I'm just observing, making a scientific observation on morals and ethics. Nothing more. Not passing judgment, just telling you exactly what it is. Not what's going to happen to it. Well, I can tell you what's going to happen to it. I'm going to stab this thing in its asshole until it comes out its mouth. Pull the knife out and then do it again and again and again until it finally dies. Which is what should happen to jihadist people that throw rugs in the middle of your streets 100 feet from their mosques to take over your country and rape your fucking children. That's what should happen to these things. Just saying. Just saying. Fucking with little kids. As a religion. Strapping explosives to yourself and raping women and fucking brutalizing men only if you have them outnumbered, or only if you can hit them up with a terrorist fucking cowardice act of violence. Other than that, they can't fight for shit. All they can do is fucking throw rocks, and they can't even create a country for themselves without living in fucking mud huts and hiding behind hospitals while they launch weapons that were gifted to them by communists at you. I'm not pointing anybody out. I'm just stating a fact. Just an observation. This is history, not discrimination. Just history. All right. Okay, let's go. Just comparing evil to evil. Evil is what evil does. Didn't Forrest Gump say some shit like that? Stupid is as stupid does. Evil is as evil does.
Chosen to leave you, there's nothing we can
It
do.
condemns itself.
Ninette is my wife.
I'm just
She's legally bound.
acknowledging
Bring
that.
her back.
We're done here.
Ha ha!
Useless.
Useless.
Why
Ha
are we
ha!
still paying those sluggards?
Ha ha! Take me instead. Ha ha!
You should pay someone
Sorry.
else. Like me.
This is one of my
love
favorite
being
parts of the
paid.
game right here. I'm
If
serious.
you can find Ninette,
Pay me.
I will gladly pay you.
Ha ha!
That foolish woman has caused me nothing but embarrassment. She needs to be dragged home.
Ha ha!
The guards disagree.
They are more disagreeable than my wife. Maybe your friend is more sensible.
Somebody needs to
Your
make a mod for
family
this
is
game.
Getting
Where
suspicious.
Aveline says that
They
the
think
guards
I might have
disagree.
Done
Ha ha!
something to her. Even
Dude, would that not be the most hilarious shit you ever saw in your life?
So they know I didn't do it.
Alright.
I'll try my best to find Ninette
I'm
and
just
bring
saying.
her home.
I'm just saying.
You should talk to Jethan at the Blooming Rose. I didn't know she visited whores until Jethan sent a letter to our house.
Ha ha!
He even sent her flowers once. Lilies. Her favorite. Ah,
Come on, man.
talking about it makes my head hurt.
It's
Good luck to you, Sarah.
Please tell me I'm not the only one seeing this. Just how amazing that is. This is such a caricature, if you will. Let me see here. Those are good. You know what? No, actually, let's keep that. Hmm. Let me see something. Let me see something real quick. Have we already done the black powder thing? That's main plot. No? Maybe it is main plot. I just haven't done it yet. Secondary? No. Hmm. No, I have not done that. It's right there. I got Act of Mercy too. That's cool. Oh, wait a minute. Oh. All right, hold on. Just get rid of this. I need Runes of Fortune. I literally need Runes of Fortune. I need 2. Maybe. Yeah, probably 3. Barrick's already got one, and Aveline has 4. I need 4 Runes of Fortune. All right, what have I not done yet? Well, we haven't done Black Powder Promise, and we haven't done... Yeah, we don't even have the Bone Pit unlocked yet. Okay, I think I've done Black Powder Promise. Maybe. So we need this for the Bone Pit. God damn it. No, I did the Bone Pit. Done the Bone Pit. But I haven't done Black Powder Promise, because if I had... What the fuck? Hold on a second. Now I'm confused. Alright, so I can go get the Bone Pit. Wow, I never even went back out there. Oh, holy shit. Okay, those are rumors. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I need to go be able to make sorry, that's conspirators, right? Okay, cool. I think I've done way too much that I probably don't make that even profitable anymore. That's the Bone Pit. Uber Snout. Uber Snout, what a name for a dog. Puppy bro, Uber Snout. Okay. Yeah, we're like way behind on this. I don't know how much money gain I can actually get from these things. There's like one more main money drop, maybe? It might pay for some Runes of Fortune, and then it might pay itself off if I got enough of them. I should have done this earlier. Should have done this way earlier. So we need to pretty much beeline for this then. Okay. This was a mistake. Yeah, this is bad. Although I haven't done Isabella's side stuff. Night Lies won't give any more money, but Isabella's side stuff actually will.
Don't get stabbed again. Fire.
I know your face. I am
Right.
Tobias, and you are a hawk. I remember your father. Malcolm was a good man.
My father must have left quite an impression. The letter I found was ancient.
I needn't tell his own child how special he was. As to the letter, it pained me to send news of the Templar's death.
The Templar?
He allowed your father to leave Kirkwall. Rule is not served by caging the best of us. A wise man.
Not what I would expect from a Templar.
There was a time when the rules of the Order could be interpreted to suit a situation.
Spirit of the
Like
law.
these days.
Now the law is just ignored completely. Mages just do whatever the fuck they want,
I
and
will
if they
send
don't,
you
if they can't do what they want,
It seems
they just
fitting that they
resort to
return
some
to
blood
family.
magic, turn you into a blood puppet, and turn you like a puppet master, and make you do what they want. That's how that goes. There is no law anymore.
Such a friendship. Few like your father remain. Even fewer like the Templar. Rest well at the Maker's side, Sir Morivar Carver.
Carver. I think we've talked to Carver for like 20 hours of gameplay. Like, screw Carver. I really don't care.
Try delirium.
Okay.
They put the Tranquil on display.
I think I
Intimidate other
found
mages.
something of yours.
And shut up, Anders, bitch. We have to have that. Have to have it. That's a gangster fire staff. It really is.
Many mages are plagued by unrest.
Solvitus.
Welcome, my dear friend, to Sol's shop.
Sol's
My name
shop.
is Solvitus. Please look
Solvitus.
around.
What a name.
My apologies.
Solvitus.
Our shelves are a bit bare at the moment. Actually, if you're interested, I could use a bit of help to remedy that.
Remedy. The shelves at a potions shop. Get it?
Remedy that. Potions shop.
You, my good man, are priceless.
The pun wasn't intentional, although I may use that next time. It's been too dangerous to leave the city of late, and the substances I require for my creations are, of course, elsewhere. Perhaps you could find them. You'll be compensated for your time, have no fear. I'll also give you first pick of my new creations.
Make up a list of what you need, and I'll keep an eye out for you.
Perfect. A discount on everything in the shop, Sirrah.
Nice.
Do you know a recruit named Karen? His sister is looking for him.
We cannot speak to you, Messer.
To the void with that. Karen and the others are missing.
But our orders...
The Knights aren't doing anything to find them. Maybe it's time to ask for outside help.
You're already defying orders to talk to me. Might as well share the good stuff.
Share the good
I hear
stuff?
that Knight Commander Meredith has some new initiation you have to go through. If you're not strong enough or fervent enough in belief, you don't make it out alive.
Figures.
And you honestly believe that?
Recruits keep going missing.
Wilmot came back.
What?
He did. I saw him this morning.
If Wilmot came back, he might know more about the other missing recruits.
I bet he would.
Wilmot told me he was going outside Kirkwall. Clear his head, he said.
Why didn't you tell us this?
Knight Captain Cullen ordered it, right before he chased after Wilmot. That wasn't too long ago. If you hurry, you may catch them on the road.
People talk about the Circle like it's a prison.
Really, really, really like her voice actress. It's got substance. Alright, so we gotta get the bone pit. Yeah, we might as well get this shit started too, I guess. Being a mage, you start with enmity with Fenris. You're not going to do the damage you're supposed to do if you don't become friends with Anders. I hate that. But I haven't really done enough to make enemies yet. So, but if we... to make Fenris friends, man, I'm not really sure. Oh, there's a couple things you can do.
Please, Sir Thrask. He won't go to the Circle willingly.
I am sorry for your loss, Mistress. But I can offer your son mercy only if he turns himself in.
I'm trying to find him, but...
The Templars cannot tolerate apostates.
Oh, your son's an apostate? That's all?
I'm guessing that Templar wasn't here to offer your son his good wishes.
I am Ariane. My boy, Fainriel. He's all I have. All my family. When I learned he had magic, I could not bear to send him to the Circle. But his connection to the Fade, it gives him nightmares. Dreams of demons speaking in his mind.
Of course it does.
I would rather lose
So
him to
you
the Circle
protected
than to
him
himself.
from the Circle to lose him and get him killed at the end of the day. And the entire time you kept him out of the Circle, he's been a slobbering, drooling, fucking woke abomination, demon-possessed fucking mage running from his own dreams the entire time. How is your quality of life, bitch? Maybe you should have just let him go to the Circle. You got a mage. Send him to a place that actually, if you actually love somebody, you wouldn't think about yourself first. You would think about them. Well, woke people, evil people can't think like that. Now, it's my son. I've got to protect them from this. I can do it when you're an ignorant fucking tool. And then you just like, okay, well, I'm going to hide my mage son from the Circle and deprive my child of any possible education that could possibly give them any tools to succeed in life because of your own fucking insecurities and fears. Does that sound like good parenting?
Abominations are always so awkward at family reunions.
Man, that was a little bit personal right there,
No,
actually.
Please, you must find him before the demons finish their work.
Pink
You must
Floyd
be
actually fucking wrote a song about
if
that.
you won't do it for Fainriel, do it for Kirkwall.
Mama's gonna
The
cast all of her
Templars feel a lad
fears
like my
into
son
you.
Is a danger to the whole city if left untrained.
And who's left to suffer? You. Man, I'm almost willing to actually play that song right here. Get our whole stream knocked down if I did, but be worth playing and show you just how guilty she is. Just as much as the demons.
I'll bring your son back to safety. I promise.
I don't know where Fainriel is gone, but there are two places you might start your search. Sir Thrask has been looking for him. If you speak to him in the gallows, he'll be able to tell you what ground he's already covered. And Fainriel's father, Vincento, recently returned from Antiva. He's a merchant in the Lowtown Bazaar. Fainriel might have sought him out.
I will not leave you fearful for a moment longer than necessary.
We'll find him before the Templars. Don't trust them to have your son's best interest at heart.
They're the only ones that
My
actually
husband
do.
Wesley was a Templar. They're not all fanatics to be feared.
True
Thank
story.
It has been a lonely time hiding. It's almost a relief to finally confront this openly.
The priest was asking after you again.
You can get friendship with Meryl here. I don't plan on using Meryl. Not enough to get her. I mean, I don't know. Actually, you probably could get her friendship. Probably could.
That's the last of them. You do good work. Come, men, back to the vigil, and away from this cesspool of a city.
If you're going to use Meryl at all, you want Meryl's friendship. Because Meryl's friendship upgrade is like an entire other... It's a whole mana point per health exchange. Which makes her just so much more tanky. You can essentially get her up to like 3 mana per health, where if a spell costs 60, it only costs 20. And it's on cooldown, like by the time she can use it again, she's already fully healed, like, you know, that type of stuff. That's an amazing staff. I don't know, I mean, I've got one almost as good as that already. This is all garbage. Now we could do some of this basic stuff with Meryl. I need to get Meryl her stuff anyway. You know, we'll get... We'll get her like 20 points of friendship here. Then we'll come back with Fenris real quick. None of this involves money. This is just quest stuff. Now I have not respect her, but what I can do is give her her stuff. I was thinking she could have this. I mean, like, but if I'm not going to use her, why give her that? And this, that +1 magic is the only thing she gets out of this. Fire, cold, that's maybe spirit damage, maybe. I mean, you can give her a cold spell, just like 1 point into like Winter's Grasp, and let her use it. That's pretty weak sauce. It's really only super effective against 1 or 2 enemies. I don't know. The spirit damage, you give her Spirit Bolt, that's cool, but outside of that, this doesn't do anything. Like, it literally doesn't do shit. I'd rather give her the Amulet of Cerebos and get her that extra, you know, health, mana to blood ratio, and some health regen. Like, that just makes more sense. I think I'm gonna wear this belt. That just, I mean, I'm not rolling with her. If I get the amulet, I'll just sell it. I'm not even gonna worry about it. Right? We only need her for her personal companion quests. Like, that's literally it. Yeah, I guess what we do is we take her here and we do this. Then we go up there and talk to Thrask. And of course she has to love Thrask because she's demonically possessed. I mean, she's a blood mage, so she's demonically influenced regardless. Even if she thinks she's got control of it. Sorry, man. You can try to do evil misguided shit the right way, and you're still just as bad as the evil people who do evil on purpose. You're still doing evil. Doesn't matter. Works out the same. If you've gone green, doesn't matter whether you do it for one reason or the other. Whether you know exactly what green is, or you have no idea what green is, but you're just misguided and fucking stupid. Either way, you're green. You are promoting Satan's asshole on the planet.
Greetings, my lady.
That's it, that's all.
You look like a woman who'd appreciate
making society suffer to not change a goddamn thing, but take their money.
I bring only the best northern merchandise to the free marches.
While you watch TikTok and support China, who puts out enough emissions in 2 weeks to cover the rest of the world in a year. Now what? You don't say shit about that. You just fucking take a shit on America and take American taxpayer dollars to fucking pay for cows farting. That's literally green. That's literally woke. That's how fucking satanically stupid fucking batshit crazy it is. You want to charge taxpayers for cows farting while China emits enough pollution in a month to cover the rest of the planet in a year. Because they don't give a fuck about your green agenda. They created it for you to take every single thing that America has in terms of money. You're paying to do nothing for the planet. Billions and billions and billions because the woke people in charge of your government passed bills that you probably weren't even aware of to make that happen. That's been going on for a while now. Trump is trying to stop it, so they shut down the government. That's what's going on. If you don't understand that, go actually look into it and stop listening to what MSNBC, Satan's fucking asshole, shits in your face. Do you like Satan's diarrhea in your face? If you're sucking it up, then I guess you do. If you don't, go look into it for yourself and see exactly what's going on. And who's been doing it to you and your wife or your husband and your children's buttholes this entire time. Go look into it for yourself. Life lesson. Think for your fucking self. Stop listening to what's being spoon-fed to you while they take all your fucking money out of your back pocket while you're not looking. Satan loves robbing the nest of all of its riches. That's an Isaiah reference, by the way. Pretty sure it's Isaiah. Might be Jeremiah. I think it's Isaiah, though.
Actually, I'm more interested in your son.
My lady, I'm a bachelor. I've never met a woman of sufficient beauty and charm to tie Vincento down.
That's the best you can do with a guard staring you in the face.
I would not want to tangle with Adeline. With or without a shield.
Show you my silks.
She would use her forearm as a shield and probably kill me with it.
You abandoned your son at birth. If you regret this at all, help me save him now.
There's no man in Kirkwall who is friend to an elf blood mageling. A smile won't buy my trust.
So Meryl loves that. I don't know if I should even be worried about her friendship. I mean, our build should be strong enough that when we get there, her friendship shouldn't really matter. But, like, let's say if you come here with Fenris and Anders, the only thing you can do is piss Anders off. But Anders likes it. Huh. Yet. Honestly, all the way through the rest of Act 1 and Act 2, I would honestly like Anders' extra damage. It just helps the entire party, just makes it just flow better. I probably should have thought about that earlier. We could probably get Anders and Meryl to go up here and try to help out. All right, I guess we're going to cater to the pedophile until we get its bonus and then kill it. Might as well exploit it than kill it, because it's fucking evil. That makes sense. Exploit it for good and then kill it. Kill all the bad guys, using it to fight against its own homies, and then kill it at the end of the day. Okay, well, thank you for helping me kill all of your fucking homies. And by the way, bam! Go fuck yourself. That sounds like a good idea to me. I think we're just going to do that. Anders emotionally, psychologically rapes you a lot through the game. If you understand that and you just go along with it.
Hello, Lord Carver.
We're still a long way from cowing Templars with our titles, sister.
You could slap on a smile for a few days. For her sake.
She's not interested in what I think. She wants to provide for us, and you're making sure it happens.
Wow.
And when we're done, I don't know, I guess we'll sit around thinking about how great we used to be.
Why don't you pitch in one way or the other,
Mother
dude?
didn't even want that life back until we got done.
A lazy brat.
And you only care because
Hawk
we're
is
under
right.
Templar scrutiny.
Carver's a lazy brat with a chip on his shoulder. Where did you get that chip from? What are you trying to prove? The only thing you could try to prove is the one thing you don't want to do, which is make something of yourself. Or buy into your family legacy. If it's been thrown in the dirt, do something about it instead of bitching about it. What does Varric say? You're riding side saddle while bitching at your betters. Varric just cuts this dude to the core.
You hating everything I do is really losing its charm.
Right?
Sure. Make life.
You hating everything I do
seriously.
is becoming
You're the
annoying.
eldest. You lead by default.
If you knew somebody that criticized every single thing that you ever did,
when I'm
good or
following you
bad,
around, or
that
when
would get
I'm caring
annoying
for
after
Mother
a
while
while,
you
right?
tame mighty
You ever had a
Crackwell?
parent like that?
Besides, we both know what happens when
Because they're
someone
full of their
leaves
own
dear
fucking
sister's
insecurities and failures.
I'm sure
and they
Bethany
project
would
them onto
appreciate that
you.
you're keeping good humor.
Anybody ever had a parent like that? Or a family member? Or a spouse? Or all the above? Some of the, whatever.
Poor you. Too busy hiding in my shadow to escape from it.
I am not a joke.
No. You're a lazy brat with a chip on your shoulder.
Like I said.
Well, good talk.
Sister.
At least he's willing to admit that he's wrong on some level.
I feel... I don't know. It's like Mother taking everything out on us. She was just scared. I don't have a place in the life she is trying to bring back.
Why not?
I'm here if you need me. But I must find my own way.
I mean, that's your choice. Like, that's literally your choice. But, I mean, you can do it for the right reason or the wrong reason. Like, not wanting a place in this life because you're insecure and whatever. I don't see Mama Hawk really casting all those fears into you, but, I mean, maybe. Whatever, but either way, that's the bad road. Or you could promote the life that your mama's trying to bring back, then go find your way from there, because you've got elevated status and you actually probably have some privilege that you can work from or work with because you worked for it. Right? So, like, I mean, there's that. And that's all common sense, and all of us have made this mistake on some level or another, I'm sure. Nobody's perfect. But, damn, I mean, Carver's like, this is like almost a spiritual lesson throughout the entire game on how he responds to stuff. And he's not like a bad person. He just hasn't developed any good discipline on anything. And hasn't really cared whether something goes right or wrong, unless it benefits his ego, which is fractured beyond fractured. So you're never going to repair this dude's ego for him. He has to do that for himself. And he just blames everybody else for that. And that's just never going to end well. Like, that's... Damn, this is like... There's probably some, like, debates on sociology that have to do with Carver in this game. If you were actually going to just pinpoint it and just say, damn, like, there's... This is really good writing. Like, this dude's character is, like, developed... This dude's character arc is, like... It's pretty specific. Somebody has to be able to relate to this. If you're going to roleplay a video game, God damn it, you need shit like this in your NPCs. This is not just somebody telling you to retrieve your family plate for them from a fucking cave. A la Skyrim or any of that fucking garbage, which isn't even close to an RPG. This is actually a character arc that actually has some relation to you if you can relate to it. If not, you just bypass it, and that's fine. But if you can relate to it, it's well written enough that if you explore the conversation, you can actually see some relevance with maybe some family matters or relationship matters with, you know, brothers, sisters, family, girlfriends, boyfriends, you know, that type of shit, right? Like this is legit. This was BioWare's last gasp.
Here, I got you something.
You can go ahead and throw Mass Effect 3 in there too, because it came out about the same time. Well, I mean, Mass Effect 2 came out actually around the same time. Mass Effect 3 was pretty close on its heels, and they did a lot of work in a short period of time to create a lot of content. After that, that was BioWare's last gasp. BioWare didn't do shit after that. They died. BioWare died after Mass Effect 3. So this is, as far as Dragon Age goes, this is the last gasp. Inquisition is the shell of Dragon Age. It's not a bad RPG. For what RPG elements are in it, there's at least some. More than Skyrim. I wouldn't call it an RPG. I mean, it's RPG-ish. It's probably the last gasp. And they worked way too long and spent way too much money on it for what you got. They spent 5 times for 1/10 of the final result. Is exactly what happened. But yeah, anyway.
I'm not holding you back with generosity. Just have a look.
These are by father. Are you sure they aren't meant for you? I bet another mage could get more out of them. For your service that cannot be admitted, I ask that you accept this trinket and know that I shall respect your name. Thank you, Conscience of the Order, Sir Morivar Carver.
Carver? The Templar who allowed Father to leave Kirkwall. Your namesake.
A Templar? Have we met a Templar who isn't a colossal prig?
I love this. Well, there you go then. Dude, I love this. Have we met a Templar who isn't a complete prick?
Well, there you go then.
I wonder how it compares to yours.
Oh my god. The dude still doesn't get it. If Varric was here, Varric would have slapped the shit out of Carver. No, Varric would have probably shot Carver with Bianca, just shot him in the face.
Look ahead.
Not to kill him, but to just wound him for life.
Thoughtfully applied.
You know, like some scar that will never heal, you know, some shit like that.
But Father actually thought there was worth to a swordsman.
I wonder how it compares to yours. Sister. Are you always... You put yourself in my shadow. I can't go anywhere without you putting yourself in my shadow. Like, if I move, you move with me. Whose fault is that? That's your fault. Not my fault at that point. Nobody made you be... We got friendship with Carver by being, well, blunt with him, which tells you that he at least respects the truth on some level. Okay, cool. I mean, at least Carver's not evil. You may not like Carver, just like Gamlen. I don't know that Gamlen's evil. Gamlen is just distasteful most of the time. You can judge him if you want to, but man, we've all had our low points. But what he did do was go to the gates when he didn't have any money or anything. Why didn't he have money? He fucked it off. Okay, fine. He didn't have any money because he fucked it off. But he didn't have to show up to the gates either. If he was evil, he would try to get by on his own, whatever he's doing, and just told you and the guard, Gamlen is dead, the estate's gone, fuck off. If gambling was actually bad, that's what he'd have done. I don't want the responsibility of family on my doorstep. I don't have anything to offer them. They need to fuck off. Because I'm barely holding up this hovel as it is. That's what he could have done. But what did he do? He showed up at the gates and used all of his criminal connections, which is the only thing that he has. He doesn't have any actual tools to live life on any discipline level. No fucking white picket fence here with a wife and 2 kids and a fucking dog. None of that going on with gambling. But what he does have, he got you in here because he respects family. So at the very core of it, gambling actually does the right thing. Everything else, you might not like it, but don't be too quick to judge because he didn't have shit when he came to draw you out of the fire. He pulled you out of the fire in the best way that he knew how. You had to work for it, but at least you got the option that you would not have had if it weren't for gambling. True story. So don't be real quick to condemn gambling, because if you point a finger at gambling, you're pointing at least 3 fingers back at yourself. Just remember that when you're thinking about other people in your life too. Just put yourself in their shoes first, and then see what they did, and maybe a little gratitude. Even if everything else is distasteful, maybe just a little bit of gratitude. It goes a long way. It really goes a long way. Now, gambling can be a complete dick, like just in a social setting. Yeah, I'm not taking gambling to a party with my friends. I probably, well, I mean, I might actually. Gambling actually would probably be fucking hilarious, and it might actually be amazing. So I might actually do that, to be honest. Gambling's a chatty drunk. So, yeah. Yeah, no, I might actually do that. It teaches you about tax evasion. But he cares. But he's just an ass. Most of the time. But, he actually legitimately loves your mom as much as you do. Even after you get an estate and you do all that stuff, he walks all the way from Lowtown to Hightown to visit your mom on a schedule to hang out. Not asking for anything. I mean, maybe sometimes. Not asking for anything, except sometimes. Okay, whatever. But the bottom line is, nah, man. He still respects family. And then when that shit happens, as hard as he may think he is, that shit fucks him up. When old Mage serial killer proves that mages are what mages are. And if you don't see that, if you don't learn that lesson in this game, then you are woke. You really are woke. You are really the worst piece of shit on the face of the planet if you don't understand that mages are what they are. And I've met people like that. I've been screamed at. I've been screamed at in co-op. In Dragon Age Inquisition multiplayer. By somebody who couldn't believe that I had anything against mages. No, there's actually people in a video game that are so fucked up that are literally the purple-haired fucking rainbow flag pieces of fucking jihadist supporting shit. That they fucking hate anything that's true. They hate anything that's alive. They hate anything fun. If it's in a morally good sense, they can't stand it. If it's unborn, murder it. If it's born, murder it if it doesn't agree with them. If it has heterosexual sex, kill it. If it's white, destroy it. Remember, white is Israel. So, you're talking about Satan's fucking asshole in the shape of a mouth on a blue-haired, ugly motherfucker that probably can't get laid anyway, speaking against everything that could possibly be good. And I'm not saying white is good. But Israel, I mean, if you just fucking hate that, and you're pro everything that wants to strap an explosive to itself and hide behind a church and chunk rockets at the progenitors of the fucking Caucasian race, there's a problem there. Remember, it's the whites that are funding this, so yeah. That's not a race thing. That's just a... Do you see how fucked up this is in every sense of the word across the board? Honestly, whites don't pull this card, but if you're white, you're a victim. These days, that's not by accident. And it was other whites who said, "Crucify him." But God himself was in the flesh, in the form of Jesus Christ. Crucify, murder. It's everything good. Kill it. That's what the fuck they did, and that was a couple thousand years ago. It's no different now. I'm not wrong. This is a fact. It's literally a pharmaceutical grade fact of what we're living in today. It's not by accident. There's nothing new here. This has happened before. You just have the internet now, so you get to see it, and you're supposed to condone that and agree with that. If you're actually going to be a victim now in the world as it is, be a straight white male and see what persecution actually is in the way everybody treats you. That's persecution. Be a white Christian heterosexual male, which, regardless of your skin color, be actually you don't even have to be, honestly, just be a heterosexual male Christian. But if you're a white heterosexual male Christian, well, you know, it's an exciting time to be a Christian. And and we're talking about females too. This isn't gender specific. No, be a white heterosexual female Christian these days. You're not being persecuted for no reason. And this has nothing to do with any other race, but it's being targeted against a specific race in a country where everybody's moving to criticize it based on the founding forefathers and confuse the whole race issue to the point that you make race an issue, which actually white Christian men and women don't make it an issue. It's everybody else making that an issue and blaming us for helping them. Remember, the Caucasian forefathers of America, all America's really done is send all the taxpayers' dollars to other countries to help them of every single race on the face of the planet. I mean, you can throw in exceptions, but the rule is that's what America does. How are you accusing them of being racist when you fucking kill each other and then come here and blame the whites for everything that's wrong with you because you fled the country where your own people were murdering and destroying you, or you come here with bombs and explosives strapped to yourself and try to murder innocent white Christians? That's what happens. Let's just look at the world as it is, and not as the media would represent it as being the opposite of what I just said, even though that's exactly what it is. Sorry, man. The hypocrisy, the double standard, the pulling a race card that you created in the first place to condemn the people that are feeding you because you won't work for yourself, and then you fucking bite the hand that feeds you and then try to destroy the hand that feeds you, and you don't understand you're destroying yourself because you couldn't take care of yourself in the first place. God damn, man. How many fucking double standards and hypocrisy are in that? And it's not even a race thing. It's definitely a cultural thing. It's 100% a spiritual thing. Just think about that for a second. All that right there, just breaking it down to its most common denominator. These countries aren't under attack by the motherfuckers strapping explosives to themselves and throwing the race card and just destroying the country they fled to. to ask for help and then not only bite the hand that feeds you, but then try to take over the hand that feeds you, even though you could never take care of yourself in the first place, which is why you fled to that country in the first place. It's like the priest blesses the people and the people murder the priest. That's some Kenite shit. That goes all the way back to the Garden of Eden. You know what? Revelation tells you to count the number of the beast. You know what the number is? It's 666. It's a human number. This is not a supernatural number. It's a human number going all the way back to the Garden of Eden. The Kenites. Satan's first child, Cain, not in Adam's genealogy at all. This is Satan's first child and only child, Cain, and his progeny, all the way up until Jesus Christ himself pointed him out several times. Go look at John chapter 8. This is biblical history, and this is factual history. Can't argue with it. History claims that this is true. This is it. That's all. So at that point, they do that. Have God himself in the flesh murdered, supposedly. I mean, they murdered him, which is what they do. From Abel unto Christ himself, and so many people after that. If you're Christian, people have murdered them because they're Christian. Why? Well, it's what Kenites do. Man, those people strap explosives to themselves and claim jihad and their fucking pig god to murder Christians who shouldn't eat pork either, but damn it, we don't just murder just for no fucking reasons. And then you have a lot of those same people claiming to be Christians, murdering people and murdering each other because that's what Satan does. They just kill themselves. They just kill each other. Sure. And then throw Christianity in there to confuse that. Christians never did that. People claiming to be Christians, I can claim to be the President of the United States. Like I said, the Secret Service is not going to show up in the next 5 minutes to protect me for the rest of my life and make me a billionaire. That's not going to happen. Right? And so now you have these people setting the rules. So now you have the entire world, just in this last generation, willing to hormonally, genetically alter their children to turn boys into girls and girls into boys, to make sure that everybody is having homosexual sex instead of actual sex, which makes more human beings so that the human race can exist. No, if you do that, if you're straight, especially if you're Israeli, meaning white, and you're male or female, then you're supposed to be persecuted, but that's not racism. But if you say anything about it, you're a racist, you're the victim, you're a doormat, you're a second-class citizen, you don't deserve any rights in your own country while they infiltrate you because they've got people in your government that promote that. America and the UK, and they come in and they molest your children. They blow you the fuck up. They murder you in your street. They rape your women in front of you, and if you say anything about it, you can go to jail. That's where we're at. Sorry, man. I don't care how you rewrite history. There's nothing new under the sun. This is Sodom and Gomorrah that you're actually living in. This is the flood of lies that you're actually believing because your schools have told you to believe that shit. Your news is telling you to believe that shit. They're promoting Satan's asshole, spewing Satan's fucking diarrhea all over the entire fucking planet. It's called confusion. It's called a smokescreen, and you're not allowed to believe any truth. But this is where we're at. Sorry, man, the Bible told you this shit thousands of years ago. And it's reading like a newspaper. Nothing new under the sun. You're living in it. You're actually seeing biblical prophecy come to pass. How many of you actually believe it? That's a fact. Deal with it or don't. It depends on what side you want to be on. Right side or this side. You want this shit to be happening to you and your families and your people and your economy and your education, your religion, your fucking banks, your everything? You want this shit to happen? Bro, there's no end of a need for that kind of truth to be spoken in light of all of this stuff. It really breaks it down to its most common denominator. This is an agenda, and it's obvious, and if you don't see it, then you're a fucking dead zombie. If you want to know what the zombie apocalypse looks like, well, if you're a zombie, you won't see it. But if you aren't a zombie, then you see it, and you know that you're actually experiencing this. Fuck the horror movies and fuck Hollywood. You're actually seeing the zombie apocalypse. You're living amongst dead people. They're incapable of thinking for themselves. And if you try to expose them to a little bit of light, a little bit of truth, they go the fuck off, and they might even kill you for it. Am I wrong? This isn't my truth. This is basic gospel stuff. The same person who created this world gave us the rules for this world and told us exactly what would happen. And here we go. We're living in it. Like, when I say gospel stuff, I don't care how you were trained to hate that even word. Remember, like, honestly, how many people we got? Well, it says 9 people. I don't know how many people are here. When I say gospel, how many of you people are like, oh man, I was trained to, get itchy when you say that? True story? True story. True story. I'm not genius because I know this. It's just common sense. Of course you fucking hate it. Why wouldn't you? It's amazing what this game actually brings up in a, you'd say even a spiritual, global, just all of it. It's really well written, but it's written by people who are guilty of the things that brought a lot of what we're talking about to pass. So, yeah. And they can't possibly know that they're condemning themselves in the way that they wrote this shit. Because they would call good evil and they would call evil good. So, yeah. Like, that's actually a thing. Anyway, yeah. I don't know how all that came from gambling, but it really doesn't matter. Truth is truth. It is what it is. If it offends somebody, well, if the truth offends you, it's because you're just wrong. And if you can't admit that, then you're intentionally being stupid. Like, intentional ignorance is stupidity, right? Oh, here's the truth, but I don't like it because the falsehood feels good. Well, it's still true, and if you don't like it, well, which side of right and wrong are you on? There's a plumb line. Just imagine a weight on the bottom of a string. Here's right, here's wrong. Which side of it are you on? That's your choice. That's your choice. Nice. All right. Well, stuff. I'm just going to assume that somebody here. Yeah. I need to hear it myself. I guess somebody here. All right, so, you know what? Let me do this real quick. Okay. Yeah, I guess let me just do this real quick. Wait. Oh shit. All right. All right, so this is going to take a little bit of back and forth. Lurking Hillary, ah man. What's going on, dude?
Thank you very much for the help earlier, Varric.
You made it?
Are you the Templar who is pursuing the boy Fainrail?
I did not realize his name was known so widely. Perhaps you know Ariane from when she was with the Dalish.
We don't all know each other. There are a lot of clans, you know.
Are you a friend of his?
No young boy should have to face down demons alone.
It is surprising what sympathies mages evoke. I always expect people to be more wary of their powers than touched by their struggles. If we do not find Fainrail soon, it will not matter. Either he will be taken by the demons, or by less mystical predators. And I have said more than enough on the topic. This is a Templar matter, and we will be handling it.
Aveline, don't you think this matter concerns the whole
Right,
city?
the whole city?
It does, and you Templars are spread thin to begin with.
True. Sadly, there are more mages fleeing than we can easily keep up with.
Then let the city guard do what we're good at. I can track the boy.
There is a Templar, former Templar, by the name of Samson. He left the Order due to philosophical differences. He has been known to help mages flee.
Well, okay. So first, if you got the Origins disc, you don't have to buy it again.
He stays out of sight by day.
You can play it, and if you've got DLC outside of your disc, you can download that too. So you don't have to buy it again. First, second, I have not personally found any problems with Origins on the Xbox One or Series X or whatever. I have not personally found any problems. Dragon Age 2 has a lot of problems. I don't see a frame rate boost on Origins. And if there is, it doesn't seem to cause really much discrepancy. Maybe because it's a straight, like, 2-for-1 or something. I don't know. But Dragon Age 2, with the frame rate boost, causes a lot of problems. Without it, it still causes a lot of problems, just not as much. But I think that's the Xbox One Series X. The Xbox One doesn't even have the frame rate boost, so it fucks with your game on Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age Origins, though, I haven't personally found anything that's like game breaking. I mean, that really just stuck out and said, okay, this is not how the game works. I don't think. If there is some things, well, I mean, whatever. Dragon Age 2 is much more obvious, though. Dragon Age 2 on the Xbox One wouldn't do it. Just don't. With or without the frame boost, depending on which Xbox One you have. You got the Xbox One, you got the Xbox One S, you got the Xbox One X, and whatever in between, I wouldn't play Dragon Age 2 on that at all. Disc or not, doesn't matter. Digital version, I've tried both. They're equally corrupt. Bosses are impossible to fight. Now I play on Nightmare, so I mean maybe on lower difficulties it doesn't really matter. That's possible. But whatever. Just saying, yeah, that's fucked up. Dragon Age Origins, not so much. I can't really think of. I mean, the game will do shit to piss you off, but it's always done that. So really, not thinking that it really has any problem there. The only thing I've seen with the Xbox One Plus backwards compatibility is that the loading screens are like 95% faster. Outside of that, which is great, right? Outside of that, everything else still plays normally that I've experienced. So I mean, the emulator is definitely a thing. I just haven't seen it being a thing on Dragon Age Origins. Personally. Nothing like literally noticeable. The game just... But no, I can say one thing about the backwards compatibility is it seems like the aggro radius of the game is sometimes expanded to where you'll call enemies to yourself that you haven't even aggroed yet. That will happen sometimes. Is it game breaking? Not really. I mean, but outside of that, I got nothing. So I have not seen any frame rate boost in Origins either that I'm aware of. Dragon Age 2 has that. You just need to turn it off. But yeah, Origins, I'll just reiterate, I haven't found anything game breaking in the backwards compatibility version. The only thing it does is just shortens the loading screens from 30 seconds to about 3 seconds. That's what it does. So it seems pretty good to me, but that's my opinion. That's been my experience. So I do want some points with Fenris. I really do. I want some points with Fenris. See, do we have anything we can actually give him? No. All good. All right. That's cool. Two health. Yeah. 2 health regen. 12 health. I mean, that's cool, I guess. 31 attack. Don't really need it. That magic resistance. All that shit goes up. Doesn't really affect stats. But this belt right here. 2 health regen. Cool. Physical damage. Cool. 2% damage resistance. Period. But I mean, the magic resistance actually is it's pretty cool. Like that's the damage that's actually fucking you up. So, I mean, sure, right? Sure. So you got 6. that's complete. That's done. That's done. Nice. Alright, so let's start working towards like the damage resistance, the knockback resistance. We'll eventually get to the elemental ages, which this dude becomes almost immune to magic. It's just the physical attacks. If he gets surrounded by like a bunch of rogues and sword and boards just pounding away at him, or a bunch of shades and abominations, dude, he's dead almost instantly. You can do a little bit about that, but yeah, he needs all this shit. All of it. Like literally all of this entire tree. This right here, though, as long as he's got this active, this gives him immunity. Let's see. Duration is 5 seconds. 5 seconds. The cooldown is 10 seconds. With it upgraded, right? So half the time, he's kind of like Aveline. He's immune to a lot of the effects, and the damage resistance is 100%. So, like, that's pretty gangster. It's only half the time, though. But he has to have the willpower to cast that as soon as it's on cooldown. And he can cool down for 10 seconds. The duration is 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, he can use it again. Just have to have that available whenever. I put him on self being attacked by melee or ranged attack. Physical force, 2% versus attacking enemies, meaning that arrows bounce off of you and hit the people that are shooting the arrows, and swords and daggers and whatever, right? That lasts for 5 seconds out of 10 seconds. So he can use this half the time. That's how you make Fenris viable. Watch. Lyrium Ghost, Might. Okay, cool. Then self being attacked by a melee or ranged attack, Stonewall. And then if you're short on stamina, to cast Stonewall again, 5 seconds from now, 10 seconds from now, 20%. Like, that's pretty much how that goes. Dude, Fenris has the easiest tactics tree of any character in the game to make him viable. You can use this dude as a tank. You just need to be able to kill everything right now. Fenris's plus side is that he can stagger everything right now. And your way to keep Fenris alive is to kill everything that he staggers right now. If you don't, he's probably dead and you're probably pretty quick to follow. Unless you got Aveline Fenris. Like, this is not the worst build. And Fenris and Aveline agree on the same shit. Problem is, you need somebody to provide haste. If you're not providing haste, you got to have Anders. So, yeah. It's just bad. Just really actually bad. Right, so we would normally piss Anders off with this, but if we don't take Anders, we can get some friendship with Fenris, assuming we plan to use him at the end of Act 3. So we're kind of setting up for that. We'll take Fenris on some stuff. Maybe. I don't know, by the end of Act 3, hopefully we're friends. I guess. I don't really know how you give a team more time, considering they came out with
but I've
Dragon
never
Age
been in
2,
one.
Mass Effect 2, and Mass Effect
Are you
3
certain it's wise
all
for you to be
within
here?
less than 2 years of each other. That's 3 games in less than 2 years. How do you do that? Sorry, man. I got Mass Effect 2 bonuses just by playing Dragon Age 2. Yeah, if I remember right. And then Mass Effect 3 came out about a year after that. They literally developed 3 top-tier AAA fucking RPGs in under less than 3 years. I think it was less than 2, but whatever. I mean, they were still coming out with DLC for Dragon Age 2 and Mass Effect 2 when Mass Effect 3 came out. Am I wrong? That's how I remember it. Because after 2012, the entire gaming genre went to complete shit because of Skyrim. Everybody tried to copy Skyrim. How can we make an RPG without making it an RPG? And dumb everybody down and make them all a bunch of dope-smoking fucking pieces of useless shit that can't even drive safely on a fucking freeway. That's how it looked to me when it happened. And that's what it was. The reason it looked that way to me is because that's what it was, and I just looked at it and saw it and called it for what it was. So, yeah. Is that wrong? I don't think so.
Maybe not, but we'll be cautious.
This seems more like a prison. I wonder if it's more effective than the circle I know.
What the Circle does here is better than the alternative.
An alternative I
No,
am
totally
very
did.
familiar with.
100%. Totally did.
Freedom is a noble ideal, but I see no oppression
Did
here.
anybody see the
I see fear and danger. But enough.
It was a
I'm sure we came here for a reason.
It probably came out on, I don't know, like a podcast or something, or it was just a note given by the head of development for Dragon Age Inquisition. And this is a I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but this is a quote. And you can go look this shit up. I'm assuming it's still somewhere on the internet. And the developer of Inquisition said, "We are aggressively," now aggressively is a quote, "We are aggressively pursuing the study of Skyrim to develop our game, our RPG, Inquisition." Is there a reason that Inquisition is only 10% Dragon Age and 90% fucking woke? No, it's no coincidence. They admitted that they were doing that when it happened. None of this shit is a coincidence. You can't get everybody to go the same direction when it's the opposite of common sense at the same time. Your video games, your movies, your religion, your education, your fucking sociology, your fucking tweets, your internet, your fucking government. Everything goes the same direction, and it's the opposite of good. Here's common sense. Let's just abandon common sense, call it woke, call it progressive, and then go the opposite direction and expect it to end well. Do you realize that your government, your church, your school, your fucking movie producers and whatever, your video game developers all went the exact same direction at the exact same time? Does nobody fucking acknowledge that? Is it not fucking obvious? If anybody here is less than 10 years old, you're on the wrong stream anyway. Go fucking call your mama to turn the fucking computer off. But if you are here and you're over 15 years old, then you fucking realized that the entire world, every single fucking society, even those that hate each other, have all gone the same direction. The exact same spiritual, moral, ethical, common sense, intellectual direction in movies, video games, government, church, education, fucking banks, society, everything in the exact same fucking direction at the exact same time. You can't get two people to agree with each other in a fucking closed room. You can't find two people to agree with each other on everything in a closed room. But you've got the entire world going the same fucking direction at the same goddamn time, based on a fucking tweet, overthrowing governments if they have to, because they're guaranteed to, they're possessed to go suck Satan's asshole in every single facet of their entire fucking livelihood. That's what's going on. And you can't fucking see that? You have to be dead. You have to be a fucking zombie to not see that. It's a big enough sample size to say, holy shit, that's actually what's going on. This is Babylon. You know what the definition of Babylon? It's confusion. You don't even know if a boy is a girl now. And if you do know what a boy is, then you can't say it, or else you would be fucking persecuted. What the fuck is wrong with everybody? If you know what the zombie apocalypse looks like, if you don't know, you're living in it. God damn, it's not that hard. It's just that simple. That's the Bible. It's just that simple. Just as in the days of Sodom and Gomorrah, so shall the coming of the Son of Man be. But Satan comes first and flies everybody away in a rapture paradise. A fucking peace on earth. Oh, Satan's gonna bring all this shit together and make it look like it's all copacetic. As long as you, I don't know, take a knee and suck his dick spiritually. If that's crude, I don't care. That's a fact. You think the stage isn't being set? How the fuck is the entire world doing the opposite of common sense at the same time? How? That's my verbal way of slapping the fucking shit out of you so that you just say, God damn, man, that's actually what's going on. It's not that hard. It's really just that simple. One is one. It's not even 1 plus 1. It's just that simple. 1 is 1. That's it. That's all. It's not that hard. Shit. Oh. Sorry, man. I don't mean to condescend. I'm not saying I'm smarter than you, but I mean that's the next level of stupid. So, not being able to see that. Like I said, you can. I didn't say this. Well, no, that's the way I'm putting it personally, but it doesn't mean anything. The meaning is where the meaning is. Literally, two people can't agree in a room with each other on everything. But you got the entire world agreeing on everything all at the same time? This is a spiritual movement. This is what Babylon looks like. This is the whore riding the beast, a political system, turning it into a religion, being drunk. Go read it for yourself. It's always been there. It's been there since, I don't know, since your great grandfather was a fucking alive. It's always been there. If you didn't bother to read it, that's your fault. Might want to go look it up. It's the blueprint to you not being fucking destroyed for, basically just erased from the book of life. Because you're just that fucking evil and stupid. If you enjoy this shit, there's something really, really wrong with you. And I don't want to spend 1 second in heaven with you. I'll be glad you're gone. If you're not that person, if you love animals, if you love Jesus, or, well, at least you're open to it because you don't know what that is or not. Okay, well, good for you. You got a millennium ahead of all this nonsense. Once all this is destroyed, you got a millennium ahead of us, so at least you got a chance. But maybe you could just take advantage of an opportunity to leapfrog that shit and you know, I mean, it's not cheating if you're trying, right? And maybe actually take advantage of that because the price was paid for you. And if you don't respect that, you're an asshole. Yeah, man. Yeah, that way was paid for you with a price paid that you wouldn't pay that price yourself. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Don't even try. No, seriously.
I misplaced it.
All right, let's go. Just saying. All right, so we got that. Bone pit. All right, so I guess we're not pissing Anders off, and we're going to try to get Anders' damage bonus this time. I wish I'd have thought of that earlier, because I don't know. I don't want to say I took Anders to the enemy side too much, to where we can't take advantage of the damage side of it. Yeah, that maybe I did. I don't. All right, let's just go.
So, elf.
Got 2 cold staffs, which is awesome. It's level 11, which... All right, so I guess I give...
Thing you do with your hand.
I can already tell this isn't going anywhere pleasant.
I bet that makes pickpocketing easier.
I'll try it sometime.
I don't know how much difference this is going to make money-wise, but let me go ahead and grab this. Oh, wow. Oh, no, you know what? I take that back. Let me go ahead and drop this when I get to the deep roads. I'm just going to go ahead and hang on to this. I'll give this to Isabella whenever we get her. Obviously, we haven't done all the nighttime stuff, but I want that money. I want that money with some money gain.
I can help.
Ah, finally someone comes to help me. You look a bit unseasoned, but I hope you'll do. I had to suspend operations. My workers are lost in the mines or have run off. Served me right for hiring Ferelden refugees.
Wow, what a piece of
I
shit.
sent others before, but no word.
Like Ferelden refugees are subhuman?
I need someone competent
right?
to figure out what is going on.
That's exactly how this piece of shit is talking.
I'll head there soon.
The sooner the better. Each day the mine is not running costs me more than those miners make in a year. The bone pit is just outside the city. Any map will show it.
So, if we leave the city... That's Isabella's bullshit. We're not going to get like a one-shot insta-kill on that one, are we? You know, when I used to airbrush, I used to actually be able to make a visual like that. Like varying degrees of like red or purple. Oh, purple is amazing because it worked with burgundy. Burgundy and purple, you could take a dark burgundy background and you could highlight it to give it some texture. Like even like a swirling pool. And then you could candy the shit out of that with more burgundy. And then you could come in with some white and draw your picture, and then come over it with like some, you had ultraviolet or you had purple, which is like, yeah, it was just really a dark ass fucking violet. It looked like what do you call it? The ultraviolet like lamps, right? You could make it kind of look like that. You could bring your picture out and then you could throw it back in with some purple candy, and then you could bring it back out and throw it back in and bring it back. You could just create all the depth and details that you wanted to with white on top of that, right? And just put it back in with some kind of like violet, ultra dark purple, and it would blend in with the burgundy in the background, which was almost like a black red. But it still worked. Oh man, you could create some like really cool illusions. Create like a 3D thing with a background of swirling. Man, it was amazing. And airbrushing is the shit. I've done it a couple times on stream. Little tiny projects. I don't have anywhere to do it now. Still got my compressors, still have my airbrush and stuff, but whatever. Would love to do something like cool. Well, I did something I thought was cool personally. Nobody was interested in it, but yeah. And we did a project of cats and dogs for one of our viewers. Like, that was a couple years ago, man.
I knew this would happen.
Yeah, man, you can do some really, really cool shit with that.
Now you fall! Go down! Make it good! You are not enough!
See now, all those staggers, that's why I want that force ability.
Decent blade at a bargain anymore.
To handle those staggers like every 10 seconds or so.
You're what a man needs.
If you got Fenris and Aveline in there doing work, they're not only kicking ass, but you can create some combos. You just got to have the combos to create. I mean, theoretically, if you had Chain Lightning and you had the Force and you had Blood Magic, you could capitalize on that even more, but that's a lot to ask. And it's really keying on one particular enemy, whereas some enemies are completely immune to that shit, so yeah.
You can start making sense any time now.
My manners. Javaris Tintop, merchant and investor. I need forward thinkers to help court the Qunari.
Court the Qunari? Maker, think of the children.
Those hornheads in Kirkwall have a powder that explodes, and it's just dust. No lyrium, no demons. Anyone can use it.
I often look at every second idiot and think, he needs more power.
Second idiot. I often think of every second idiot. Okay, you don't need power, but you need more power because you're an idiot. And that would make things really bad.
I doubt they were eager to sell.
That Arishok said I wasn't worthy. That only their outcast, the Talvashath, or that mercenary. I said, great, I'll go talk to them. Didn't go over well. But, made me think. Maybe he'll bargain if I get rid of something that bothers him more than, well, me.
The Talvashath.
More than me.
The Talvashath. Are you up for some paid hunting?
I suppose there could be a reward for these Talvashath.
As long as you do it, I'm happy. Now, best I could figure, they're up the Wounded Coast, a whole camp. Take their heads off and meet me at the compound in Kirkwall. Get this right, and we'll be richly rewarded. Richly.
This is one of those, this isn't gonna end well, right? Like this is bad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is not good. Nice. Anybody ever looked up Todd Howard's birth name? I would almost be willing to bet that it's not. Well, that's hidden pretty well. Just curious.
I found all the ingredients, Clara.
I knew you'd come through. Take this. I need to go before it's too late.
Yeah, if you're playing an archer, that's a pretty gangster-ass bow, if I remember right.
Something of yours, Sarah.
It's not a mistake. That's like committing murder.
At least it's not a hiking event. You can do this.
Get some money there. So we need like 65 sovereigns or so to get all the shit from the Black Emporium. So we still got plenty of room to get some runes of fortune. But we're gonna have to do this. Herbalist task. All right, hold on a second. Sorry, let me grab this real quick.
We owe you a debt.
This mountain is cursed, I swear.
Oh wait, we gotta actually ask him about it. My bad.
I am Master Island.
True story.
A crafter for this clan. Forced to stay so close to this Shemlin city, I've seen my share of outsiders pass through our camp. Is there something you needed?
Do you have any pure ironbark in stock?
What use is ironbark to you? I've never met a Shem who could bend it to his will. Either way, I'm out of stock. I do know where it can be found, but it is impossible to retrieve. Our people were forbidden from venturing to the area after we lost 2 of our best hunters there.
What happened that warriors as skilled as the Dalish refused to venture to the area?
Your respect for our hunters is most surprising, stranger. The place is overrun by darkspawn. If we tried to eradicate them, we would risk the precious few hunters we have left. I'll show you where the area is. What you do with the information is up to you.
so let's get some runes of fortune. We need to make money. We need to make money. I mean, if we're gonna do this work, we might as well get paid for it. I don't think it really matters, to be honest. Might as well do the hard one. This is the hard one. Seriously, the hard one.
Is brooding a sport? Competition.
Brooding? Is brooding a sport? Brooding?
I'm not.
To arms!
Moping, then. You seem like you're a champion at it. Perfectly consistent. Oh, so that's... Never know.
Nice. That's what you call extra XP. But you gotta know to come all the way over here just to fight the spiders to get that, but whatever. I mean, it is what it is.
And here we go again.
I saw his drop. Atash! The enemy draws blood. They're out to shoot. Another is on cue.
Nice. Okay, all right. Hold on a second. I do not need Fenris here. I need Anders here for this one. Sorry. I just do. I mean, we can take Fenris with us. We can gain friendship with Fenris, but problem is I do need haste here. I literally, I need haste here. I need haste. I have to have it. Sorry, I mean the Cerebos in the caverns. That's nasty. And it's like the other hardest thing you do as a mage. And then Act of Mercy is like the other hardest thing you do as a mage.
No.
Like really at a disadvantage.
Some guards give people the opportunity. To lie if it will keep the peace.
This fell into my hands. Recognize it. Aveline?
I mean, yeah. All right, so. Okay, I guess we can do that while we're there too. I mean, and then Fenrir, his quest takes you back there again. Like I say, you wind up on the Wounded Coast like, I don't know, 5-10 times during Act 1. Like, seriously.
Good day, Sir Arthur.
Insist if you must, but Viscount Dumas will see no one. If you've news of Seamus, I will relay it to him.
Fine. Tell Dumas my scouts have tracked the boy and his Canary captor to the Wounded Coast. I'm taking a full company after them, and when I return, I expect him to make a show of the reward.
So many to deal with one Kunari seems excessive.
One Canary.
He may be Talbot.
It's literally like 100 of them. 100 to 1. And you still lose, bitch. You still lose, bitch. 100 to 1 and you still lose.
Yes.
I mean,
What is it?
That's kind of funny. Oh, it's going good. That's awesome.
If this is about a rescue, that woman did not seem the type.
She is the type I feared we would attract. As I told the others, Viscount Dumas' son, Seamus, is missing. We suspect he was taken by a Kunari. If you would like to try your hand at securing his safe return, feel free. I have certainly granted no exclusivity to the Winters and their violent approach.
100% good. 100%. How are you doing?
Ready the reward. He'll be back in no time.
Declare it if you like, but the reward goes to whomever brings him back safe. A discussion you are welcome to have with the Winters, should you encounter them, on the Wounded Coast.
Wounded Coast. What a drama queen. Dude, such a drama queen. No, I mean, like, drama queen. Like, I mean, seriously, if you play the Mark of the Assassin DLC, the dude actually brings a drag queen to the party. Like, I mean, when I say drama queen, I mean, like, seriously, drama queen. Just saying, like, that actually happens. Yeah, we should actually probably go explore that. Get an extra level or two out of the game so we can, like, finish our build and shit and expose fucking perverted corruption confused for what it is. Yeah, true story. Anyway, all right. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, seriously, man. Earlier today, we were talking about this, and a couple other people from different parts of the country were saying, man, I went outside and I was just going to go over to McDonald's to get some lunch, right? And when I stepped outside, it was like 70 degrees with a breeze and not even a cloud in the sky. And I'm like, this is fantastic. And I breathe in the air, and I live in like Southeast Texas, right? So like humidity is like 90% of the year, maybe even like 95% of the year. But there was like no humidity in the air, and there was this breeze going, and it was like not just a cloudless sky. It looked like I lived in Alaska. Like it was just fantastic. It was like, oh my God, it gave me goosebumps. It was just so perfect. It gave me goosebumps, and I'm like, this is a good day. This is fantastic. I got to come outside and experience this. I was getting ready to start streaming and stuff, but I'm like, man, I'm starving to death. Got a little food in the fridge. I'll save that for later. Let's go get a quarter pounder with cheese and a friggin' strawberry banana smoothie from McDonald's because that's my shit. That is like literally my shit. Right? So like, man, roll the window down, crank the radio up, we'll get my stuff and come back. And I'm like, dude, this like made an entire day in like 10 minutes. This just made the day. Like fall is just fantastic here. And then somebody else piped in, and they're in Georgia, right? And they're like, yeah, man, fall is fantastic. Everything turns like golden, red and brown, and it's just like and just beautiful and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, if you just stop to just look at it, like every single day is like a new gift. You know what I'm saying? Like, really? It's like a new gift. And if you stop to appreciate it, that's cool. Or you can choose to just ignore it and just go on about your business because you've got a schedule and you got to be somewhere and you've got, you know, duties, responsibilities, obligations, and all that stuff. But I mean, just being able to just step outside and say, thank you for that. Now I'm going to go do my stuff. And I mean, I miss that. I miss that probably more than anybody, right? You know, but sometimes you just stop and you just think about it. And it's just like, it's a beautiful thing. It's an amazing thing. Like each day is a new canvas with a work of art painted on it. Even if it's all in grayscale with a bunch of rain and a bunch of humidity and it just feels like you're in a cold swamp for the day. But I mean, we watch movies where we praise that type of shit. Watching movies. I mean, Halloween is based on that type of shit. We put decorations out in our front yard, right? So, like, it's even the gray, rainy, muggy, nasty days are their own thing. And it makes us appreciate days like we had today. It was just fantastic, man. It was just awesome. It put me in a good headset, you know? Just, like, I mean, a day like this, even if it's bad, it's still not bad, you know, so. Gameplay? Okay, well, we're about to do that because we're getting into, like, serious stuff. This is pretty much the end of Act 1, all the major boss fight bullshit and call it what you want and whatever. I have to go do this stuff. So I need to make some runes of fortune. I need to actually make some money. I'm doing all this work and I'm not getting paid for it, so I should probably go get paid for it. Please tell me I put Aveline in my party. It's even got some mana attached to it. Nice. Too bad you can't sprint, right? Right?
No further, human.
Here we go.
Tal-Vashoth control these passages.
Ambushes are usually quieter, Kunari.
I did not intend to ambush. I expected to warn a caravan, but you are not helpless. The path
I did not intend to ambush.
With my
I
kind.
intended to pre-warn. Pre-warning is not ambushing.
It would please me if you
All
killed
right.
them.
That's cool. What the? It would please me if you killed my fellow Kunari. What?
And I should trust you.
I have no history of betraying your people, only my own. I did not like my role, so I left the queue. I do not wish to be a murdering thief, so I left these Tal-Vashoth to warn their victims. You are no
A
victim.
shame that the coolest
so
looking
now I
armor
will
from
leave.
Origins and Dragon Age 2, you couldn't even have it in Inquisition. If you made it, it didn't look near as cool. And if it was in the game, you couldn't have it. You literally couldn't make it. That was such a shame, man.
What's the trick, Tal-Vashoth?
The path ahead is thick with my kind. They revel in chaos, and will give you the battle you appear to want. If telling you that is a
Give you
trick,
the
it
battle
is a
you
poor
appear
one.
to want.
I am new to decisions outside my role, human.
You
I
get
have
to meet
decided
this
to
guy
warn
later.
you.
I
Do
think
what
in
you
Act
will.
3. Act 3, I think you get to meet that guy
Charming
again.
as always.
And he's a mercenary. He's for hire, but you can't hire him because, I don't know, some moral obligation he has to the Qun that he doesn't follow anymore. Like, it's really, really off. It's like trusting a communist, an actual communist, to have some morals or ethics. Any person under a communist regime that actually wants some freedom will agree that communist morals and ethics are backwards at best. Yeah. True story. Anyway, let's go ahead and just kill everything. That's what I say. The solution to this is to kill
Get ready!
everything. Took me 20 minutes to get haste. You know, we should probably wait for haste again. And I should take this opportunity. Well, we already killed the commander. So yeah, we've already actually got all this. You can actually look and see. Look at my dog's name, Uber Snout. If you got the snout for snacks, you should have the Uber Snout. Any snacks within a 100-mile radius. If you hear a cheese wrapper, God damn it, I don't care if it's the neighbor 3 blocks down and 3 blocks up. If you hear a cheese wrapper, those snacks should be yours. If you're a dog, that's how you think and feel. Dog rights should demand that if you hear the snack, you should get the snack, right? Is anybody a dog owner? The dogs are like, the law is, if you hear the snack, you should partake of the snack. That's the law. And if you don't abide by the law, you should probably be executed, according to your dog. Even if you're your dog's owner, because I'm your best friend, but there's a snack. And if I don't get a piece of that, then you should die. Other than that, I'm your best friend for life. I will die defending you, but we need snacks. That's a dog. That is literally a dog in a nutshell. All right, so I'm going to be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. I'm going to take a break. I'm not going to put up a break screen. This is where we're at. I'll be back. Hopefully I'll be back before the controller dies. All right, give me a second. All right. No, the controller died. God damn. Oh, that wasn't my fault. There was actually a back road to get to where I was trying to go, and it was shut off. So I had to go all the way. Yeah, anyway, doesn't really matter. No, we don't deserve dogs. That's 100% true story. There is not anything you could say that's more true than that. Don't really deserve animals that, honestly, instinctively, are, I don't know, untamed at best, and they just make a bond with you. And so they give you their complete trust, and you become part of their pack or their flock or their whatever. Whether it be a bird, a spider, a friggin' snake, whatever. If they love you, you know that they love you because somehow they tell you that. Well, they're not speaking English or whatever language you speak or whatever, but they just let you know that, like, we need to be buds. And you're like, okay, let's be buds. So now you're buds for life. That's it. They trust you with their well-being, which is instinctively just the opposite of their instinct. But somehow it just happens. I mean, you see it. You see people, and one of my favorite videos on YouTube is a dude that dives down into a certain part of an ocean in a certain part of the world every year, and the migrating patterns draw this shark who is, they recognize each other. The shark knows who he is, he knows who the shark is, and they just meet up every year. And it's something he does with discipline. If he didn't do it, the shark would probably be distressed and maybe even die. And if the shark didn't do it, then the guy would be disappointed. And so what happens? They just meet up every year, and he dives down with a full oxygen tank, and they hang out and love on each other and pet each other and just snuggle, and they fucking snuggle. And then, well, the oxygen tank, I don't know if he goes up and gets another oxygen tank and comes back down again, and they just fucking hang out for the day. I wouldn't doubt it. That's what I would do. But whatever. It's like a thing. And this is supposed to be like a man-eating shark or whatever. Well, it's like a great white, female great white or something. And like they're just best buds. So they meet up, and that shark is expecting him to be there. And so he's there at that particular time of year, and they just hang out and catch up and, I don't know, send a little love to one another, and then go on about their business. And then next year they just do the same thing. And that's just fantastic, because this dude's able to do that. He apparently saved this shark from something. And the shark is just like, oh, you saved my life. Well, I'd be dead if it weren't for you, so let's just be best friends. And the guy's like, yeah, let's just meet up here every year for the rest of forever. And so that's what they do. Come on, man. Like, that's just... I think that's really like a really good real-life example of love circumvents all the other bullshit. And the Bible says God is love. And God created us and all the other creatures. And just love just circumvents that. It's just innocent. It's pure. It is what it is. And it just makes it amazing. And if a man and a fucking man-eating shark can get along, then everybody else should be able to as well, which makes us stupider than animals. True story? True story. It's a really good object lesson in that. Even nature can give you the basics of the gospel. And God didn't create nature for no reason. So there you have it. But some people just choose to worship nature itself. Then they worship their own flesh, and then they pierce it and turn their hair purple and fucking get a bunch of tattoos and just do a bunch of stuff. And I'm not saying anything about tattoos. I'm just saying that the people that commonly do this type of stuff just fucking hate nature, but they claim that it's their God, so they hate their own fucking God, even their God isn't God. it's something created by God, and how fucking stupid is that? So everybody needs to just give that a thought for a second and realize if you're in the category of fucking stupid Satan's asshole or maybe a decent human being, because you realize how stupid that is. It's up to you, man, I guess. Whatever, man, woman, whatever. What'd you say? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I read that weird for a second. Yeah, Jaws. I mean, yeah, sure. They are what they are. I mean, if you understand that, well, I mean, there's no point in being stupid about it. But at the same time, when you realize they're just creatures and they have their own rules and you follow their rules because you're in their world, right? If you're down in the water with a bunch of fucking great white sharks, you need to understand how they think. If you don't understand how they think and you make yourself out to be, I don't know, lunch, well, that's pretty much on you. That's pretty stupid. And if you're ignorant, well, then you need probably pay the price for that, right? But outside of that, they're just another creature like, I don't know. I mean, a rattlesnake won't fuck with you if you just don't fuck with it. Get real close, it'll give you a warning. It's like, I really don't want a hassle. I really don't want a hassle. Why are you still fucking standing there? I really don't want a hassle. Now you're a threat. I'm going to go ahead and fucking bite you to the best of my ability. Because that's what's going to get you off of me, because I have my space here, and I'm a solitary creature that's minding my own business, and you're here within my space fucking with me. You know what woke people do? They get in your space and they fuck with you trying to be offended. Rattlesnakes are a defense against woke people. I would like to send a bunch of woke people into the desert to try to reason with rattlesnakes. That would make the world a much better place, because we'd have a bunch less woke people because they're too fucking stupid to even read the label on a fucking bleach bottle. True story? True story. Rattlesnakes are actually pretty cool. They're like, hey, I'm giving you a warning. Step the fuck off. Oh, you step off? Okay, cool. I'm not going to chase you. Just get the fuck away from me. I didn't invite you. You need to leave. Or if you don't leave, well, I guess you're trying to kill me. So I'm going to try to kill you first. That's reasonable. People should think the same way. You get in my space as a threat, in my home, in my property, looting my business, invading my home, trying to steal my stuff because your fucking food stamps ran out. Guess what? Fuck around and find out. That needs to be the rule across the entire fucking globe, and you'll get rid of the idiots. You'll get rid of the pieces of shit. You'll get rid of the people that aren't even qualified as being human, regardless of race, creed, or color, real quick. And then guess what? The world is a better place. True story? True story. If you don't like that, it's because you're part of the evil people. That's on you. That's your fault. You chose to be that way. You should be accountable for that and pay the price for that. Hopefully you do something enough to where somebody can fucking execute your ass, and guess what? The world doesn't have you in it anymore, and the world is a better place. It's really pretty cut and dry. You have a plumb line. Imagine a weight at the bottom of a string. You're either on the good side of it or the bad side of it. If you're on the bad side of it aggressively, intentionally, and you know it, or you're just too fucking stupid to be taught any different, well then, if the world was cleansed of you, how good would the world be if it was just the good part? Right? Just the good part. Just saying. Because you aren't in it. If you just insist on being bad, if you were executed, the world would be a better place. Why would you insist on being evil on purpose? Because you're fucking evil. And if the world didn't have you in it, the world would be better. But evil people abort children before they're even born so that there's no chance that good people can actually be born to come against the evil people that are murdering them with their fucking rainbow flags. Now that's a fact. Put that in your pipe and smoke it for a second. True story? True story. Well, Hollywood has demonized every good, innocent, natural thing, hasn't it? I mean, even demons aren't demons, according to Hollywood. True story?
Here we go!
Let's finish this! Get back!
Nice. Good times, good times. I've already actually been up here, so I guess we're just gonna do this.
Oh, good. I was afraid this would be easy. It's me.
Let's finish this! I'll deal with this.
I win. I 100% win. Nice. Wow. Oh, okay, it's the other cave. All right, never mind. I was gonna say, like, there should be like a silverite or a lyrium or something there.
You go through me before anyone else. Your will rule.
Hey, anybody here follow fantasy football by any chance? Just throw that out there. Just, you know, just kind of begging for a heads up. Anybody?
Now that's just rude. What are they trying to do? Ruin my business.
Go down!
Someone's left. Surprise here for us.
Beautiful. That's beautimous and fabuful. Fabuful is wonderful, fabulous, and beautiful all at the same time. Or you could say beautifabulous. I mean, if you just really wanted to get out there, you could say beautifabulous. Beautiful, fabulous, and wonderful. You wonder fabulous? I mean, you can actually get creative with that shit if you wanted to. At least we got a health potion out of that. Somebody apparently used one. Yeah, because we had 4. There's a save.
Bianca's locked and loaded. Nothing I'm doing seems to work.
Fuck. Well, I missed that.
I'll show you why Mage
Where's the Cerebos? Get wrecked, bitch. Oh, that was the cleanest shit I've ever seen.
For better or not. The dwarf will be at the compound.
Dude, that's the cleanest shit I've ever seen. Without being able to execute that dude initially, he pulled an AoE. I think I got lucky. I think he pulled the AoE on my dog, which my dog doesn't give one single fuck about all that stuff, right? But seriously, I think he pulled that shit and then warped and then didn't know what to do because that shit didn't work. And then when it came back, we just executed that asshole. Before it got to pull off like three different AoEs in 3 different areas, especially around himself, and do all that bullshit. Yeah, backwards compatible is really, really bad about that. The Cerebos, it doesn't just cheat. It cheats like 3 times all at the same time. So in case you can beat the cheat twice, it's going to be hard to beat it 3 times all at the same time. Yeah, it's really bad. Red Grace is one of the coolest names for a 2-handed sword. Red Grace. Love that. Love the name of that sword. It's a really gangster-ass sword if you're playing a 2-hander, too. If you're playing with, like, no DLC, that's probably the best sword at this point in the game, because Night Lies, everybody's weak to fire, which is why it was put in the game in the first place, so... yeah, that's definitely a thing. Well, that's garbage. That's actually not nice. Yeah, it was clean. That was actually almost accidentally clean. So let's We need this. We need this to start making some runes of fortune. We need to make a couple of those. I think, what did I say? 4 of them? We need to make 4 of them. But we just now got here, so... God damn it. That is so bad, bro. Dude, that is so bad. We got 2 fire damage staffs that are pretty decent. Whatever.
Cubit's miners must be a desperate lot to work.
I love the staff. The staff just looks so chunky. Dude, it looks chunky, right?
Let's finish this.
Get wrecked, though.
Now you fall.
Oh, I can do this again?
It's not doing anything. Well, that was fun.
Get wrecked.
Seems to be...
Dude, it's that moment. This is how Dragon Age 2 rewards you. It's that moment where you can say, get wrecked. And those motherfuckers get wrecked. I mean, like, you just destroy them. Okay, you're gonna hit me this hard. I'm gonna hit you this hard. You're gonna hit me this fast. I'm gonna hit you this fast. So I'm gonna hit you this hard and this fast. Go after yourself. It's just really just go after yourself. At that point, yeah, I'm not even trying to talk to you. You're not worthy of speaking. Just die. And that's it, that's all. Just die. And then if the game tries to say, oh, sounds like you got some attitude. No, I don't have attitude. If I had attitude, you wouldn't know it because you're dead. Like right now, you're dead. Like that's not attitude, that's just stating the facts. You know what I'm saying? Like this isn't arrogance. This isn't pride. This is just stating the facts. You were dead before you were even allowed to talk. And I'm the one that allows you to talk. So guess what? Shut the fuck up. Like that kind of, you know, kill you that fast type of shit. That's how that should go. That's 100% how that should go. Shut up before you even speak. Yeah. Not because I say so, but because you're dead already and you don't even know it. Like that's some gangster RPG shit right there. That's how it's supposed to go.
Slaves died in that mine.
Brady Anders along on this shit. I really hate it. That spirit. Can't use it, but The only reason I haven't put this on yet is because I want this money gain. I want this money gain. Like that's a thing.
Cries for justice.
Get ready!
When I tell the tale of slaying these dragons, I'll make them 3 times taller.
One less against us. I suffer no threat. How about you?
Decent amount of money. Got some change. This is actually unusual. The little dragonlings don't necessarily drop change. They'll drop like, you know, a ragged ass like threadbare sock or a cracked vial or, you know, some shit that's worth like 1 copper. Anytime you can pull some actual money off these little shits, that's amazing. We haven't died in a while, and I believe the game progressively rewards you for not having gotten knocked out. We might actually even get some sovereigns off the dragon up here. The last one, you know, the higher dragon. It's not a high dragon. I guess just a dragon. I don't know. If that's a dragon, then what the fuck are these? Lesser dragons, mini dragons, or some stupid shit like that? I don't know. Really have no idea.
To arms!
Apparently Aveline's a gangster. Yeah. I'm not sure where the rest of this ambush is. It's probably back here somewhere. Honestly, yeah, it probably is. Got some change. Got nothing. See, like that's bullshit. That dragon has to drop some money. Even if it's just like 10 silver.
Boring.
That should have dropped whatever she didn't drop. The game will sometimes make up for it. It'll say, okay, this enemy that has to drop a certain amount of silver didn't. So the next enemy of that rank will drop twice. It'll be like 22, 25 silver. And maybe the dragon at the end of the day will actually drop like a couple sovereigns, which means that we win.
Get ready!
Little Anders bitch fucking Cheto fucking Philia piece of fucking Michael Jackson shit out here killing itself on purpose. Fucking Michael Pedo Jackson Philia piece of fucking murdering jihadist. Did we just get that twice? Whatever. I don't know, man.
Can't we talk about this? No? Now you fall!
Enough.
Price and Trusty, you came along. Them dragons would have sniffed me out for certain.
Hold on. What happened here?
I'll tell you what I can, but be a friend and keep your voice down. There's another dragon close by.
You better get going. Try not to get eaten.
Don't have to tell me twice. You
To
should
get
leave
eaten.
too. But don't go that way.
We cleared
It's
the
a
way,
huge
but
dragon.
if something else pops up, just try not to get
I
eaten.
wondered if the dragons
Try
left
not
their
to be
nest
lunch,
unguarded.
bro. Tear your ass, but try not to be lunch. Good advice. Hmm, 8 silver. Nice. Man, if there'd have been like 11 or 12 silver in that, that'd have been amazing. Okay, well, I guess we just do our thing.
Here we go! How about you? Get back!
Is there any view of the numbers? Evelyn just tanking. Hey, I'd be good, man. How are you? Oh my god, it's just 27 silver. See, like, sometimes it'll be like 3 or 4 sovereigns. It can be. I've gotten it before. It's just, it's like a, I don't know. I've gotten it from the Ancient Rock Wraith, too. Instead of like 10, 20, 30 silver, it'll be like, actually the Ancient Rock Wraith can be anywhere from 5 to like 8 sovereigns. Like, that's a lot. 5 to 8 sovereigns, that's like a dream item all by itself. Like that it can happen. It's happened before. 27 silver, I mean, it's garbage, but it's not like that garbage. Like, it's at least something. But yeah, we didn't even die once. We didn't even get a knockout on the way here. So I feel like it should have rewarded us a little bit better. Maybe the reward chance is a little bit higher. We got fucked, but I mean, we could totally reload this shit, but sometimes it'll go down, and then it'll stop giving money altogether. Unless you do it like 15 times in a row or something. I'm not going to do that, but you can potentially reload and just keep killing this thing until it gives you sovereigns instead of fucking silver, but whatever. There's been times where I didn't get anything. That's actually happened before, so Your mage-loving friend loves the content? Seriously? Because I've had my life threatened by people who love mages in Dragon Age. Like, literally had my life threatened. No, I'm not even making that up. So, like, really? Mage-loving friend? Just, I don't know. I mean, you know, Julian, we had this discussion. And you know what I would pass along to your mage-loving friend? And it's like, this isn't a criticism. This isn't like a character. This isn't like knocking somebody's character. But mages in Dragon Age are very much the equivalent of woke in this day and age. And if you were raised that way, you would think that was normal. But if you take common sense and you compare woke to it, it doesn't make any sense at all. There's no way that mankind can manufacture global warming. There's no way we can do that. That's saying you're more powerful than Mother Nature and more powerful than God himself, which mankind has proven that left to his own devices, we are a virus to this planet, not a godlike intellectual entity. It's the opposite. We're actually just like a mindless fucking virus on this planet. We are walking zombies. This game actually proves that, if you're willing to look at it. Now, if you can't see it, it's because you are a zombie, which is actually biblical. It's called the spirit of stupor. It's called basically making you stupid. Because if you knew better and did the wrong thing on purpose, then if God had to judge you, then he would destroy you because you're evil. And look, heaven is pure. Heaven is good. If you're evil, then you have no place there. When heaven comes around, everything that's not heavenly is destroyed. Now, that's a biblical fact. As far as this game is concerned, as far as this franchise is concerned, at least through the first two games. Let's just not even count Inquisition because, well, it doesn't count. It's about 10% Dragon Age at best. So let's just leave that out of it. But if you're a mage sympathizer, then you must have been raised that way. That means you were dictated to not think for yourself, to be politically correct, which is how woke started, politically correct. And that you're going all the way back to like the 1950s, the late 40s, 1950s, politically correct. James Dean, then the fucking acid, fucking dope, free love culture, and then the fucking kicking the garage doors open till anybody can get in your house and steal your life from you. And most of it came through Windows. What are Windows? Well, ironically, your mainstream computers are called Windows. Now, this is an actual biblical quote. But the thief comes in through the windows. Where do you get most of your information? From your cell phone or your computer or your TV. Windows. The thief comes in through the windows. That's a direct quote from Joel chapter 2. That's a fact. How are we deceived and turned into fucking mindless zombies? Through windows, which cooperate with our schools, our churches, our banks, Wall Street, whatever your bank is, your main economy is, wherever you live, and it basically steals everything you have, financially, spiritually, ethically, and morally. So this is actually a life lesson that's taught in a video game that is literally written by people guilty of promoting the very thing that we're talking about right now. And they're too stupid to even see it because they're fucking woke or Satanists or evil or the opposite of anything common sense or Antichrist, anything other than Jesus. They'll follow that. You're talking about people who will pass out if their favorite rock star were to shake their hand or to even look at them and give them a wink. They would pass out. They would piss themselves if their favorite rock pop star, musician, another person who hasn't done anything to contribute to society whatsoever, military people, people who do construction, plumbers, AC, refrigeration guys, police, firemen. These people contribute to your society. They build your homes and keep them safe. They can't even pay their rent, but you will give a rock star $50 billion. And if you don't give it to them directly, it will be stolen from you and given to them. And you will piss your fucking pants and pass out if they look at you and are willing to give you an autograph. What the fuck is wrong with you? What have these people contributed? These athletes, these entertainers, these musicians. It's not that they're not talented at what they do. The bottom line is, what do they contribute to society? Nothing. Entertainment value. Your politicians are the same thing. They have entertainment value. What are they worth? Absolutely nothing. On the moral scale, are they good or evil? Most of them lean very, very hard towards evil. They're not working in your best interest. They're not doing anything that the law has, the statutes have demanded that they do in their office. None of them do that. Not even Trump. And certainly Joe Biden was working with Satan's asshole from the start, but that motherfucker was a zombie, so it couldn't even think for itself. But you had that a leader of a free Christian country, a country under God, trying to remove God from the country? God that created you, me, and everything else, that gives you a natural example of what you do and don't do. Common sense. Animals don't fly rainbow flags. How are we that far fucking gone? Just as in the days of Sodom and Gomorrah, just as in the days of Noah, so shall it be. And here we are. This is prophecy coming to pass in front of your face. This is a game giving you a literal life lesson, if you look at it and see it for literally what it is. It's not hidden. It's right in your face. So I think there's a little bit more to just playing a video game here. You're actually getting the devil to confess itself unwittingly because it's fucking stupid. I mean, it's wiser than Daniel, but it's still fucking stupid. If you're just against common sense, well, then you're stupid in everything you say and do, right? That's the way they wrote this game, and they actually exposed themselves in this game. There's so many layers to this game, and you could say the same thing about Mass Effect. Back in the day, these motherfuckers unwittingly condemned their entire culture, which was the woke, politically correct culture, in what they wrote. And they didn't even know they were doing it when they did it, which is the most fantastic condemnation of anything evil, is when evil promotes its own evil and doesn't even know it's doing it because it has no wisdom. And wisdom comes from God. That's a true story. Wisdom comes from God. And these motherfuckers don't have it because they fucking hate God. Look at the rainbow flags. Look at the anti-Christian everything. And I don't mean anti-Christian as in anti-Christ, other Christ. I mean anti as in against anything true and anything biblical. Your schools have been teaching you that. Your news has been teaching you that. Your economy has been teaching you that. And your churches have been teaching you that. To be against the very thing that those churches claim to be a representative of. True story? True story. That's wrapping basically the entire universe up into a really simple statement saying, hey man, just think for yourself, bro. And if you don't know how to think, go get some instructions. Humble yourself and go get some instructions. That's what this game and the whole Mage discrepancy teaches you. This entire game, this entire series, this entire franchise tells you that mages are Satan from start to finish. They're responsible for every single thing they promote against. They caused it. It's called propaganda. It's called woke. I mean, there's no other way to put it. It's the exact equivalent in an entertainment franchise to what's actually happening in the world today. Mages being responsible for everything they're complaining against and blaming you for it while they cause it. That's a fact. Like you can't put it any other way because that's literally what it is. So maybe you're. Oh, thanks, Julian, man. Hey, man, thanks for the super chat. That's awesome. And notice I got the stuff at the top of the screen. I got that shit fixed too. Right? You see it? Actually, it actually made space for that, man. Your shit is like scrolling across the entire screen. That's awesome. And yeah, that's the way it should be. But your mage friend could actually learn some life lessons from seeing this for what it is. And that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. But you know what's amazing is you saying that is your friend, and you obviously disagree with your friend's approach, but that's your friend. And you're saying, like, you're my friend, but like we're going to disagree on this, right? But that's still your friend. And you can't save your friend. You have no power to do that. You can't save yourself. But you can do the right thing. And seriously, like, this is a video game thing, right? But all of a sudden it becomes like a real life thing. So you being patient and saying, all right, man, we love video games. That's the core of our being. This is our shit in this life. Like, as long as I'm living with 2 eyes and 2 ears and a mouth and whatever, even if I'm missing my left arm, this is what I do. I game, and this is my shit. And this is your shit too. But you see left and I see right. Remember, right isn't left, right is right. Just saying. But anyway, you don't make that person not your friend. Oh my God, you don't see what I'm seeing, so fuck you. Like that, dude, that's some gangster wisdom shit. To be like, okay, you don't see this, but like, this is a thing? I know this is a thing, but you don't see this as a thing. Okay, so I'm going to show you why I see this the way I see it. And if you still don't agree, that's fine. We can still be friends. Like, that's the way things are supposed to go. And that's how you eventually get somebody to actually see some common sense. Right? And dude, that's about the most respectable shit you can actually do as a human being. And I know we're just talking about a video game, but kind of we're not just talking about a video game. We're talking about you doing the most respectable, humble, truly loving your neighbor, truly loving your friend, thing that you can actually do as a human being. Well, dude, it's just a video game. No. We're talking principles at this point, right? And that's about the most gangster way that you can approach something. And by nature, that shows your character. So I'm just going to give it to you, man. I'm going to give it to you. And so when you say somebody likes my content, that's fantastic. I really appreciate it. Whatever. But not blowing it off, but I mean, that's cool. But there's like a bigger thing there. And that makes me nothing. And that kind of makes you nothing. And if you're humble enough to say, yeah, I don't really have anything to do with this either. It's about principles. And it's about truth and everything else. You have truth. Like, what is there? 360 degrees on a compass? You have truth. And then you have 359 degrees of everything else. True story? I hope you... Well, I believe that's a true story. You have the truth, and you have 359 degrees of everything else. You have right, and then a whole bunch of wrong. Shouldn't be that way, but we made it that way. As people, we made it that way. We choose wrong most of the time. Do you see what people are capable of doing to each other? I mean, do you watch the news? You see what people are capable of doing to each other on a daily basis? That's free will. Well, what does free will get you? The choice to do a whole bunch of bad shit based on the way you've been brainwashed and taught to act. When you had the 10 Commandments and Bible study in public schools in Christian nations, that was just a generation ago. It wasn't that long ago, but that was actually a thing. Go look it up. Go Google it if you have to. You had Bible study, and you had the 10 Commandments placed on the walls of schools, public schools, in Christian nations. I'm pretty sure the UK dropped it first, but maybe that's a little bit of spite. Not really sure. But the bottom line is, since those were removed from the walls, and since Bible study stopped existing in Christian nations, upon which the nations that everybody else flows to, so that they can corrupt Christian nations and turn the world into a fucking toilet. Sorry, man. Christian nations are what everybody comes to, because even what's left of them is something that everybody aspires to, because they want to leave the shit fucking goddamn third world piece of shit that they fled from to come here to turn this into the fucking third world toilet shithole that they came from by demanding rights that, goddamn, man, if you came to America to not be American, you should be a threat and you should be executed on the spot. You're considered an invader. That's what should happen. But no, you get deported and you still complain. Why the fuck do you come here in the first place? If you don't want to assimilate, then get the fuck on. Stay where you're at and live in the third world shithole that you're fleeing from, because you're probably dead there, but you want to come here and strap explosives to yourself or get some fucking fentanyl and kill all of our fucking innocent men, women, and children here because you're a fucking piece of shit. That's what's going on these days. Period. End of conversation. What do you think blood mages do in Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2? They do the exact same fucking thing under the exact same fucking mentality. That's a fact. That is a fucking fact. And these motherfuckers wrote this, and they support exactly what I'm speaking against. True story. Anyway. Sorry, not sorry. Just had to state those facts. You got to spit facts. and speak against, oh, you got to speak against the darkness or there is no light, right? So, true story. Anyway, I'll be back in a second. Well, take it or leave it. There you go. Um, there's a commandment. Got the 10 Commandments, and they're obvious. I mean, well, there's don't worship anything but the Lord, especially to Europeans and Americans. Well, we're definitely worshiping pretty much anything but. Pretty much any leader that we elect, and if they aren't elected by us, they get elected anyway. Because, well, yeah, those elections are rigged as fuck, and they're evil, and they're, all that twisted ass bullshit. I mean, the agenda is going to be passed, but we were told that a long time ago that that's exactly going to happen anyway. So crying about it is kind of like, God, what you said would happen is happening, so I don't like it. Well, then God's like, well, shut up, because that's what I said would happen, and that's what's happening. You should be glad, but if you're mad, well, then what? You got a problem? Because that's pretty stupid. Pretty stupid to be against the plan as the plan comes to pass in front of your face. You should be excited about that, not mad about it. That's one thing. Now that really is like the entire thing, pretty much. Like, this is exactly how it's supposed to be. Like, it's super, super, super messed up. Who made that happen? God just told you that's what was going to happen if you followed down the path that you were going to follow because he already knew it ahead of time. And us, with our free will, we made this happen. The world is the way it is. You can't look at a waterway without seeing a bunch of filth that you would picture it as like a sewer. And that's where your fresh water is coming from. That's what we've done with the earth that was given to us. We could have gotten along, but no, we had to promote hatred, division. We had to embrace blood magic. And there's actually like literal, real world examples of occult behavior that actually like literally embraces blood magic. It doesn't have any effect, especially not on Christians, but whatever. There's some Christians who actually embrace that shit, and well, they call themselves Christians. I don't know. They think that Easter is actually a Christian holiday. That's so fucked up on so many levels. I don't even want to get into it. We can make that another conversation. We could actually do a Bible study on Ishtar, which is the feminine form of Satan with, you know, rolling eggs and being quick like a bunny. What do bunnies do real fast? They make more bunnies. Yeah, it's a fertility rite, and it's just it's as satanic as you can get. It has nothing to do with the scripture, but in the King James Version, actually Easter is satanically, actually, yeah, I mean, there's no other way to put it. The Kenites definitely were involved with this. The word Easter in the King James Version is translated from the Passover. Sorry, man, the Passover is the Passover. And the Lord's Supper is a replacement for the Passover because the Lord became our Passover. So you would actually observe that once a year, but sorry, Easter? Ishtar, Satan's name. Satan's name is put on the only observance that God himself would actually give us as human beings. You see how satanic this is? You're actually putting Satan's name on the only observance that God would actually give us to keep, which is Passover, which is, you know, a communion, what you would call communion if you're a Christian. That's how bad it is. So there you go, man. I don't know. Crazy stuff. Yeah, seriously, if this content is your thing, well, honestly, maybe you're supposed to be here. If you're supposed to be here, I'm thankful. I'm grateful. If you don't like it, put it on a shelf. If you hate me for it, that's fine. Totally cool with that. Not making a single dollar off of you. Which everything else in the world is making $1 off of you. I'm not making a single dollar off of you. I mean, if you want to, you know, super chat or, you know, something on my stream, that's amazing. If you don't, that's fine. I'm still going to do the same thing. But seriously, something that could actually, like, save your life eternally, you should probably pay attention to that. And you know what? If you forget about me, that's awesome. That is 100% fantastic. But if you save yourself, cool. If I do nothing else, it's just to point that direction. Just go over there. Because you got 360 degrees. One of them's right. The other 359 are actual bullshit. Yeah. True story. True story. Anyway. Let's go. We'll get back to Dragon Age 2. Nice. Well, that's then good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'll say this. This is actually a true story. If you were to just make like an analogy, like this is symbolic and this is the real, but like they're the same thing. Mages being born a certain way, they don't have a choice. But they're basically evil. But not by choice. So like if you're evil not of your own recognizance, right? Then, well, I mean, it is what it is. You're going to lean towards bad. You're going to lean towards making everybody else suffer based on your thoughts, your being, and everything else. But you have a chance to not do that by choice. So here you have Dragon Age BioWare, Dragon Age writers, creating this world environment in which mages are supposed to be like the victims because they didn't choose to be mages, but they always become the threat and they destroy the world in everything they do. Like going back to the Blights, like who created the Blights? The mages. Who created the scourge on the entire earth? Mages. Who decided that the world should be destroyed and the spirit should be ripped from the flesh? Mages. Like, mages are responsible for every single fucking thing from the beginning of everything until this point in the game. That's a fact. And every time you try to correct one, they complain really, really loudly. They get a bunch of sympathy, and then they fucking kill everybody. Like, that's always been a fact. That is the story of the entire franchise. And it's very true to the world, too. Satan has children in the real world. And those children have done nothing but evil since then. They murdered every prophet. They were the ones in the crowd that when Jesus was supposed to be let go, even by, like, what, the emperor himself of Rome, right? They said, crucify him, murder him. We'll take a murderer in his place. Let the murderer go, but murder God himself in the flesh. They're literally that fucking evil. You know, I don't even know if they know it. Whether they do or not, it's just what they are by nature. But even they can possibly be saved, but they have to make a conscious choice to not do that. Hawk is an example of like a Kenite, a son of Cain, that can be saved. And it actually exists. But the rest of them, all the rest of the blood mages, all the rest of the mages that find an excuse to turn to blood magic. Even Hawk in Dragon Age Inquisition says there's always an excuse to turn to blood magic, but it always comes to bite you in the ass. If you try to solve evil with the very evil that you created, it's never going to work. There's fighting fire with fire, meaning that a legitimately good person could use blood magic to destroy blood mages until you're dead. That's fine. You can fight against it. You can fight fire with fire. Cool. That means you're a good person. Bottom line is, it's not really going to work. It takes God to, snuff that out. Now, we never got the maker making things right portion of Dragon Age, because the very people that are blood mages in the game took over the writing of the game in real life. A dude in a fucking dress took the game over and forfeited everything Dragon Age to make an abominable fucking Dragon Age sequel that everybody waited 10 years for, that had nothing to do with the game whatsoever. It has nothing to do with Dragon Age at all. To hide the lesson that Dragon Age actually teaches you. Mass Effect 3 did the same thing. And you know what they did? They changed the ending of Mass Effect 3 to cater to woke people who refuse to acknowledge the message of, you know what, evil is actually evil and good actually prevails, which is the original message of the original Mass Effect 3 ending. Woke people killed it, and it wasn't even called woke yet. But it was an agenda. Now, the same message that you have in Failguard, the same message you have in, if you say your friend is watching, that's in my head right now. The same message you have in Failguard, the same message you have in your government, no matter where you live in the world. Welcome the enemy that says they're going to kill you based on what you believe. Welcome that into your borders. Welcome it in. You are all now puppets of blood magic. In the real world now, we're talking about real world, global politics, economics, society, religion, whatever. You are now forced to welcome the people that tell you that they're going to rape your children, rape you, and kill you and behead you, and then fuck 72 virgins in heaven, underage virgins. Fuck 72 underage virgins in heaven forever. That's their goal. That's their agenda. And you have to welcome them in and absorb that into your culture and your society and still somehow survive. That's your society. And your religion is you cannot pray for yourself, but somebody 100 feet from their mosque can come out and disrupt traffic and throw down their prayer rugs and stop you from going to work. They're allowed to pray, but if you pray aloud in school to God, because these things hate what's actually God, you're not allowed to do this. You cannot pray to Jesus in a school or in a public place. But these motherfuckers can come out of their mosque and disrupt your traffic while they tell you they're going to rape your children because their law allows it. They're going to rape your women in front of you. And if you say anything about it, they're going to fucking conquer your nation. And they're just going to fucking kill you. And if you really don't like it, they'll strap explosives to themselves and blow you the fuck up. See, this is what locusts look like. They take everything you have. Now, that's the real world. What are blood mages like in Dragon Age 2? Dragon Age Origins. They're the exact same fucking thing. And these motherfuckers who promote that wrote this, aren't even aware that they wrote what they promote fucking 15 years ago. True story? True story. I'm going to get banned for saying this because it's the truth. Maybe not. Maybe I won't get banned. Maybe, actually, they won't be able to ban me, to be honest. But, yeah. So if you're a friend of the mages, you're a friend of that shit, too. You're responsible for every fucking murdered, molested, fucking raped child, woman, fucking anything in the name of a jihadist fucking movement to destroy all the freedoms to which they fucking exploited by coming into your country, exploiting your fucking laws, and abusing your fucking society. That's what Satan looks like. Are you down with that? If you're down with that, you're a piece of shit. So, I'm sorry, Julian. If your friend is a piece of shit, well, that's just a piece of shit. What does that have to do with the video game? Everything. All the parallels are there. If that's the way you think, you're either fucking like subhuman stupid or fucking evil. One or the other. And you could stop being either of those. But you have to actually make a choice to do so. That's your choice. I don't see any other way to put that, man. I mean, that's just facts are facts. Anyway, all right, let's go make some. Let's go get this money, and then let's go make some runes of fortune.
Good luck getting...
Not much room in the barracks, but there's nowhere I'd rather be.
I heard you lost something. This
Oh
is...
shit. Level up again. Nice. That's fantastic.
How much longer do I have to wait? Good day, sir.
You know what's gonna suck? Is we're gonna be like really, really, really late to the demon show. Oh, that's awesome. And you know what? I can't judge, but you have like what do you call it? It's called touchstones. Touchstones. To where is the metal pure or not, right? So like a decision you make, it's just a video game. You can separate yourself from that. And you can say, I wouldn't do this. I do that all the time in RPGs. I say, I wouldn't do this, but this is more beneficial to my character because the way they wrote the game is they demand that I be woke. So I'm just going to acknowledge that this is fucking Satan's asshole, but I'll do this anyway because it's more advantageous to my character. But I understand that this is the absolute most evil thing you can possibly do. And it appears good because that's what the writers do, to brainwash you. If you think that mages are good in any way, shape, or form in Dragon Age, you're completely fucked as a human being. I mean, you can't possibly think that. If you do think that way, you're so wrong on so many levels that, I mean, well, I mean, God can make you right, I guess. But other than that, you're so fucked that, yeah, I mean, you're twisted. Are you a serial killer? Are you, I mean, what the fuck is wrong with you? Do you want to paint your hair purple and murder unborn babies and just start supporting abortion and going out of your way and traveling 10 states across the country to fucking support abortion, to just murder every fucking baby before they're born and make sure nobody has a chance to live? Is that you? You can't possibly support mages and not be that too. And, okay, you can't possibly support mages in this game and think it's a good idea. I mean, unless you're not even a human being. I mean, are you just a fucking zombie? I can't possibly get it. There's no way to play a role-playing game and play a role here unless it's the exact opposite of your character. If you support mages here, you're an evil motherfucker. That's it. That's all. If you think this is if you literally, legitimately, in real life, think this is a good idea, you're a threat to the world, to society. There's no way. There's no way you could possibly say that this is a good thing and this is the decision I would make in real life. And then on the same token, say I'm a human being. Those do not coexist. They don't coexist at all. Period. End of conversation. The mages in this game are the Kenites of the real world, and these motherfuckers that wrote this don't even know that. So they inadvertently condemn themselves by writing this game the way they wrote it. Oh, well, mages can't help that they're mages. Okay, that's fine. But the rest of civilized society is not to blame for these motherfuckers being cursed by whatever. I mean, even Bethany tells you that. Says, if I could lay down my staff, I would. I don't want this. She's a good person. And even she is susceptible to Anders' fucking pedophilia, bestiality, murder, terrorism, jihadism, same fucking thing. Even she's susceptible to that. Because anytime Anders speaks, Anders is a blood mage. Bethany is a mage too, so she's susceptible to it. And Varric as well, because Varric supports Anders and is responsible for the biggest atrocity that's taken place in Thedas since the beginning of recorded history in all of Thedas, which is what Anders does because Anders is a mage, and that's what mages do. Mages started the blights. Mages are responsible for blood magic. You have godliness, and you have everything that's the opposite of godliness, which is blood magic. You have lyrium, and you have everything that's the opposite of lyrium, which is red lyrium. And that's the story of the game. It actually tells you that, and I can't believe that the writers actually even knew this. But they inadvertently let you know that if you side with the mages, you are Satan's fucking infected asshole. And if you don't see it, it proves that you're Satan's infected asshole. Now you have a choice to stop being Satan's fucking AIDS infected asshole. You have a choice, but the bottom line is, like, literally, morally, ethically, spiritually, and really, that's what that is. You can't possibly agree with mages and be a good person in any sense of the word. It's not possible. Unless you're just like, okay, I'm a good person, but I'm going to side with them for shits and giggles. But if you actually agree with that shit, you either are completely ignorant to any part of the story of Dragon Age, from where it started to where it ended, or if you knew that, then you are knowingly the worst piece of fucking shit that ever walked the face of the planet. You're one of these motherfuckers that cosplays as Anders at a gaming convention, knowingly, willingly doing it. You also are basically the same person that shows up as at an abortion rights activist demonstration and fights to murder unborn babies, which are the most innocent thing on the face of the planet. A living person inside of a person, and you calling them not alive doesn't make them not alive. It makes you a satanic, confused piece of fucking liberal woke shit. Sorry, man. As soon as you're conceived, you're alive. There's a soul placed there, and if you allow that person to be born, that person will become something. You're depriving anybody of becoming anything because you're a fucking murdering piece of shit. If you agree with mages in Dragon Age, you're probably pro-abortion too, which makes you the worst fucking piece of shit on the face of the planet. Because you're so ignorant, you're stupid, which makes you evil, which makes you go fuck yourself. True story. Those are all facts. And if you don't like it, it doesn't make it less factual. Hope you hate it. If you're just that bad. And if you want to fight about it, I'll kill you. If you want to fight about it. Just saying. If, then, that's what happens. Like, I mean, seriously, evil is evil. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure can't be any more clear than that, right? Okay, well, you're a troll. You're a troll, and you're a fucking idiot. And a troll. But I mean, you're obviously a troll, so I'll take that with, like, a grain of salt and just say, yeah, okay. I mean, facts are facts, just whatever. If you actually believe that, well, then just go ahead and say it. So we'll actually know who you are. True story. Let's go ahead and turn this in. Mages are innocent, so nuking the entire fucking city and trying to destroy the world in your first act of freedom in Inquisition is to give yourself freely, not sell yourself, but give yourself freely into slavery to a bunch of other blood mages. That's their first act of freedom. See, that's like woke ideology. Is my first act of freedom is to freely give myself to the very thing I've been complaining about the entire time, and the thing I murdered so many innocent people about. I'm just going to go ahead and just give myself over to the very thing I've been supposedly fighting against, which is slavery. That's exactly what happens in Inquisition. So, you know what? Airstrike, like I said, I was going to tell you to go fuck yourself and die in the fire, but seriously, you already know what I'm saying. I think what you were saying was sarcastic. If it wasn't, let me know so I can just ban you permanently forever. You hear that? Actually, that's just validated. Of course they're going to attack. That NPC, that random NPC actually said so.
Gods whenever they...
I solved your problem.
So, what happened? One of the miners told me you rescued him from dragons. I cuffed him for lying.
Well, he wasn't. Go there and see the corpses for yourself.
But I thought they're extinct. I believe you. You made them extinct again? If it is safe, the miners can return to work.
I bet their first task will be cleaning up the entrails the last shift left behind.
A dragon killer and a mind reader. Wonderful. Let us discuss your payment. You have been a great help. Since you did so much more than I was expecting, how about we work together? I am offering a 50-50 share in the mine. You will make us both rich if you can keep your countrymen safe.
If you want my help, you'll pay for my services in advance.
You're both tough and shrewd. Very well. I had some money set aside for safety equipment.
Set aside for safety equipment, but you can have it instead.
Our first order of business.
Wait,
we'll
hold on.
replace the lost
That's
workers.
the opposite of what we're trying to do
I will
here.
hire new hands. Plenty of desperate Fereldans.
Yeah, we'll just throw more bodies at it.
Some time.
As long as I make
you to
enough
convince the
each day
surviving
to pay
miners
these
to
workers
return.
for a year.
They're holed up in Lowtown. Tell them the bone pit is safe again.
As long as I make enough
I'll see
each
what I can
day,
do.
somehow, to pay these workers for a year. Dude, that's so messed up, man. That is so bad. That is so bad. We've been doing pretty good so far. I said it was going to be like a 70-1. I'm not sure how that math works out, but nice. these up. Nice. That was the point of doing that shit in the first place, was to get the Runes of Fortune. So everything else we do from this point forth should get us some major money. Major money. Okay. All right. Mages are innocent and deserve freedom from this persecution. Can, you know what? Honestly, just for shits and giggles, can somebody explain to me one example of persecution of the mages? Just one example. Just give me a legitimate example. We'll talk about it. If you can give me one, we'll talk about it. Like seriously, just one example of persecution. I'm just for shits and giggles, just for conversation's sake, give me one example of mage persecution in the game. Like, I mean, like, I'm talking Origins, Dragon Age 2, Inquisition. Give me an example. We can talk about this. Like, this is really a good discussion point. Like, seriously, I would love to talk to you about this. Please just try to bring up one example, and then we'll talk about it. Anybody, just anybody, give me an example in the game, from Origins all the way through Inquisition. Failguard is not a Dragon Age game, so that doesn't exist. And if there wouldn't be anything in there anyway, because they're too stupid to even put an example in that game. But seriously, through the actual Dragon Age series, even going all the way through to Inquisition, which isn't, it's only 10% Dragon Age. Give me an example of mage persecution, and we'll talk about it. Like seriously, if you're gonna make a point, make the point, and then we'll talk about it. But find a point to make. Mage persecution, where mages were persecuted unjustly, and the Templars or somebody abused them, and they didn't deserve it, and all that, and then we'll talk about it. In the actual game lore, going through 3 fucking games. I'm going to give you 3 games to give you an example. No, they're not locked into circles. That's a lie. They're not locked into circles for their entire lives. Actually, all the circles are a country club, and Vivian actually tells you that. They are country clubs, and they're allowed to go as they please. Once they pass their harrowing to prove that they're not currently possessed by a fucking demon, they can come and go as they please, and that is the result of the rampant fucking abuse of blood magic outside of the circle. Okay? Go ahead and try again. You're wrong. 100% wrong. That's the proof based on documentation throughout the entire fucking game series. Go ahead and try again. You're going to lose this. You know that, right? You're going to lose this. Like, really, really badly. Like, you're taking a diarrhea dump in your own face, sucking it up, trying to shit it out again, and then regurgitate the arguments that the fucking blood mages use in the game to justify themselves for murdering everybody around them in their rebellion. And then when they fucking lose, they they give themselves into slavery to their own kind for multiple generations, meaning their children, their children's children's are enslaved to blood mages, to Deventer. That's the deal they make to save them from their own fucking stupidity, because they had a fucking culture club at their circle towers, and they just decided to murder their fucking circle towers when they could. Uldred in Ferelden, the fucking piece of shit, Grace is fucking piece of game in Starkhaven. They fucking murdered everybody in their circle tower, including their fellow mages, to empower their blood magic to murder everybody on their way to Kirkwall to join the Mage Rebellion. And then Grace is allowed by the Templars to exist in the gallows until she summoned enough fucking followers to murder everybody in Kirkwall. It's the blood mages you're fighting in Kirkwall. Orsino is a blood mage, has always been a blood mage, denied being a blood mage, but has blood magic that takes 40 fucking years to actually perfect. That's what actually happens in the game. Do you want to argue a little bit more? Let's see what you got. You want to say anything else? No, come on, bro. Shit, man. You want to be the bitch in this scenario? I will slap the fucking shit out of you. Come on. Come on with it.
Well, if it ain't my favorite new citizen. What are you doing here?
A good question.
Did you finally figure out being
By the way,
free and poor in
Fenrir
Kirkwall
is an example
ain't worth a
of
rat's spit?
a mage not being sent to the circle? No. Becomes demon possessed. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's go all the way back to Origins. Redcliffe. What's the child's name? Being kept from the circle from some fucking traitorous or legion cunt. Yeah, being kept from the circle. What happens? Everybody in fucking Redcliffe dies because of that shit. That's what happens when you try to protect your son. You see that in Origins, you see that in Dragon Age 2. Before you make your next argument, I'm going to go ahead and cut you off at the pass. You don't have another argument. Probably should just leave the stream, right? Duck your head and fuck off. But I really want to hear another argument. I really want to hear this. That would be fantastic. It's like that MMA fighter with that confidence of, I already knocked out all of your fucking friends. It was like 8-on-1 and they all died, and then you're gonna crawl into the ring? No, you're not. You're gonna fucking crawl off like a bitch. Holler at you. Holler at you. I really want to hear something else. I really actually do.
You had an offer for me.
You mean you're not too good for my kind of work? Because the blokes I hired after you couldn't find their arse with both hands. I sent them to take out.
If you don't
Lord
force those
Harryman
mages into
while he
the
was
circle,
preparing his
they're going to
cargo
destroy
for
themselves, their communities,
Nighttime,
the fucking
dogs,
villages they were born in, their own fucking parents,
Never
their siblings.
came back.
That's what happens every single fucking time. Apostates. Unless you're raised by Flemeth herself, you're fucked. Is it your fault? No. But is that what happens every single time? Yes. That's a true story. Based on the lore of the game. Based on the story writing, and I can give all the examples to prove myself, and you don't have a single example to disprove me. That's a fact. True story. Anyway, anybody else? I'll take challengers. Let's get into the lore of the game. I'll take challengers. Just anybody. Just even want to try.
I'm sure I can finish what they started.
This is
They were
awesome.
supposed to ambush him.
This
at
is
the
fantastic,
docks.
actually.
That'd be the best place to start looking. And remember, Harriman dead, my lad Gustav alive. Other
I'm
way
watching the
around,
comments, by the way.
then you don't get paid.
So you should not have to wait.
What do you know? I was told my old friend Thrask was advising you folks to seek me out. You're looking for the boy, right? Feign something. I'll tell you now, there's not much I can do for you.
Did you meet the boy?
Afraid so. Blighter was dead broke, though. Not a silver on him. I helped one mageling for free, and I'll never get paid again.
I pity any mage who is forced to rely on you for protection.
I pointed him to a ship captain I know, Rayner. Sometimes he'll take on runaways. Took another apostate last week, girl I sent him. Might have gone wrong, though. I heard rumors he took the both of them captive instead.
So your good friend's a kidnapper? Can't say I'm surprised.
Not a friend. Just someone who's not afraid to try this business. Rumor has it, Rayner had the pair of them locked inside a Keys warehouse, somewhere close to dockside. You want to go looking? You might find the lad before he gets ransomed to the Templars. Or worse.
This is really touchy. Good people hate it when you side with a mage becoming a danger to the city. Good people hate that. So, I mean, like, having Aveline and Anders, you're supposed to side with evil, no matter how evil it is. That's what Anders promotes. If it's like super evil and you're okay with it, Anders is cool with it. But if it's blood magic and it exposes Anders' blood magic, then it's like kind of shy about it, right? So, Let me go see something real quick. All right. Nice. All right, let me go ahead and do this. haven't even done Night Lies. We haven't even done Isabella. We got Runes of Fortune though in our stuff, so that's cool.
Maybe a nicer place.
100% good. All right, so we're gonna be nice to Anders. We're gonna play along with the pedophile, terrorist, jihadist fuck.
Me along. Didn't think I'd be doing that again. I got a bit weighty the last time we talked. Sorry for putting that on you.
You can tell me anything.
Anything? Be careful what you
What
offer.
a fucking pervert! This fucking pedophile.
Selfish when
Just
I told you about
goddamn
justice.
you can't even be nice
I
to
didn't
it.
know what would happen.
Be nice to a fucking
I figured a
pedophile,
willing
and
host, a friend.
it'll just rape your children in
It has
front
to
of
be
you.
better than playing the demon and haunting some corpse.
Figured a willing host. You were willingly possessed. This motherfucker actually admits it. It admits it. And it thinks you're too stupid to see it. I figured a willing host. A willing possession. It had to be better than playing the demon, because it couldn't possibly be a demon. Although the definition of a demon is any spirit trapped on this side of the veil. That's the definition of a demon. In a fucking corpse. Inhabiting a fucking corpse. And you invite it into yourself. Willingly. It had to be better than that, right? This motherfucker was more evil than the demon that it invited into itself. How do you be more evil than a fucking demon? Well, here you go. It's called woke. That's how you be more evil than a demon. You think you're more intelligent than Satan's fucking spirit, which inhabits this fucking world and causes people to do what they do. That's how you be more evil than a demon. You welcome it. You aren't seduced by it. You invite it. And then the demon comes into yourself and it's like, what the fuck? Now I'm stuck in this piece of shit. This woke piece of shit that's 10,000 times more evil than Satan could even imagine. That's what's going on here.
Still creepy.
I can't call this a good thing.
What would you do?
I won't do that.
How would you try to stand against the Templars? You're lucky they never found you.
But invite a demon to empower you in your blood magic.
They tell
This is the exact same argument that asshole, if you play the Mage origin in Dragon Age Origins, this is the exact same fucking thing.
And again, and again.
You're starting to glow again.
And since
I don't think I'm not going to make friends with this piece of shit.
I should stop.
I would like you to try to rip my fucking head off, you woke punk fucking purple-haired piece of fucking pathetic goddamn satanic shit. I would like you to at least think about it when I fucking kill you where you stand. Now, I'm not going to make friends with this. I can't do it. I just can't do it. I'm not going to do it. I can't do it. Nah, man. I mean, evil is evil, and I got no part of that, man. That's not cool, man. That is 100% not cool. You know what, actually... No, I can't do it. I can't do it. Nope. Can't do it. I'm just going to have to suffer this lack of offense, I guess. This is one time where I cannot min-max my entire party. I can't do it. Nope. Nope, can't do it. Nope. Nope. I'm not going to cater to this motherfucker and tell him that taking Satan's asshole onto yourself and spreading it out to the entire universe is a good thing. No, man, if you're woke, you need to die. Well, I mean, If you don't die, well, the world is a better place because you're in it. Not. The world is actually a much worse place because you're in it. If you think the mages are a good thing, you're the problem.
I had a friend like you once. Got in all kinds of trouble. Dragged me along.
See the woke manipulation, the psychological manipulation. I had a friend like you once, implying that you're friends. Don't fucking
Keep your personal issues to yourself.
or I'll kill you.
Our relationship is strictly professional.
Understood.
You don't understand shit. You're not capable of understanding shit because you're fucking woke. Because you're fucking liberal. You're Satan. You are Satan's asshole, taking a shit on the entire fucking universe because you exist. You think that global warming is a thing. You think abortion is good. You are Satan's fucking asshole as a human being, taking a shit on the actual national, rational fucking world. True story. That dude pulled like 3 woke games on you in like 2 paragraphs. To psychologically manipulate you to being fucking evil and just selling yourself as a human being. Because it gave you some fancy words? Nah, man. That's evil. Now that's evil. I got all this shit. I mean, I guess I can go do it. True story. Alright, let's see, what time is it? It's 11 o'clock. Really? Shit.
Here we go! That all
Nice. Get wrecked. Like I said, get wrecked. Nice. Start making up for some of that change that I'm pretty sure I lost. Pretty sure I did. Nice. Hmm. Well, if we're gonna get some bonus from what? Oh, somebody trying to defend mages. They lost. They tried once and then lost miserably. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and I'm totally cool with that. Try to come up with an argument to support Satan's asshole, and there is no argument to support Satan's asshole taking a diarrhea dump on the livable game world that you have. Whether it's the real world or this imaginary Thetis game world, whatever. Satan taking a fucking diarrhea on everything and making sure everybody dies because that diarrhea is full of AIDS and fucking syphilis and fucking everything else called woke. Yeah, man. No, I don't really actually believe it was even an argument. I don't think it was an argument. I think it was a troll move, but it was nice to exercise like lore knowledge, right? Like that was a good exercise. It was awesome. I mean, if you're gonna come at somebody, you got to have more than a jab. You got to have like at least a right hook or something. You got to have like, okay, well, this is my woke ideology, and this is my woke ideology on top of woke ideology, and you can't beat it. And then you fucking destroy their ass, which you always do. If you have any idea what the truth is, you're going to destroy them every single time. Like that's a fact. But at least they think they have something to fight with. But they usually do. They think they have something to fight with because their professors in their liberal fucking satanic colleges told them so, because their parents paid their fucking, I don't know, tuition that could actually buy like a $500,000 house so that they could learn to be a completely useless piece of fucking shit in the world. That's what their tuition gets them. A degree, which is a like license to be a completely useless piece of shit and wind up on fucking EBT or food stamps or, you know, some shit like that. be honest, it's probably the weakest attempt to troll that I've ever seen. It'd honestly be better if you just flagrantly just trolled just to troll. That right there was the weakest attempt I've ever seen to troll based on the game we're actually playing. I mean that was probably the entire point, was just to inspire like some reaction. My only reservation is that an attempt to inspire a reaction and if the reaction is vehement enough, right? Like literally a legitimate reaction, it's something that you can possibly complain to YouTube about, to actually troll a streamer to get that streamer like banned or put on like some kind of probation just for the sake of doing so. I mean, like, it doesn't cost you anything and you can cost somebody else their entire stream, right? Like that's what I see that as. If I crossed any lines, honestly, you wouldn't be talking to me right now. Like there would be some issue. But YouTube says I kept it clean enough to keep streaming. So guess what? I win. So keeping in mind the attempt to get me to stumble and then the argument that they're trying to raise, and we destroyed that with actual Dragon Age lore at the same time, I'll take that as a win. I'll take that as a win. That was obviously what was being done there. I mean, Captain Obvious is obvious, right? True story? Captain Obvious is obvious. Right. Anyway, whatever. I win. I want to turn all that shit in at the same time. See how much money we have after this. Honestly. Yeah, let's see how much money we have after this. I don't know. I'm probably gonna been streaming almost 8 hours. Almost put in a work day. I've almost put in I've almost put in a work day. So we'll probably call it a day here in a minute. I don't know. I'd like to get to a save point where I know exactly where I'm at. Nice.
Backbone of the city, and all we get is shit from Hightown.
Beats the mind.
This fell into my hands.
You know, honestly, this might be one of the best spots to actually... Yeah, son of a bitch. Coal's no good. Dude, I got all this fire damage stuff. And... fuck. All this fire damage stuff, and I'm just fucking it off. Like, I'm literally fucking it off. Like, seriously. What a bitch.
Can't we talk about this? Leave him alone. No? You're pathetic! There! One less against us! Suck on a fireball!
Guys. I mean, we're owning this shit, but...
I've seen you with Miriam before.
Yeah, whatever.
Did he send you to get me? Harriman's guards killed all my men. I thought I gave them the slip. They found me. You tell Mirren I never turned on him.
I'm not going back until you can walk, limp or cruel, behind me.
I think I can walk. He got it before Harriman's men could do much damage. His rear guard saw us coming. They fell on us from all sides.
Which any professional would have expected.
Any professional would have expected.
Harriman.
Oh.
Most of my enemies would not stoop this low. Are you working for Conrad Tooley? Perhaps Lady Reinhardt?
What have you done that so many people want you dead?
You sound Ferelden.
Many in the city are.
So you should know I'm the one who convinced the Viscount to send aid to Denerim. Many of my fellow noblemen resent that. They want me dead before he sends the money, so they can reclaim it for Kirkwall.
For themselves. So they can reclaim it for
Will you kill me for
themselves.
this?
No politicians act unless there's a profit in it. Now.
This is not a job I can complete.
True story.
Thank you, Ferelden. When I learn who sent you, I will be sure to leave you out of any retribution.
Meaning, he's gonna kill everybody
I don't want to be
but
the one
you.
to tell Mirren you did that.
He's gonna find out what happened here, and then kill everybody but you. You can choose to fight him. That's a gangster ass dude, man. Seriously. If I remember right, he's like an elite assassin, and then he's got like 2 elite mercenaries behind him, plus a bunch of other fucking ads. Yeah, it's really bad. I can take Fenris in here, right?
Let me pass. I have business with the dwarf Javaris.
The short mouth. The short mouth.
The short mouth, yes. Enter if you must, Basra.
Ah, my right hand arrives. Summon your Shock. The bargain is done. About time you showed. I've been here for hours.
This is probably not somebody you want to fuck with. I'm just guessing. I'm guessing this is the guy you don't want to mess with. If you don't want to meet this person in the back alley with red eyes and big ass horns and whatever the fuck, you probably don't want to meet this guy anywhere.
Of this place.
Friend of yours?
Friend of no one.
Yes, well, that said, I'm here to report that your hated Talvishoth were felled, one and all, right? Yes, they were. So, I'm ready to open negotiations for the explosive powder, as we agreed.
As we agreed.
No.
Something tells me we didn't agree to this.
Any insight that would help?
Kunari do not abandon a debt. I humbly request clarification from the Arishok.
I have a growing lack of disgust for you.
Yeah.
The dwarf imagined
Meaning you disgust me, but now I'm less disgusted by you. I'm still disgusted by you, but I'm less disgusted by you.
Would you have us kill this dwarf?
Let us kill this dwarf.
What now?
Wait, what now?
If you face
What now?
Talvishoth, he is not worthy of dying to you, as he was not worthy of dying to them. But you're
not even worth dying to anybody.
Let him live.
Dude, how much value do you have? You're not worthy of dying to anybody. Wow. I mean, you gotta really suck at that point.
He had big plans for your recipe. I was supposed to get a piece of that.
Dwarf, did your imaginary bargain make promises on my behalf?
I expected your wisdom to be more profitable.
Wow, that's kind of an insult, actually. I'm sure he's gonna take that well. Everybody's ready to fucking kill us at this point.
On my behalf.
It's not at all. Take your coin, take whatever. Hornhead oxmen and mongrel donglords, suck your own powder and blow your head off. Sod it.
You will leave as well, human.
Suck your own powder and blow your head off.
For you here.
Oh, that's awesome. Suck your own powder and blow your head off. Take your powder and stick it up your ass and spit it out your mouth and blow your head off, and yeah, that's awesome. You know, we still gotta do Night Lies. And we still gotta do Isabella's bullshit. I mean, while we still have stuff that's actually worth using, which is really not even worth using, we should have done this a long time ago. Like, seriously, we should have done this a long time ago. Yeah, true story. Still might actually make this look like stupid. Really actually want this money, so... Yeah, so not really sure why I'm not getting the night lies. What do you call it? Boss base? Whatever. So that tells me I haven't even been here yet. So this is definitely an ambush that's supposed to happen, right? So yeah.
And here we go again. That's right, you heard me. We've got company. Get back!
I win. Yeah, we're gonna have to enter a particular area and then come back, or just leave and then just come back. Whatever. It's like Fenris's mansion here. Yeah, there's gonna be 2 more ambushes. 2 more. Yeah, true story. All right. Okay, so yeah, we just leave this area, then come back, I guess. I don't know. Did we ever come back and talk to Fenris? Says we did. He's cool. All right. Awesome. True story. Should be enemies right here. There we go.
Gotcha! One less to worry about. I'll deal with this. That's enough!
Never fall to lane! More!
Everyone still alive?
So we should have 2 more ambushes, by the way. 2 more. This one and then 1 more, which unlocks the boss area.
One less to worry about. Get back! Got you! I'll cut you open! Making the world a better place, one enemy at a time.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, so the boss isn't unlocked until you get back down into the Hightown marketplace. And we got to come back and do this. I don't know. I think we just do this.
Well, at least it's not boring. And stay down.
Well, these motherfuckers hate fire. They hate fire. Like, seriously, they hate fire. True story. I mean, look at the damage. The damage is so sick. And we're like so next level at this point. Like, seriously, next level. All right, I think we're good. I think we can actually own this shit.
And here we go again.
Oh wow! Oh, I get a free spawn.
One less to worry about. You are not enough. That's enough!
Beautiful. That's just beautiful. It's beautimous and fabuful. Beautifabulous. Yeah. Whatever. However many words you can mix into that. That's what that is. Fantastic. All right. Wonder how many assholes I can catch in my firestorm. Twice. I shouldn't have to save here. I should be all right. This is like one of the top 3 hardest ambushes in the entire game because it's so long. Like there's like 8 waves here or something. It's stupid. All right, well, small room, so we're gonna do it in the big room, and the small room, and fuck, I don't know. Why is Anders fucking healing himself?
Get back!
Right
I win. That was Night Lice. Dude, I wish I could make a short out of that. I wish I could make a short out of that. We just fucking killed everything in the big and the small room, and my AI was just fucking up across the board, and guess what? I win. Dude, we just... This is OG Dragon Age 2 as well. Imagine that. 32 silver. Okay, that works for me. That works for me. 100%. That was pretty smooth. Not gonna lie, man. This mage build is, yeah, just it's what's happening. Let's just say it's what's happening. Just saying. Okay, so we should go do Isabella's stuff here real quick. Would somebody please remind me that I have to go back to the hangman for whatchamacallit? I think actually Spirit. God damn it. All this is about the same at this point. All this is basically the same. Alright, so let's just try Spirit, and then what? Fire and Cold? Okay. I mean, I guess. Whatever. Kill that. I'm going for this money gain. Definitely money gain. Alright, oh, let's see if we can actually do this. This would be awesome, and this would be fantastic. We can just roll this shit over.
I don't like this. That's right up there with what could possibly
What could possibly go wrong, you guys? What could possibly go wrong, you guys?
We're under attack. What a surprise!
Get wrecked, oh. It's like, do you understand who you're fucking with? You have any idea who you're fucking with right here? Apparently not.
Hiding in the chantry and sending thugs to finish me off.
Hiding in the chantry, sending
They'll not get away with
thugs to
Come on.
finish me off. Sending thugs to finish me off. You know what? This actually makes me want to play like Mass Effect Andromeda. No, I really want to play Mass Effect 3 though. No, I'm not kidding. No, I mean like I seriously want to play Mass Effect 3. After this. That needs to be a thing. The OG Mass Effect 3. OG.
Here we go. How about you?
Nice. Yeah, so spirit is not good. Cold is good. Okay, so it says 1 star, but 17, I mean like 22 with 2 stats is 5 stars. 17 with no stats is 1 star. Yeah, I don't really need any stats. Let's try this. Let's just try it. I mean, like, what's the worst that can happen? We have to restart? Oh my god, you had to restart your game. Oh shit, you got wrecked. I don't really give a fuck, actually. 0 fucks given. Nice. This would be awesome if we could one-shot this. That'd be awesome. Be absolutely fan-friggin-tastic.
Isabella, should have known you'd find me here.
Tell your men to burn the letters next time.
Castillon was heartbroken when he heard about the shipwreck. You should have let him know you survived.
It must have slipped my mind.
Where's the relic?
I lost it. Castillon's just going to have to do without.
Lost it? Just like you lost a ship full of valuable cargo?
They weren't cargo, Hader. They were people.
Those slaves were worth 100 sovereigns a head, and you let them scurry off into the wilds. And now the relic's gone too. Castillon won't be happy to hear that. I promise you.
Fuck that white slaver. Fuck that white slaver.
Your threats end here.
Bitch. Bitch.
And here we go again. Get back! Now you fall!
God damn it. I so could have got the combo there, man.
Now you fall! Pick this up.
All right, can I just go ahead and do something here real quick? And let me just go ahead and just do something else. Even though it's obvious, at this point, it's obvious. This UI is unique to Xbox 360. No mods, no nothing. Just saying. Old school, man. Old school. But yeah.
Should have done that a long time ago.
True story.
Castillon won't hear about me from Hader.
True story.
But he'll find me eventually. I just have to get him the relic. It's simple as that.
If getting the relic gets Castillon off your back, then I'll help you retrieve it.
I still don't know where it is, but you'll be the first to know if I hear anything. Anyway,
She
thanks for
lose it.
helping me out with
I mean,
Hader.
like, she stole it, so how did she
I'll tag along
lose it?
for a while. There might be something I could do
Or
for
else
you.
she knew where it was all along.
And I have a room at the Hanged Man.
That
if
makes
you're
it
looking
even
for
worse.
Company later.
But I mean, the company, I mean, that kind of softens the blow just a little bit. Just saying, if you knew where it was all along, but the company, never mind. Yeah, the company part, whatever. Nice. She has like an entirely different thing to send you on. So we gotta go turn this in, regardless. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of stuff to do there. You know what? Honestly, this might be like the best spot to just call it. Yeah, that and that. Man, we wrecked Night Lies with the Mage. As a mage, we wrecked the shit out of that.
I removed another bunch of lowlifes.
So that's that.
So you found me. Going to finish Martin off properly this time, are ya? Where's my property, eh? How's it feel making a profit off someone else's hard work?
Good?
Not speaking from personal experience, but I'm sure it feels great not to have to work to earn your keep.
You bastards. Well, I'm not going down without a fight.
Hey, whoa! I'm not who you think I am, and I'm certainly not here to kill you.
You're not trying to kill me? Huh. Makes sense. If you were, you wouldn't be talking.
I'm gonna go ahead and reload because it's better to bring Isabella with you on this.
Maybe you could help me instead. I need someone. This job's as easy as a peg-legged tavern wen. You'll need to look around the docks. The great...
Alright, so Abeline's cool with that, but you should probably bring Isabella with you on that. So that is exactly where I'm going to call this a day, or at night, or morning, or I don't really know. yeah, we probably talk to Isabella and then start that shit, and that's where I'm going to start. Yeah, that's where I'm gonna go ahead and start tomorrow night or tonight. I guess. What time is it?
Face it, you don't pay me enough to stay sober at work.
Yeah, tonight. I guess. Whatever. Let's go ahead and call this a day. This has been a really good playthrough so far. About as gangster as you can actually expect. But, alright, so we've done all the nighttime thugs, and we've actually turned them in, and now we're doing quest stuff. Mainly Isabella's bullshit. Alright, well that works for me. Alright guys. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and call that a day. Man, it was nice to fucking battle rap with somebody. And they didn't last even like 3 bars. They lasted like... no, they didn't last 2 bars. I mean, did they last even 1? I'll just give them 2 bars. Because I can do that. Yeah. Yeah, they didn't even last. That's amazing. It's awesome to actually get some confrontation on this being a fucking video game. Well, anything after Dragon Age 2 is fucking garbage, and you could probably fight on some level, I think. But if you know the Dragon Age lore, nah, man, you can't even fight on that level. You're just fucking garbage. Just shut the fuck up and don't even try. That's what I would say. But I'm all about offense. And enough offense makes your defense irrelevant because you're dead. And you don't have any defense if you're dead. So that's my opinion on, well, pretty much everything. Can't go hard, don't go at all. All right, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, and for all you ladies here that have stuck it out with the stream, God bless you, ladies. You guys are amazing. You guys too, obviously. But honestly, I think the girls are credited to being way more sensitive than they actually are. Sometimes the girls have the level head. Behind every great dude is an amazing woman. And they probably shouldn't be behind. Just, it's an equal thing, right? True story. Anyway, all right. Good night, guys. I'm going to go ahead and call it a day. I'm going to go put together something to eat, and then I'll see you guys. Should see you guys tonight, unless they call me into work. And if they do, then, well, I'll see you guys tomorrow night or later tonight, or I don't know, man.